Үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Games of the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to 2026 Digital Games of the Future, happening right here in Astana, the capital city of Kazakhstan. We are really excited for the day 2 of the PUBG. We are right here in the Beeline Arena. My name is Heidi and I've got my co-host Yusuf right here with me. How do you feel about this, bro?
Absolutely ecstatic, Heidi. After the first day, I can tell you 100% for sure. I have no idea what's in store today, but that's why we're here today.
Indeed, of course, we have a lot coming today because we got a lot of games and a lot of other disciplines also happening in parallel. We're going to get into that all pretty soon. But again, welcome everyone. We hope you enjoyed yesterday's stream and this is going to be even better. And as days go by, we are getting everything more and more exciting, and also the seats are being gripped more tightly as we go every single day. Let's give a big round of applause for whoever is behind this, whoever made all this happen, and our main sponsor Samruk Casino for bringing Digital Games of the Future 2026 alive and exciting for us here. And let's talk a bit about the whole concept, if anyone has actually missed what this is all about. The Digital Games of the Future. How cool is the concept?
It really is the future brought to us in the present. Digital is a mix of two parts, Heidi. It has the physical aspect and the digital aspect all put together into one, and we call it Digital, where teams are going to be competing in competitions, whether it's a knockout or point system games, in different aspects of sports, where some may have fully digital and some may have a mix of both, just like digital football, where the players would be playing FIFA online but then playing an actual game of football in person.
Indeed, this is very exciting because it's a combination of two entirely different aspects of the same thing, let's say. So it's actually a very cool idea what we have here. But let's take a look at where is this happening in 2026. We are in Astana. truly, I would say, a city of the future. And we are right here, as you can see, in the Beeline Arena. Stunning audience, stunning stadium. We have a lot more in store for you for today. Again, my name is Saidi. I have my co-host here, Yusuf, with me. Welcome to Beeline Arena, and welcome to the Battle Royale brought to you by Alatau Citibank. Right here, we are going to have 5 games of PUBG. And these actually are this is the second day of the PUBG tournament. We had 5 games yesterday. We're going to talk into that pretty soon. But how do you feel about second day after we did all that 5 games yesterday?
First day was an absolute, it's like a haze because so much happened at once. I'm still trying to process a little bit what happened. We got a lot of dark horses in the competition. We got a lot of comebacks, unexpected teams taking the top spot, Heidi. It's really everything that this tournament was promised to be and more.
Of course, we're going to get into all the scoreboards. We're going to get into everything soon. But I think everyone's actually really excited to see your favorite teams and the players putting up a show for you right here in the Beeline Arena. And we're going to get into the leaderboard pretty soon. We are going to keep that very tight because, come on, we need to have that excitement. We need to have that eagerness to get into the games and stuff, right? Let's take a look at day 2, today's schedule that we have right here in front of us. We're going to start with Taego, as we said yesterday, and end with Taego as well. And we got 3 more maps running to it. How does it look for you, sir?
Well, so far it's looking to really be a promising day. Taego, when it was played yesterday, it did take a little bit of time for the action to start, but it was like a domino effect. The second the first kill happened, it all started flowing, and it was one of the most exciting games as we agreed upon last night. Now we have some really interesting games after Taego. We go to Erangel, Rondo, Miramar, and like you said, back to Taego. How do you think the teams are going to change tactically between the first time playing Taego today and the last time playing Taego?
I think they're pretty sure they have something to take from last games. Yesterday they only had 1 chance for the maps, for Miramar, Taego, and Rondo. But they got twice. They got 2 chances to play on Erangel, which is actually cool. So let's not just say just 1 versus 2. It doesn't make much difference because even if that's 1 chance on Taego, they can actually pick a lot from the map and also how they played it, how the other players treated them, how the other teams treated them, how were the contests. So it's going to definitely help. I mean, when it comes to PUBG, the information really helps, and all these are made happen by our general partner Alatau Citibank. Big shout out to them because we are not going to have this excitement if it's not for them, right, Yusuf?
100%, yeah. Big thanks to Alatau Citibank for making this entire event for Battle Royale really possible, because it's been a really exciting day so far, beyond the technical difficulties, which we do apologize for. Some things are out of our hand, but of course the games that came back right after were just as exciting as the one that passed. And I can promise you for sure the games today will be just as, if not even more exciting. So make sure to stay tuned for that.
Of course, before we jump into the games, we got a lot to rewind just to refresh your minds on what happened yesterday. We had the leaderboard. Actually, the leaderboard was flickering after each game, right? It was going back and forth. The team were fighting against each other to hold their places, to come back up, and also to pull others down as well, I would say. But we had, at the end of the day, we had Vitality topping the leaderboards yesterday. And that really put up a show. And also, they got 2 chicken dinners.
Fully deserved, in my opinion. They played it extremely smart yesterday. The 2 wins that they got, they had all players of their team still alive, moving into the final phase. They sought out to have really good positioning, really good rotations. They deserve the top point. They really deserve the top. I can't lie.
Of course. I think towards the late game, they were very disciplined, I would say. Like when it gets to the late game stages, it gets stressful. And we got the leaderboard in front of us. We can check the leaderboard. We have the bottom half of the leaderboard right in front of us. And the last, let's say, R8 Esports, we actually saw them talking yesterday on the screens. I mean, they are confident. At the same time, they're also very kind to other teams as well. They call themselves dark horses, but I don't think that's the case. I mean, they made it this far. Even if it's the bottom of the second half, still good. If you look at the first top positions, what do you think? Vitality, 17, and GAM, the Expendables, top 3.
100%. Top teams playing here. All the teams here deserve their positioning. But I think so far the shock of the tournament is how low Virtus Pro is on the leaderboard. They are in 10th. In comparison to the last championship that they won, not too long ago. It's really a shocking turn of events for them.
Yeah, and also Falcon Gaming. I mean, we had a few moments of the Falcon Gaming during the games, and they are at 12. But you cannot disregard the fact that you still got 10 more games to go. They can still back up. It was really interesting to see how the Falcon Gamings were taking the high grounds when I think during the game 4, and then they got taken down by Diga Esports, who were waiting below the high ground. But this is all a part of the game. I mean, it's not exactly how it's gonna go. If you're thinking about the game, it can go sideways, it can go any direction that it's gonna go. And let's talk about the first 3 actually are the top 3 which really put up a show. And you can get all these, you can watch all these games, today's games and tomorrow's games and all the games around on our official channel, official website on phygitalplus.com. Log on to phygitalplus.com and watch and enjoy your favorite teams playing, favorite players playing, and your favorite games as well. So do not miss that. But again, coming back to the leaderboards, the first position and the second position, that's only 6-point difference. How easy would that be to climb up for 17?
With the upsets that we've seen yesterday, Heidi, 100%. There are going to be some more spoilers coming down from the bottom and rising to the top, which really does seem to be the theme of this tournament so far, as many of the teams that are now in the top half did not start there. But then we have some teams that maintain their consistency. A big shout out to Team Vitality and GK Sports, because they really know how to keep a flow going throughout the game and do really well with holding that.
Yeah, of course. And talking about GK Esports, they did not even get one chicken dinner, but that wasn't the case when it comes to the points and holding their positions on the leaderboard, because they're in top 5 without even one chicken dinner. And also they actually put up a very stable show, we should say. And it's very interesting to see how this turns out. If you like to watch, and you hear that, we can hear the stadium roaring behind us. If you like to watch this in person, you can get the tickets on Ticketon. Huge shout out to our sponsors, Freedom, for making this happen. We got the QR code right in front of you on the screen. Make sure you scan that and get the tickets and join us in this fun. I mean, you don't want to miss this.
100%. I wouldn't miss it for the life of me.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, because at the moment, let's say 6 points for 17 and 6 more points. That's all it takes for them to come on top of the leaderboard. It all takes one game. Let's say.
It really does only take one game. Not even one game. It takes half a game. Just as long as the teams are all progressing and putting in the effort to make sure that they get both placement and kill points, 100%. Anything is possible in this tournament, which is why we love it so much.
Indeed. And also, anyone's Legends, they topped the first game. I mean, they came, they ruled the wrangle. They came at the top of the leaderboard at the first game early on, and they actually held the spot. And now they are on 4th spot, which is really commendable, because they actually reserved that top 5, and they are there. They're like, we're not leaving from here. This is our spot. But we are yet to see how it's going to unfold in the upcoming game. So that's going to be interesting to see how this is going to go forward with the other teams as well. And let's give a big shout out to Sambro Casino, our title sponsor, for making all this happen. Come on, 2026 Phygital Games for the Future right here in Astana, the city of the future. I mean, this is indeed future that we are looking at. Talking about future, did you notice that one map among these 4, which was really futuristic, which was really modern? The Rondo.
It was Rondo, Rondo really had a mix of all of the above, which really put to the test a lot of these teams' communication, I feel. Because when going into the unknown, communication, confidence, and trust in your fellow teammates is of utmost importance.
Yeah. Of course, the Rondo is, as we said, the Rondo and Tago are not exactly the maps that everybody actually jumps into. And of course, you just shout out to rslts.com as well for making all this happen. But when it comes to Rondo, the map Rondo is more, I would say, more colorful. Like, it had the plants, the flowers, it had tennis courts, it had basketball courts. I mean, it's unlikely of what we are used to seeing in the other maps. The main maps, I would say, Erangel and Miramar. So it's going to be like a slight change of the whole atmosphere when it comes to the teams playing. So this is going to be interesting. Let's get back to the casters. It's game time. Skinny and Cloud, take it away.
harmony between worlds rests on a fragile balance. Legends of the Great Step tell of the sun-headed man who helped maintaining the connection between the worlds for centuries. But sometimes, the very nature of existence disrupts the natural order of things. When the ancient power left the sun-headed man, the balance shifted.
Attention. Massive energy surge detected.
The energy within the sun-headed man's artifact has awakened.
So, the chosen ones are already there?
Newbies without a guide. Then it's time to meet them. Someone's got to get them up to speed.
Look what my robot can do.
Not now. I'm playing.
In search of those destined to restore the lost harmony, the energy split into 3 parts.
Hey! I'm one of the guardians of balance between the worlds. When the ancient power awakened in Kazakhstan, it chose you. You're the ones who can restore the sun-headed man's power and bring the worlds back into harmony. Guess even ancient powers can surprise you. Looks like the squad's finally complete. But until the sun-headed man is fully charged, the 2 worlds will keep drifting apart. So no pressure, but we're counting on you.
And so began the story of the new heroes. Ahead of them lay the greatest challenge of all, the games of the future in Astana.
Welcome guys, our teams, DN Supers. T1. Game the Expendables. Full sense. Anyone's a legend. Tiga Esports. Alatau Esports. Made in Thailand. Twisted Minds. Team Vitality. Authorized Esports. Seventeen Gaming. Virtus Pro. JD Gaming. DK Esports. Team Falcons.
go. This is going to be day number 2. The first game to kick things off, ladies and gentlemen. We're still here with you as your storytellers. My name is Sir Cloud, together with my buddy here, Skinny. Skinny, how you feel about day number 1?
Games of the future.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we will get Skinny back on the line soon. But for now, it's going to be you and me and you. So, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I can't wait to see what's going to happen here on day number 2, since the teams have the chance to revise again on all the maps that they have played yesterday in this same particular lobby. And they will surely revise the tactics. I expect something new, something fresh to be brought to the battle. I personally will be looking forward to crazy circles as well, on top of crazy performances by these teams. So it'll be really interesting to see how these teams also adapt to today's situation. And looks like we will be getting into the game really soon. And today we will be also be playing 5 matches here, 5 maps here today, ladies and gentlemen. So 5 maps straight down, and then it will be day number 3, the last final 5 maps to determine who will lift the trophy. So it'll be quite a journey for this team still. They have a total of 10 games to play, and only one team can be the champion. $1 million prize pool is on the line, and a beautiful trophy like how we saw earlier on stage. It's an amazing trophy, I must say. Really fits the theme of this whole show, from the graphics to the stage. So beautiful, beautiful colors. Beautiful stage indeed. Can't wait to get things started here. As we are prepping ourselves to get into the game, teams are readying themselves for sure. They're probably in the lobby right now, or at Spawn Island, just waiting for the right countdown to begin. Probably doing final checks. And we will get into action for sure. We have yet to see a repeat of a chicken dinner yet so far. So today might be the opportunity, since we will have 5 games. That means 5 chicken dinners to be brought onto the table. But who will bring back that chicken dinner? That will be the big question, of course. Looking at that portal is probably where the teams will spawn into Spawn Island itself. As we will be getting into the game soon. And we did see rise of some of these teams, right? Like RAD Sports, they didn't really have a good day yesterday at the very beginning. But throughout the day, they started to pick up the pace, and they showed themselves that they are not a team that likes to back down. So looking at the trajectory that they had yesterday, it's likely we'll see a much more formidable R8 Esports today. Now, before we get into the game, just to refresh ourselves on who are our top fraggers here. So we have Solozi with 12 eliminations, and then we have Tian Haovu with 11, Example with 11 as well. And then we have Heather from T1 with 10, Nance with 9, who came up with an amazing solo show yesterday. I really would love to see how Nance will perform again today. I mean, he not only came up with a solo show, but he well-deservingly got the MVP as well in that round. So I'm pretty sure that he's up for the game today, and I look forward to seeing the level of consistency that he can bring onto the table now. Now, those are some of the names that we will keep an eye on as we get onto the game. And besides those individual names, of course, teams as well, like GK Esports. I notice a pattern here. They like to play in the middle of the circle, regardless of the map. They always like to pick a compound or high ground in the middle of the circle. They try to get there as early as possible, try to lock in that sweet spot. And that's their kind of strategy. Now, whether will they change their strategy today or not, that remains to be seen. But if that allows them to be consistent, why not? But the fact of the matter is that strategy, cool. It brings them a decent amount of points, but yet to get that chicken dinner. So they might tweak a few things here and there.
Games of the future.
Something for us to observe as well today. Something that we are going to study on. Our bots here lining up. Okay, don't fight, don't fight, don't fight, don't fight. It's a cue. Don't fight, don't fight. Okay, lining up, getting into wherever they're going here. Passing this checkpoint. Just like how these teams, they pass the checkpoints to be here up on stage, representing their teams. And right now we're getting into the portal. Okay, this is the portal here. Okay, portal. Oh, but the portal allows him to just go on the other end of the line, I guess. Okay. All right, that's a cool one. I do like the animations though. I really do like the animations, not gonna lie here. I think the animations are amazing. Whoever worked on the animations, man, gotta give them a raise. And the animations also fit the theme of the tournament as well, like with all the lights, all the colors, and the trophy too. Man, Vegito is definitely something of a spectacle here. I mean, just by looking at the stage, how amazing they are. This could be there though. And it must be an honor for all these players to be able to be up there on the stage. It's an amazing stage watched by a crowd. And frankly speaking, it is one of the most beautiful stages I've ever seen. Especially with the LEDs in front of the players. You not only get the team logo, but you get the players' faces up as well. So whoever who's watching at the venue can get a good look at, oh, how do these players look like? And when they win, when they lose, what kind of reactions do they pull out? So yeah, it would be nice to be able to recognize these players in person as well. It would be pretty cool. Also, their own personal branding. I do see this island though. It's somewhat of a spawn island, I guess. Or is this more like a Erangel because of the bridge and a smaller mini island at the bottom that looks kind of like military base? It's probably inspired by Erangel somewhere somehow. And this is again a beautiful animation. It's like animated like 360. Like the camera can pan from one side to the other, and we're gonna get a good view of the entire place. We have even have billboards on it. This is like the stadium of the future, man. Imagine playing PUBG like in the middle of a crowd like this, and playing PUBG maybe not on a PC, right? Like it's like real life PUBG, something like that. Yeah, just like that island that's created in the middle that you can see on screen. I think that will be amazing. I mean, it is called Games of the Future for a reason, right? So this could be one step and more steps to come. And what we can see on screen are imaginations of what could be in the further future. Oh, we have a tightrope here. It's really high. Now, personally, I'm not a fan of heights, especially when that happens. Is anybody gonna save our buddy there? Oh, nice. Got somebody saving our buddy. Cool. A rocket man. Or we have our hosts or commentators on the side, impressed with the fact that our buddy there was saved. on the last minute by our Rocket Man.
Games of the future.
And here's the overall stadium. With old city around it. Nice. Now, it's even mentioned up there that this is Games of the Future Virtual Universe, POV Camp. Now, this could be the reality universe. Who knows, soon? Something for us to look forward to.
Future.
And as we look forward to this amazing stadium, how big is this stadium? This stadium is like super large. It almost feels like it can host like 20 different games at the same time. Super big. Like 20 different physical and digital games all together. And we're still waiting for the game to start, ladies and gentlemen, and I know everybody's anticipating the beginning. Just like how I am as well. Looking forward to that. I'm sure the players are geared up as well.
Games of the future.
Okay, I just got a cue that the game will begin in a short moment's time. I'm sure everyone can't wait for the game to start, and the players can't wait to get into it as well.
Games of the future.
All right, and yes, after a moment's time, the game has begun, and we will jump in onto our first game for today, ladies and gentlemen. So here we go. Looks like a very familiar flight path. It almost feels like the flight path from yesterday. So familiar flight path means teams will be very familiar with where generally everybody would drop. And I'm looking at somewhere in the middle area. I see T1. They're hovering around in above another team. So that could be a first clash, or maybe not because it starts to break off now. So it seems to be okay. And as compared to yesterday where RA got into a very early fight, this time they're going to drop somewhere else. They're going to change their drop spot. So it looks like we will not see an early fight from them. Maybe up north? But no, we're not getting that yet. Oh, instead we're going to get a very northern circle. Interesting. Yesterday we got a bit of a 50-50 kind of circle between the northern island and also the main peninsula. But this time it's going to be 100% northern island circle. So it's a no-brainer this time. That teams will just go all the way up and commit to the northern island. As compared to yesterday's circle, teams kind of took their time. And they were deciding on a split between the main peninsula and the northern island. But this time it's definitely all in northern island. We have DN Supers here. And they have their own spot, unchallenged by other teams. So it's going to be a good start for them. And not only them though. All the teams would have a good start. No early drop clash. And everyone's gonna have a good time looting. so that they can focus on the later stages of the game, which will be very, very crucial for all the teams. Now, because of this kind of drop, we'll probably see more fights in maybe phase 4 onwards. So that might take a while. So while that, we can also enjoy the sights of the areas that we're shown. And Palace is one of the more interesting areas, if you ask me. Because of the design, I guess it's oriental design, and a lot of buildings to play with. And when Shadow Esports here, they will not be contested at all. So they will have a good start too. Oh, but we're gonna get a 1v1 fight here. And it looks like it's gonna be Himas here, going up against another opponent from DGE. And Himas goes on the inside. Diga is the one that Himas is fighting for. And he got 43 health. It's one nade sent onto the inside. Sending another stun grenade. But here comes the rest of DG. That's going to be bad news for Himas there. He's going to be surrounded. He's going to be outnumbered, and Himas will be knocked down by I'm Sancho. And Diga will have the honors of securing the point for the team. And Cruiser knocked somewhere else. Oh, by Destroy. Okay. So it looks like it could potentially be a bit of a trade-off here. And Cruiser will be eliminated. All right, that's a definite trade. But it looks like the fight will continue on. And both teams want to go at it for this small share. Any other teams close by? Okay, there's JD Gaming. Very, very near, monitoring the situation. Solozi gets knocked down by Cole from JD Gaming, and it's going to be Cole securing his point instead of DGE. Wow. Okay, that's a opportunity taken from the side. Beautifully done. And we can expect more coming soon. The fight will continue on there, but we switch over to Waksan. There's also two teams there inside of Waksan itself. Now we're back here. We have Destroy. I wonder where's his teammate though. Okay, his teammate is across the road. So it'll be a question whether his teammate will want to come and help him out or just try to find that off angle from the side to support from afar. And Diga Esports, they're aware of like, okay, there's only one player here, so they're not sure where the other player is at. But here we have the Expendables with Hong F. Taking out Hanzi. It's going to be point locked in. Shadow Esports will lose a player there. Otanbu is on his knees as well. Duck Hughes here, keeping an eye on the rest of Shadow Esports. And this will allow Cloris to pick up his teammates. Shadow Esports not really making the big moves. Smart enough, no, because there's a lot of open space in front of them, so you don't want to be exposing yourself, trying to rush in and get tagged instead. It's a very smart move there done by them. And we're back here. Here comes the nade from Delwyn into the building. No knock there. Second nade will not connect at all. While all that's happening, MT from RA just got taken out by Team Falcons. Here comes the shot from the side. Suppressed fire onto Delwyn. Because of that, Delwyn is not able to move forward. Delwyn takes damage, down 10% of health, and Delwyn goes down. And there's no way that his teammate can save him at this moment. Oh, but here comes T1. Okay, they're coming in as a third party, ladies and gentlemen. They want to take advantage of this situation. Starting from the side, it's going to be Koyan. Guarding the left door. Koyan's waiting for the right moment as well. Headed at the rooftop here with the Panzer. Launches Panzer into the building. And he hits! I am Sancho! That is a beautiful Panzer inside to get a knock. Wow. What a panzer that was. And now with that knock, Heather can move further forward, activating the molly. That will give you a little bit more space to go as well. But Heather gets tagged instead from the side. It's going to be destroying them one by one. But Heather still gets Iron Sancho though. And anyone's Legends, a Destroy moves forward to secure that elimination point, taking out Heather. But he gets tagged instead, and anyone's Legend is eliminated at number 15. Early eliminations for anyone's Legend. But at least they scored 3 elimination points. So that's not bad. That's not bad, I must say. And we have Raining now on his knees, with Kiss taking it out. And now circle update. We only have 2 teams on the outside of the circle right now in the blue. But we're going to focus on to this fight. It's not over yet though. Made in Thailand took over this compound. And with that, they will secure a couple of elimination points. 5 elimination points to be exact at this moment. Third party after third party, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like the fight's not stopping yet. The fight's happening earlier than I thought. Wow. And we have Team Vitality with the emergency pickup, and they will be safe and sound for now. And more teams coming towards this area though. It's going to be interesting to see whether it will be an urban finale warfare or will the circle shift away. We're only at phase 2 though, but we already have 3 teams eliminated just like that. And here comes Belmont from Full Sense. They have a very big spread here, but with this spread, they are able to scout out the movement from other teams. Doing so far so good. As Full Sense, they still remain as a full squad. And they're all in the circle. Instead of going into the city, they decided to take that high ground, which is a good move because now with so many teams inside the city, if the circle shifts away, then everybody will need to migrate in the same direction. It'll be really difficult to get out. So it's nice to get that high ground, so at least they can get exit frags. But here comes DK Esports onto Team Vitality. Okay, they're going to try to take over this area, but then again, Team Vitality, they're waiting for it. As Gedox secure that knockdown to Seongjung. Gedox knocked down instead by Park Pro from the side. Park Pro, he does have healing utility, so he'll be able to heal up, but the rest of Team Vitality, they're on their way. And Park Pro will need to be prepared for this one. Back up to 75 health. The DBB mode, he sees his target, he shoots, he gets one, he gets a double! Park Pro, one more to go, he's able to clutch! Clutch! By Park Pro! Wow! Wow, that's a 1v3 clutch there against 3 players from Team Vitality. Wow. Wow. That's huge, that's huge. That's big, that's big. And it was down to like only, what 20 health or so? Before he was able to clutch the last one? I was at the edge of my seat watching that. That was crazy stuff there. Wow, Park Bro. Just because of that, this player definitely deserves the man of the match. Man, it's going to be the MVP. If he ain't the MVP, I don't know, man. But that definitely made a big highlight there. I'm pretty sure the fans will be clipping that and putting over social media. It's a good one. Amazing stuff by Park Bro. Hope to see more. And that's why we did talk about like a GK Esports being one of those teams that are more consistent, right? And Park Bro is one of those players that have been outstanding for the team. I mean, not only from that gameplay, but overall as well. So, good job there. But Park Bro eliminated by Gilmin. Okay, what's the last play for GK Esports anyway? But, yep, he earned his highlight, so I guess that's all right. But I'm sure for GK Esports overall, they wouldn't mind more points, but Yeah, there's still more games to go anyway. Now moving on, we have 17 Gaming, a team that scored a chicken dinner yesterday. And play it nice and safe and sound. Oh, we only have phase 3, but we already lost like 5 teams. So this round is faster than I thought. I thought it's going to take a while because teams will need to travel, everybody got a good start and all that, but it looks like teams are really up for it today. Playing a little bit more aggressive than usual. But that's all for our entertainment as well. Having a lot of fun watching all these fights back to back. But now we're going to have a little bit of breather. On the elimination phase, it's going to be Chloris from the Expendables getting Rex from DN Super. And Rex is still down, but his teammate is on his way, so no sweat there. He'll be able to be picked up. And we still have part of the city within the circle. They're made in Thailand here for the southern side with the high ground, so they have information on where JD Gaming is at. Oh, but Tigger doing a bit of scouting work here, away from his teammates. And he has information, he now knows where the position of the Expendables are at. But they don't really need to push it through because this area is somewhat within the middle of the circle, so they can kind of hold their position for now and wait for phase 4. And that will shift in about 15 more seconds. Oh, but Tigger spotted out. Takes a lot of damage there. But thanks to his helmet, he's able to tank that one. Pick up from mid in Thailand. Take it out. Eliminated by Team Falcons. And Tigger case. Praying hard that he's able to heal in time. Yeah. He will be fine for now. He will be fine. Tigger is alright, ladies and gentlemen. He is alright. But Team Falcons, 2 elimination points. Both of them we saw in the elimination feed earlier. And we're starting to see R8 making their move. This is the first time that we see R8 on screen. So let's see what kind of version of an R8 are we going to get today. Are we going to get the first half of yesterday's R8 or are we going to get the second half of yesterday's R8? But anyway, on the elimination feed, it's going to be Hamper getting one for himself. And on screen, it's going to be Gilmin here. Throws a stun grenade, goes out to the ground floor, secures a elimination point, taking out Suzy. And Gilmin is blinded for the moment. But on the window, he sees a target. Beautiful navigation around the building to spot the final player of JD Gaming inside that building, and he will be taken out. One more to go. Full on focus on the Gilmin with his AUG. For that, he will secure the elimination point. Considering whether he wants to save his teammate or he wants to go and clear off the house. But yep, looks like the job is done. Nans have been eliminated. So they can go in for the save. But Gilmin, the moment he steps out, another team came. It's going to be Shadow Esports. Jaxi with the nade on the Gilmin. Oh man, his teammate was a little bit of a bait there. Now Gilmin is down to Deal and Heaven to try to save him. You have to be aware of Shadow Esports as well. But oh, here comes the player for JD Gaming. He's still here. He is still here. My goodness, he is still around the corner. And that club, he will eliminate Deal just like that. Oh man, he was still here. My goodness. And I thought there was no one else in the building. And Shadow Esports, they definitely heard that one. And now it's their turn to make their move. Time for Shadow Esports to be in action. And the last player of JD Gaming right now, we need to defend against the incoming Shadow Esports. Could be quite a challenge. Here they come. Up onto the second floor. They see their target, but they can't really tag him yet. He moved on to the other building. But there's also another team next. Oh, we still have DN Super here. Man, 3 teams clumped up together. But there's a big chance that Circle will not be in this building soon. So they have to consider on how they're going to get away. 5 more seconds before the zone starts to close again. And here we go. Goes up to the high ground. And that's where the position of R8 is at. Twisted Minds, they do have their own compound as well within the circle. But this area is not in the circle no more. Oh, but made in Thailand. They're waiting on the other side of the road. So they have this advantage of taking exit frags if anyone they choose to push themselves into the circle. We have 3 different teams here in this apartment. Okay, this is gonna be super duper tight. Okay, there comes the nade. And here comes AD Gaming, last player. Very, very low on health. Let's take a time to heal up. Needs are probably sent onto the second floor here, so he has to be extra careful there. We managed to heal up just in time. And now it's his turn to take that fight, making himself known. But as they push, Hansi will lock in the final elimination point out of JD Gaming. And that's going to be JD Gaming eliminated, ladies and gentlemen. The Jaxie's tagged though, but he can still be picked up. Not going to be a problem. We still have Yumin on the other side. And I wonder, okay, Heaven's together with him on the ground floor. Oh, nice name by Yumin to get 2 from Shadow Esports. DN Supers, are they going to take the opportunity to try to rush in, try to get across? And Heaven. Still Kiro, but time's not really on their side. The blue will be on top of them real soon. But the blue will be on top of Shadow Esports first. Anyway, right now, Shadow Esports, time for them to push. We can see nades galore, ladies and gentlemen. As Shadow Esports, they breach through. They're in the same building right now on the ground floor. And Gilmin, with his AUG navigating around, trying to find the next best target. Heaven nade into the smoke. Oh, but Gilmin surprised! And now it's only Heaven left, the final player for DN Supers. DN Supers will not be able to win against the might of Shadow Esports. They win this one, but they're not out of it yet. Here comes the blue, and we're talking about Phase 5 blue. There's a chance that Setsuna might need to leave his teammates. Shadow Esports, they have to let this one go. Sexy is down. And switch over right now to R8 Esports. Playing without empty. 3 players here. Oh, here comes the mortar attack on Twisted Minds. 1 player currently down. That's a beautiful one! Eliminating Lu. Is it over yet? Is it over yet? Or is it not over yet? Oh, looks like it's not though. The mortars continue to rain, putting pressure on the Twisted Minds. Such a tough position for them. Anyway, Circle now favors R8 Esports and also Twisted Minds. All the other teams will need to get into the circle. And that's what we expected. Setsuna from Shadow Esports will be taken up by the zone. Now, Aimbot keeping an eye together with his teammates to make sure that everything is clear. We also have Twisted Minds on the other side, but every casualty on Twisted Minds. Only 2 players left for their side. Gustav from Team Falcons, still on the outside of the circle, but his teammates are all in it so he can follow through soon. He's playing the support role, providing cover fire from behind. And here we have Virtus Pro for the northern side. They have to push their way through into the circle, but right in front of them is going to be R8. Not the easiest of tasks. They still have to find a way though. And here's like Ghost from 17 Gaming from the south, also needing to push through. And they have to deal with Twisted Minds on the southern side of the circle. X-Wood is going to lead the charge. Looks like they're going to go all in onto it. Twisted Minds on the other side. They see Twisted Minds, and they don't have a good clear shot yet. Check that. Oh, gets knocked down. From who? From the back. It's going to be Team Falcons joining the party as well. Now they are focusing on the 17 Gaming. Twisted Minds will survive this one thanks to Team Falcons. Oh, man. Indirectly providing a hand to Twisted Minds. And now they might claim their dues. On the other side now we have Full Sense here. And they just eliminated Virtus Pro as they made their way through into the circle. Virtus Pro out. We're down to top 6 teams. R8 Esports here in the middle of the circle as a trio. Phase 7 is upon us soon. In 45 more seconds. It's time to get real tight here, ladies and gentlemen. R8 Esports still yet to secure a single elimination point. But they are collecting placement points instead now. Okay, AJ keeping an eye on one corner. And who's going to make the next move? I believe it's going to be Full Sense. They are the only team on the outside of the circle now. But it looks like Team Falcons, they're making a move of their own as well. Putting pressure on the Twisted Minds. But it looks like they're going to let Twisted Mind go for now. Instead, they're going to position themselves deeper into the circle so that they can play the gatekeeping role against Twisted Minds. And Circle, right now, still favors R8 Esports. Team Falcons by the edge. Just like how they have strategized, and now they can gatekeep Twisted Minds instead. It's going to be pretty hard for Twisted Minds to get out of this sticky situation now. Well, R8 Esports, their closest opponent is going to be Full Sense. And Full Sense, they sense that R8 Esports is in front of them. Let's not forget about Shadow Esports as well. Oh, that's mainly in Thailand. Let's not forget about them because now it's their turn to try to get into the circle. And they looks like Battlegrounds got shot down by Shrimzy. And Tigger will be taken out by TD. But Tulins, point secured by Kickstart. And here's the tap. And the moment he taps his keyboard, he gets taken out. It's going to be Twisted Minds eliminated at number 6, down to 5 teams left. Next is going to be Main in Thailand versus Team Falcons. They do have an elevation here. They do have the circle, so advantage for Team Falcons. But Full Sense, not made easy by R8 Esports. The good news is that they are in the circle though, but they need to pick up on their knockdown teammates. A little bit too late there, as Astana though will be eliminated by the Expendables. Next up is going to be Hong F from the side. He sees one target, and he will get flash. But he gets tagged back by Team Falcons instead. So the Expendables, they have to recover their teammate. Shouldn't be a problem for them, as Tanvu will provide cover fire. And Dakius will be the one on duty to hold his teammate's hand. The kids from Main in Thailand gets tagged. Main in Thailand, somehow they managed to get into the circle still. Doing so far so good for Made in Thailand, even though they were on the lower ground, they were on the outside of the circle, they will be pressured by the blue, but they're still able to make it in. Not too bad. But Team Falcons will not make it easy for them to take their next step. Okay, that's Made in Thailand, as we can see here on screen. It's just by the edge of the circle. Stage 8 is upon us, and it goes in the middle where R8 Esports is at. Nobody else has the circle at this moment, including Team Falcons. Still on the outside. Now it's R8 Esports. Can the duo actually do it to secure the chicken dinner? The duo for R8 Esports. It's going to be pretty difficult, but they'll try as their might. Going up against 2 teams with a full squad and Main in Thailand with a trio. Still quite a lot of players that they need to handle. So it's going to shift in about 20 more seconds. Everyone besides R8 Esports will need to move. Main in Thailand, they do have a Panzer here. Question is, what are they going to use it on? Well, Team Falcons really not making it easy for Main in Thailand right now. They had to move because the blue is closing behind them. You can see the blues movement. Here we go. They'll be forced to show themselves. And that could be an opportunity that Team Falcons might take. And go on screen. Oh, they managed to get IM Bot. Okay. R8 Esports surely will not be able to save IM Bot. And now it's down to only 1 player left. Huang F from the Expendables will secure that elimination point. And here comes the fight between Made in Thailand and Team Falcons and Made in Thailand. Double Kiss, double Scappy. And then one more player to go on the other side. We'll check on in later because right now Danville will be knocked down by Baron from Made in Thailand. He was that one last remaining player for the team. And he's able to get that knock. And there you go, RA Esports. As long as they held the middle part of this circle, yet they are still eliminated at the end of the day. But still a decent finish for them. Now 2 teams left. It's between the Expendables and Team Falcons for the chicken dinner. The opening chicken dinner for today. It's a 4v4 situation, but the Expendables, they seem to have most of the middle part of the circle. A little bit of an advantage for them. As the blue will be last onto the Expendables. Instead, it's going to be Team Falcons being pressured by the blue. So they have to find a way through. And here comes Team Falcons. Smoke is still blinding the sight of their opponents. And look at the spread here by the Expendables. My goodness. It's a very beautiful spread. Lots of cover. Lots of different angles that they can take. Smoke is still active right now for Team Falcons, but at some point, it's either the smoke will subside or they'll be forced to move by the blue. But the smoke can be a double-edged sword. But still, Team Falcons, they're able to see one player from the other side at least. And here comes the utilities from the Expendables. And from the left side, it's going to be the Expendables rushing in. And there you go, they managed to get one. It's going to be Cloris getting good stuff. Good stuff there by Cloris. No pun intended. So Team Falcons now with only 3 players left. They managed to get Cloris. But over trade back there. 3v3 now, ladies and gentlemen. It could still be anyone's game. But the blue will push Team Falcons forward. And Kickstart will be knocked down. 2 more to go for the Expendables to lock in the chicken dinner. Gonna be Kimzi right now, and looks like the Expendables down to only 1 player. Team Falcons, they're coming back. They are coming back. Now it's a 2v1 situation. Unless the clutch could happen here. And at the end of the day, it is Team Falcons beating the odds to lock in the chicken dinner. The opening chicken dinner for today.
Welcome aboard Air Astana. Our airplane flies into the realm of dreams. Relax as if at home, with satisfied reflection throughout your flight. You will rest and regain curiosity for new discoveries and encounters. After all, dreams are also part of the journey.
Got a smartphone absolutely free. That is Blasted. Hooked it up and no longer problems with home internet.
Get home internet and a smartphone for free with a premium family plan.
Get ready for school with WB. WB, all you need for classes and breaks with try-on and payment on delivery.
And we are back from the first game of day 2. Falcons won the last one. What do you think, Yusuf?
Not to be dramatic, but I would kill to watch that game again. It was absolutely incredible. The way that the last zone was closing in and Team Falcon used their positional advantage to make kind of surprise attack. Wow, I would 100% watch that again.
Of course,
sure.
that was an incredible game. I mean, Falcons were, just before this game, we are talking about Falcons at 12th position on the leaderboard. And we are yet to find out and calculate the scores. It's going to be coming up on the screen pretty quick. But let's say from 12th, this is going to be a good lead for them. They're going to jump definitely a couple of more, or at least until the first half, because this is going to be a big win for Falcons to pull them back from the bottom of the leaderboard way up to the top. So we are yet to see. But I think the interesting thing what Falcon did initially, let's say around 20-minute mark, was they took out 17 Gaming early on.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think they were like, okay, 17 might be a threat for us. We better take them out. And they did that, right?
100%. We noticed that in this game, and we noticed that in other games. Teams opt to try and knock out Vitality and 17 Gaming as early as possible because they genuinely pose a late game threat.
Yeah. Initially, I think towards the early game, we have to, when we talk about the price track, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Download. You have a QR code right up on your screen. Download Center Credit and manage your personal finances easily. It's gonna make life a lot easier with the money. So do not forget that. But coming back to the early game, I mean, it was quite a fight early on when Diga actually did a good job here at the early stages of the game.
Oh yeah, they did a lot better in recent times.
Yeah, with Anyone's Legend, where they went head on Anyone's Legend at the start, and then the fight actually moved into a 3v1 where Anyone's Legends, we had one player fighting against 3, and then we saw T1 coming from the other side.
Just cleaning it all up.
Yeah, T1 actually came from the other side and then tried to take the AL, the only one player, and then took on Diga Esports. We can see the highlights on the screen. The players are chill before the game, but this was a very interesting game out, especially the Falcons won. I mean, they've been waiting for this win for sure.
100%, yeah, but let's also not forget to commemorate the fact that GAM the Expendables they got 10 kills this game, and Team Falcons, of course, but GAM the Expendables are now starting to put up very high-level performances. And we can see here, of course, the MVP from last night. We got Heather over here, who put up 5 kills and 900 damage last night, putting in the work for T1 here, trying to clean up the rest of the teams in this fight. A third party is definitely what they do best.
Yes, and they showed that too. I mean, they took out Anyone's Legend, the only player who was left. But the building fight on this was epic, I would say.
Oh yeah.
We had a couple of teams going in and out, jumping out, placing bombs as well. This was as you can see,
Play of the game.
Like pure chaos.
Oh my god.
DN Supers actually did really great around this area. I mean, near the, as you can see on the screen as well. They did really well how they played it with the whole team around this building area. This was commendable, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we can see the Made in Thailand actually made it towards the end as a full squad. And that was crazy. And we had the DN Supers again going here on the screen. This was a good fight. I mean, we all had a great time. And what's commendable, what's notable is that there was one player, just one player, the December 12th. He was from JD Gaming, and he was fighting all these teams head on as just a one guy.
He really held his own there,
Yeah, and he was holding on to that staircase as much as he can, and they're going in and out on the rooms around the building. That was really nice. And as you can see, the top 4 who was left towards the end of the game. R8 made it to the top 4. I was actually happy to see that one.
Yeah.
And then, but R8 and Made in Thailand has to go early on, but then that was left with Falcons and GAM. Fighting against each other on a 4v4, starting with a 4v4 situation, and then it moved on where Falcons actually rained the whole place, and then they walked away. You can see it on the faces. There you go, look at that. TGLTN's really happy with this win because they've been waiting for this one win for a long time, right?
It almost looks second natural to them. Like, they were just so calm, cool, and collected, which goes back to the video that they were talking about yesterday. They love to bring in their confidence. They win as a team, they lose as a team, and that 100% showed today.
Yes, and of course, James, as he said in the last game as well, we are talking about all these games. As you know, you can see all the details on our official website, Astana2026.gov. thefuture.game. Check out the website. You have all these teams, all the results, and also the schedules as well. Do not miss that one. But coming back to the Falcons, I mean, as we literally saw their interview yesterday, right?
Yeah.
We had put that up on the screen. If anyone hasn't watched, we really noted their confidence and also the spirit, how they go into the games. As something that James actually mentioned was, we like the wins as much as we love the lose as well. I mean, we take it as a team.
Yeah.
Take the wins as a team and take the wins and losers as a team as well. That was a spirit that we saw here.
100%, yeah. The humility that James was showing on behalf of the rest of his team shows us that they are not afraid to come out and try something new, not afraid to push forward a little bit, get out of their comfort zone.
Yeah.
Because instead of their usual scouting tactics, they stuck together as a team this time and managed to be aggressive, which is very unusual for them. And I'm sure that's one of the big reasons as to why they were able to win this game. Because trying something new, and it was a very big risk, but big risks sometimes have big payoffs.
Yeah, of course. Around the mid-game, I believe, Made in Thailand, they kept going as a full squad. Around even at the 13th minute of the time, we were enjoying this game. And of course, let's give a shout out for Sven. Enjoy the moments of our Games of the Future with Sven. Do not forget to check them out. But Made in Thailand, as we said, they were full squad around the mid-game. Like, let's say around 13, 14 minutes, there was still a full squad with 8 points. That was like on top of, for the games leaderboard, that was at the top of the list. That was really nice. And also when they made it towards the end of the game as well, as much as they can as a full squad, that's actually curating themselves and keeping themselves alive towards the end game and keeping them towards the end game. Because we have seen it. The last game, yesterday, a couple of games that we had, the top 4 teams actually had 4 players. We had multiple places where we had 4v4, full squad running against full squads. So I think most of the teams are trying not to lose as much as players early on and then try to keep them towards the end. And talking about R8, again, R8 actually made it really far this time. I really thought they had a chance because top 4.
I think they thought that it would be better for themselves if they're unable to be aggressive. They might as well play it safe and get those guaranteed points. They did not have many kills on the leaderboard, Heidi, and I think we all noticed that. But at the same time, they got 4th place.
Yes.
That's an easy 5 points for them on the leaderboard, rather than risking getting their entire team eliminated from the get-go and risking kills for placement.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a trade-off here because maybe they could have gotten even more points with the kills. But you got to do what you got to do sometimes to get through.
Definitely. Because this specific game, I believe, it actually helped a lot of the teams. In many ways, it helped Falcons to advance on the leaderboard because that's a win for them from 12th place where they were in the leaderboard, on the leaderboard just before this game. And then R8, they didn't have points at the, I mean, they were kind of at the bottom of the leaderboard, but now they emerged as from the top 4, and that gives them the placement points as well. So this has been a really properly, let's say, a textbook game-changing game, we can say that.
Oh, yeah, the promise that I gave earlier was definitely fulfilled, and there's still even more to it, which is the most exciting part. But Heidi, sorry, I think that there is a really important player and highlight that we need to talk about. Park Pro from GK, inside the building, stuck, surrounded by Team Vitality players. What did he do? Stuck behind the wall, eliminated every single one of them while he was low on health. By himself, stood his ground. That is honestly one of the most exciting moments of this tournament so far. One of the best plays overall by a player, and that just shows his level.
Of course,
100%.
Of course, I think he single-handedly carried in this game. Let's say he single-handedly carried Geeke to a bit more far from they could have been, right?
Yeah.
Like he actually pushed them, he pulled them along, and that's commendable game. And also when you could talk about Geeke, we always also talked about Twisted Minds because these two teams were putting up really stable fights in the last game and also in the yesterday's. All the 5 games they've been very stable. And Twisted Minds this time also they actually stayed in the game for very long. I think they were there. They were eliminated around 24th minute,
yeah,
which is actually, let's say, close to the end of the game. Close to the 30
I'm
minutes
pretty
mark.
sure it was around the 7th or 8th place.
Yeah.
So it's securing them 1 point, but at the same time, I feel like they should have done a little bit more.
Yeah.
Especially in the last time when they played in Tego yesterday.
Yeah.
They did a lot better that time than this time.
True.
Maybe it was a bit of a lackluster performance. Maybe other teams just did something that they did not expect. These things happen, of course. We still got 4 more games to go.
Yes.
We still got 4 more games to go today.
That's
wow.
That's also like, you can say that we have 4 more games to go. I mean, that can change a lot of things, and we have a lot of partners as well when it comes to our Games of the Future. Huge shout out to Solid Core Resources for helping us, making all this happen and making us enjoy these games and making it available as well. Huge shout out to all the sponsors. But yeah, let's go back to what Twisted Minds was doing. 24th minute they got eliminated.
Yeah.
And that was like 6. If they held on to, let's say, 6 more minutes, they somehow had gotten into the top 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, because when it came to top 4, R8 only had 1 player, I believe. Yes, R8 had 2 players.
Yeah, 2 players.
Made in Thailand only had 2 players. And the other 2 squads, of course, Falcons and the other team had 4 players. Let's just keep that aside.
Yeah.
But if Twisted Mind somehow made it to a top 4, I think they would have been competing with another team with possibly 1 player or 2 player. That gives them a huge advantage to move on to 3rd place. That's a huge placement point for them right there.
Yeah, I think another shock so far of this game, anyone's Legends. First team to be eliminated in this tournament. The previous winners of the first match yesterday. It really goes to show, Heidi, that we cannot expect what's happening next.
Yeah.
They did do very well last time when Tego was around. And yet again, just like Team Vitality, they did not put up that blockbuster performance that we're used to them putting up.
Right.
It's the conditions. The conditions change every game. It's really hard to predict. And yeah.
We cannot, as we said, it's very unpredictable when it comes to these games, right? Yesterday, first game, they were fresh off on the desk. And then they took away a chicken dinner. Today, they came fresh off on the desk.
They got cooked.
But they got, eliminated first round. So this is the nature of the whole game when it comes to PUBG, right? There's a lot of variables. There's a lot of factors that can affect how the game can go, how the teams can go. And let's say anyone's Legend was in the 4th place on the leaderboard, I believe, if I'm not wrong. They were on the 4th place, but this time they got eliminated first. This could change a lot of things.
Definitely. They will definitely drop, I believe, actually into the lower half of the leaderboard, which, of course, will be shown in a couple of minutes, hopefully. But, yeah, they're definitely going to drop because a lot of other teams racked up many kill points this time.
Yeah.
And anyone's Legends is leaving this game with 0 placement points and 0 kill points.
Right.
Which is definitely going to affect the upcoming games. Now, of course, it's still... How many more matches do we have? We have 9 more games after this.
Yes.
So it could still be anyone's game, but at the same time, we're slowly reaching the point where every point matters. So any dropping of points could be detrimental to the placement on the table.
That's
100%.
True. That's right. And also, it's remarkable to say that we were playing on Tego, which is the main map usually, right? Instead we jumped into Wrangle and anyone's Legend just took it. Today we are starting with Tego, so it's not everything that we can count on when it comes to PUBG.
Yeah.
Right? And also it matters what games what maps are you playing on, where do you drop, and also the circle movements it was kind of, I believe, uniform. There was some crazy movements, I would say.
Not really, no. The rotation was fairly simple for most of the teams. But I think the issue was a lot of teams were camping, waiting for others on the rotation.
Yeah.
It's not that the rotation was hard, it's that other teams are playing it smart.
Yeah.
You gotta outsmart the smarts.
True. And also on Tego, for the last game, I believe, we didn't have many open land fights, right?
Yeah.
We had a lot of building fights, and we are watching all these right here in the huge, massive Beeline Arena. And huge shout out to them. If you haven't seen the vibes here, you are missing out because
100%.
This vibe is something different. I can actually tell today feels a lot different than yesterday. Because today we are seeing a lot of cheers, we are seeing a lot of shouts, a lot of energy in the Beeline Arena, and that's very commendable. And that also pumps us up.
Oh yeah,
right?
100%.
We feel great.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is interesting to see how this is going to fall out. And also talking about building fights again.
Yeah.
We had a lot of building fights. A lot of building fights, because that poses a lot of advantages when it comes to the availability of covers. When they're on the other side, it also poses a lot of challenges when it comes to movement.
Yeah.
You cannot actually move as much as how flexible you are when it comes to an open land and you're playing around with vehicles as a cover or something else. But here you're talking about staircases, walls, doors, windows, and then there you go. We got the map rankings on the screen. Where are we, Yusuf, right now?
For the map rankings so far, Team Falcons with 21 points. Oh my God, incredible. And they have the Expendables with 16, Made in Thailand with 10, Full Sense putting up a very underrated performance. I feel like that went a bit under our radars, Heidi. With 7 points for Full Sense, DN Supers on 5, 17 Gaming on 5, RA Esports on 5, and GK Esports on 4. Those 4 kill points, of course, thanks to Park Pro.
Vitality got moved into the second half.
Wow, Vitality in this map ranking in the second half with 3 points. Shadow Esports as well, I have seen a lot of good clips in them throughout this game.
Yeah.
Virtus Pro, once again, they did get a placement point, but 0 kills.
Yes.
That is the complete opposite of what should be. As long as you have a placement point, there needs to be kills to complement it, to boost them up that table.
Yeah.
And
that's gonna be. I'm really excited to see where the existing total ranking goes, because the last game actually changes a lot of things when it comes to the placements for most of these teams. There you go. We have it on the screen. I'm not sure if anyone's surprised or anyone's confused where we are at the moment. We got Vitality pushed down to the second place.
Wow, I did not expect that.
Players. And Cam actually jumped up to the first place. They were not even in the first 5.
No, they weren't in the first 5.
No, not before this game, I told you. I mean, that's what we said. Like, this game actually shifted a lot of things. Anyone's Legend didn't get changed too much, I believe. I mean, slightly tad bit. Maybe they were on the 4th and they got pushed to 8. Okay, we can take that.
Yeah.
But yeah, there are 8 esports. Very good performance, I would say, this time, right? I mean, they even if they are on 15th, but this one single game changed a lot of things.
100%, yeah. They need to take this game as a bit of momentum for the upcoming games to try and raise their point tally, because they definitely have it in them. Especially after watching their video yesterday, I was really moved by it. The way that they were talking about teamwork and confidence, and them being a relatively new competitive esports team comparatively to others, and taking what they can from everybody and learning. That's the best possible thing that you can do.
True. And also, I think Made in Thailand got pushed. They are still in the second half of the overall rankings. I mean, and you have to know that they are the top 4 in the last game, right? This is the exciting, or this is the crazy part of this PUBG game, or the tournament, as you say. Like, they placed top 4th in the last game, but when it comes to overall rankings, they're in the second half. So it's very different. You cannot really get excited seeing one single game, because a lot of other factors actually contribute to where you stand on the overall leaderboard. But I think the Vitality and 17 actually moved 1 point or 1 position down, just like that, as a pair, I would say. 1 point down, 1 point down. And so, but at least that's a good thing for them, but it doesn't change much, to be honest.
But at the same time, I feel like for Vitality it does, because they were leaving yesterday at the end of the day with a 12-point lead. That 12-point lead is now completely gone. They lost the lead. But again, it's really tight. Between first and second is only 2 points. At this point, anything can happen. Now it's a lot tighter than it was. But if Twisted Minds, 100%, if Twisted Minds made it to the Final 4, they're undeniably going to have an even farther lead in the head, with nobody else able to compete.
That's true. I mean, before starting this game, we saw the overall rankings where Vitality was topping the charts with 50 points and 17 with 44. We talked about that before the game. That's just 6-point difference between first and second. And I really thought this was going to be the case where 17 is going to try to come up. There you go. We got top 5 fraggers. Come on, we got Solozzi there again.
Always there, even though he was eliminated early.
Yeah, but he's still there. And TDLTN is up there with Solozzi. Good performance in the last one game. As I said, last game changed a lot of things. Tian again. So they all 3 are now standing together with 12 kills.
There
you go. TN was following up to Solozzi all these previous games, and now there he is with Solozzi, TDLTN, all 3 of them standing on the same podium. let's see where this leads them, and then who's gonna lead the other team. But I think this is a good kickstart for Falcons.
Yeah.
As for day 2, now they have that confidence. They are warmed up, and I believe they played a bit more careful this time when it comes to. You remember yesterday's game where they had to jump off a cliff, basically, where they had to just jump right onto Diga Esports. But this time, I think they were very, very careful how to move forward, so that they need to make sure they reach to the end, and of course to the very end as the only team that's left on the map, right?
Kind of like a Tom and Jerry episode, you know, because they had a mousetrap set for them the first time, but the second time, they're like Jerry, where they are ready to cause and wreak havoc among the other teams and disrupt everything.
That's
exactly what they did, and exactly why they deserve to win the way that they did today.
True. And also, I think T1 has been trying to get up the leaderboard, and it was really evident because even if they are on the second half of the total leaderboard, they've been pushing. I mean, that's a good thing, because they haven't been completely playing it safe. They were really trying a bit more on the aggressive side of things, where they were actually going in and pushing teams, which we saw early on this game as well, where we had the Diga and Anyone's Legend fighting with each other. So yeah, I think T1 also has quite some chance today, because they have that confidence. They are just bringing in that energy into the matches.
They're definitely oozing with confidence every time.
Yes, and we got 4 more games today going. Do you see more, let's say, considerable changes in the leaderboard?
Not really. I think I would like to see a couple more, but I don't really expect there to be as much change in the placements, maybe by a place or 2, but I'm sure the top three of the top leaderboard are definitely going to be interchanging a lot between each other or any teams under it. However, I do honestly believe that the bottom half of the leaderboard will more or less remain the same. Due to the point difference between the top half and bottom half. It's going to be really hard to switch that up a lot.
That's true. And then we are going to be moving on to the next game. Are you ready for the next one?
I really hope so.
I'm really thrilled to see what's going to come out of the next game. Let's move on to the game 2 of the day 2. Take it away, casters. This is your showtime. Let's go.
Breakdown there, ladies and gentlemen. We are heading on to game number 2. My name is Sir Club, but I'll be joined with a new friend here today. RZ, how are you, my friend?
I am good. Thank you, Sir Cloud. Definitely excited to be here. It has been a wonderful competition so far. Obviously, we have new, different teams coming up and trying to take that position number 1. And in the last game, everything changed. So, Sir Cloud, to your answer, I'm absolutely excited.
Oh yeah, and I'm sure the players are as well, now that they have had a first game to start off with, so they are well warmed up, and we can expect a lot more excitement here coming into this game. Now, of course, we're going to go back to the OG map of Erangel. Flight path is going to be on the southern side, and if we were to zoom in onto the area of Milta Power, we have at least 3 teams overlapping each other, so there might be a slight brawl there.
Absolutely, and I think on the other side we have 3 teams landing on the southern island of Sosnovka Island, and we will have, look at the circle. It is going all towards the west side, and this will make teams to rotate a bit early, as there's very less position and a bit of water play area there as well. So I think this is going to be a very exciting Erangel, just because of the map, just because of the airplane trajectory, along with the circle position as well.
Yeah, so that will force a lot of teams, especially those that we saw drop on the right side of the map, to rotate towards the left. But at least the good news is that it's on the main peninsula and there's a lot of land for them to play, so they can rotate from different directions, whether it's they want to rotate direct, they want to take a slightly southern side rotation in, or they want to rotate from the north in. There's a good amount of options here, I must say.
Absolutely. I think the 3 teams in the southern island also has a place rotation, and some teams are already on the move. They got the basic weapons and they are trying to find a good place. For the DNS, they have AKs and they have the guns, and they are trying to find a nice place. I think this is going to be a good area. For the first few circles, which will be a 3rd or 4th circle, I think it might be a bit of there might be a couple of clashes here and there. But as we move on to the second part of the game, I think that will be very, very difficult. But as I say, it's difficult for the players, Sir Cloud. I think it's very exciting for us to commentate.
Oh, man. you know what did they say? Great mind thinks alike. The moment you said difficult for the players, I'm like, but it's going to be fun for us. So, yeah, that's what we're here for as well, right? We're here for the entertainment. We're here for the fun. We're here for the action. And speaking about that, we're going to get a bit of a small action here involving Virtus Pro. But with Lucarux and his long-range shots, it's more of a warning shot than anything else.
Absolutely. I think this player just needs to be a bit more careful. He's the only one in this compound. If the other teams find out that he is the only one, might just charge and take him out. But for now, I think he's safe. Just a couple of shots being fired left and right. The play area will be restricted within a minute. Important game, as you said. The players are warmed up. The day has started. This is a classic old map, and everybody will be looking to make this a better game for themselves, especially with expendables coming up, taking the chicken dinner and taking the first position as well. Maybe Team Vitality will be looking to take that position back. So definitely, I think one of the more important games of the day.
Yeah, surely the Expendables, they want to hold on to that top spot with the chicken dinner that they've got. So I'm sure we'll see the best of them in this round as well. And they played really, really well previously to secure their chicken dinner. And it was somewhat against the odds as well for them to lock that one in. So they're definitely feeling this one. Now, it's all about consistency. And that's what PUBG Battleground is all about. Yes, you can score a chicken dinner on one game, but if you keep losing your following games, you're still not going to be the champion. So consistency is going to be key.
Absolutely, and it's one of the most difficult things within PUBG. When the circle is against you, when the odds are against you, can you be consistent? Even if not in taking chicken dinner, at least securing some points that makes you hold that position, which is very dear to you. So that what makes it very, very difficult, the game itself. Obviously, as we said earlier, the teams are settling in, they are finding their position. Diga Esports also found a couple of compounds right next to the beach, and that's nice for them. Diga itself is outside trying to scout any rotation coming up, any kind of information that is obviously necessary. You need to understand where the other teams are in this time of the game, as much as the information will be better for you. I think this is going to be a chill time for like next maybe 7 minutes or 8 minutes, and then we'll see some action.
Yeah, considering that we didn't see any drop clashes and everybody has their own spot, plus it's a decent circle, I would say. As long as it's on the main peninsula, it's always an okay circle for the teams. So that's why we don't see these early clashes. If it's like a circle that's like tucked in the corner, like near to the base, for example, then yeah, we'll probably see a lot more early clashes, but not in this case. And that's where T1, they take advantage of the peace and calm for now with this emergency pickup to get into the circle, because they know that the fight's not starting yet, so nobody's going to pay too much attention to them while they're airborne.
Absolutely. My eyes will be on the team Falcons. They had a good game. They had a wonderful comeback into the leaderboard as well. And I think it will be very nice if they were able to keep the momentum going all the way into the day number 2. And as we say, the day number 2 is one of the most important days. Some teams realize they cannot do much after day 2, and some teams realize this is it. So you need to be in the better position by the end of this day. So each game matters a lot. And looking at the position of the teams, Cloud, everybody is moving toward the center now, which means the shots will be coming in from left and right, and you need to be very careful.
Ooh, okay, yes. And slightly towards the left side, we see a lot of teams as well. And I totally understand that, because in this kind of circle, especially if it shifts towards the left side on phase number 2, there's not that as many compounds as a lot of other areas. So with the limited amount of compounds, teams will want to get into their favorite compound as quickly as possible, and that's why we see a lot of teams on the left side by the shoreline to take out maybe roughly about 3 or 4 of those compounds there and try to hold on to those spots as long as possible. Of course, as long as they still have the circle. But if the circle shifts away, then, well, that will be a plan B then. But as long as they still get the circle, if they're able to lock in one of the compounds on the shoreline, that's a really good spot to be in.
Absolutely. I think you're very right. If you are moving from right to left all the way to shoreline, it's a difficult rotation. There are less compounds, as you mentioned. There's very areas out in the open as well, and you need to be you need a bit of luck to find nice places to right around the shoreline. But even if the circle, which is going to be a bit unorthodox, shifts towards the right, you can still move away from it, which will be, I think, very fine as well. So that is why I think everybody would want to be right next to the shoreline as well, as you mentioned. This is going to be an interesting one. For now, we have only one kill coming up, and T1, they have lost one of their players.
Okay, that's going to be first blood here. And definitely not good news for T1, though they got the shoreline. But at the expense of one player, is it going to be worth it? It's arguable, right? But we have seen it multiple times that teams are able to secure chicken dinners with 3 players. So it's not all lost yet for T1. As long as they can still hold on to this with a little bit of luck with the circle, then it will be fine for them. But speaking about the circle, I kind of noticed that the circle shifted away from the shoreline.
Oh, that makes it a bit more interesting for the teams. I was hoping it does include the shoreline. I always love when we have water area coming into the play and teams just using that shoreline to get that chicken dinner as well. Oh, and FS Flash, he got knocked out. That is going to be very unfortunate for him. That is what he did not expect at all.
Oh yeah, that was a red zone. It's always hard to expect where will it fall, and he was just unfortunate to receive that explosion for the red zone. But unfortunate for Full Sense as well. 2 players now down on the ground, and the other 2 players, they're just too far away. I'm not sure if they can save them.
Exactly. JDG, they are taking full advantage of this red zone, taking 1 player down. The rest of the FS, they're trying to retaliate back, firing shots left and right. They were able to get 1 or 2 knocks, but it will be very difficult, as you mentioned, to save those players. And yeah, I think those 2 players are eliminated. We have JDG right next to those compounds out in the open area. It's a difficult position to be in, but they have a bit of a ditch to get themselves a nice cover.
But no cover here. It's going to be a 1v1 situation. Oh, but Akan's managing other players coming in as well. Akan for GK Esports is pretty low. He has to heal up. But before that, he's able, together with his teammate, to get 2 players from Shadow Esports on the ground. So far, so good. Nice defense, but more teams are coming by. Look at this. From the north, 17 Gaming. They are monitoring the situation in this compound.
Absolutely, this compound seems so important. It's right next to the circle as well, and everybody that's rotating in is trying to pass by this one. And Hansi goes in, takes the players down, and will finish the job. Akan gets eliminated. 1 player right outside, jiggling left and right, trying to find as much as he can. Takes a bit of damage and goes for reload.
Oh, but this fight will continue on, it seems. Looks like GK Esports, they really want to take over this compound, but Shadow Esports, they're holding on strongly. They managed to tag 1. 1 more from GK Esports on the other side. But looks like Shadow Esports, they're not having a good time. And this player, eJoy, is really giving them a hard time right now. 2 players from Shadow Esports down on the ground at this moment, and eJoy, as much as he wanted to go in, I believe he blinded himself while he was trying to push.
Oh no, he might have a bit of a chance, but then 1-7 right on the next. Wenbo comes in, takes the last kill, and the GK Esports will be the first team to get eliminated from the map of Erangel. Shadow, they are in a difficult spot as well. 1-7, they will be here to take the runes of this victory, of this fight as well. Nades will be fired, the blue zone is here as well, and these are 2 easy kills for 1-7 Gaming.
But Lil Ghost will be able to secure those elimination points. So good job there. Shadow Esports out at number 15. No placement points for them. At the same time, 17 Gaming, they need to be aware of the fact that they are in the blue. This is still phase number 3, so it's still pretty tankable. But Virtus Pro right now, they will be sieged out by Twisted Minds.
Oh, charging in, coming up. Virtual Sports takes 1 player down, the second one as well. Before he could do damage to the third one, he gets knocked down and eliminated. Where are the rest of the players? His teammate was doing absolutely fantastic. It would have been a wonderful fight for them, but they were just a bit away for that rush coming in.
If only they were together, but at least now they're feeling like they want to trade it off back. One of the players of Twisted Minds is still on the ground, and here comes Virtus Pro with Beamy and his nade. They're sending it into the warehouse. Will it connect though? That's going to be the question. Looks like it will not just yet. Rexy cooking up his own nade as well. And now it's a matter of time before he charges in. He's waiting for that advantage, but nothing shows up on the elimination feed yet.
Absolutely, and they haven't been able to take the knock player as well as they were able to revive them as well. Vitality goes in, takes 1 or 2 down. On the other side, anyone's legend is in a difficult spot. 1 eliminated, 1 down. Himmas
Oh, Delwyn is damaged. Delwyn is down. Anyone's legends now. Only he must have the final player that has to play for the team. And he's still not out of this sticky situation yet. Team Vitality really wants to take down that warehouse while we check out what's happening here with Virtus Pro. Still going up against Twisted Minds. Virtus Pro, Rexy is down, but he will be picked up by his teammate. Beamy will keep tabs on his opponent. Oh, the blue zone grenade forces him to move. While all that was happening, Anyone's Legends just got eliminated.
Absolutely, I think there is fight going on left and right. You cannot figure out what's going on. Virtus Pro, one player still down. I think he needs to be revived up. Anyone Legends, they were trying to get this warehouse, but unfortunately they were eliminated. And Virtus Pro, now they are still outside that warehouse. 2 players within it. It's a matter of hey, who needs to cave in? Somebody needs to go in first. Or I think at the moment right now they don't have much nades. They used all of the utility as well. As soon as they charged in, trying to get a bit of those kills. Smoke coming in from the left side, trying to get himself a bit of cover. Lucran, I think he might be just going on towards the right side, trying to get a bit of confusion. They need to be a bit careful. It's a 2v3, so they have lost the place of advantage.
But nobody's lost here with DN Supers. They're still nice and tidy. Oh, but around the area of Quarry, look how tight it is. It's time for the circle to shift. Half of Quarry is no longer in the circle. Starts to shift forward towards the open lands. But we have more teams coming in towards the Quarry area on the left side. And here we have the Expendables, but they lost Tanru while they were trying to scout an entry point. Heather got him.
Nice shots, nice angle as well, and he was able to deal damage before he could land. And moving ahead, trying to scout the second player, moving along the ridge. FS also gets one of their players knocked down, rushing, come in, flash, trying to save and tries to hide behind that crate and was able to successfully eliminate Tiger as well, successfully eliminate the player from GT. He's down and he's a bit of like low energy. He needs to be careful and is right behind him. T1 has a nice advantage, but the only issue is they have the players. They're a bit away from the circle. So the position, the circle is going to really hurt a lot of the teams right now, because this is that time where finding a position within the circle will be a bit difficult, Sir Cloud.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. With this kind of phase 4 circle, it is really tight for all these teams. But they still have to try to make it through. Especially this player from the Expendables. He's behind a tree. The blue will put pressure on him. At the same time, there's a crosshair looking down onto him. Not sure if he can actually make it through. We'll check on him later, because right now, Diga tapping in the way. Managed to land that damage, but no knock yet. But for Diga, he has to manage the next phase of the circle. Especially with that road right in front of him. The good news is that he does have his teammates on this high ground, so he can still follow up onto them.
Absolutely, and they are the 4 players alive, so that's good news for them, as this is getting difficult for all the teams to make sure 4 of their players stay alive. Because when you talk about this circle is very deadly. Even if one of the players, losing one of the players is very easy. So you look for the teams when you come to the third part of the game, that which are the teams which has 4 or 3 players alive, and you don't have many. You have maybe 1 or 2, and Diga Esports, they are doing very well in keeping those numbers to number to 4.
Yeah, so far so good for them, especially with the southern side. We don't see as many teams as compared to the Quarry area. And speaking about the Quarry area, some teams are starting to go through. But on the lower ground, after Quarry, it's going to be Team Vitality with that warehouse. And just look at this, right? From an aerial view, look at the amount of teams inside of Quarry.
Exactly. And out in the open, this will be the end of him. Suze finds him, takes him down, and will be eliminated. He was trying to find cover, but that was just unfortunate position for him. 4th point for JDG. Team Vitality right in the center of everybody. It's a very nice spot to be in, but you are in the eyes of every team around you. They have a nice cover warehouse, so they need to be careful of any rush coming in, because somebody sooner or later will want to take that position. Made in Thailand on the edge of the circle, being hunted left and right, so it's a bit of a difficult to push in, and the circle just moved in away from them as well.
And moved away from Quarry as well. Look at this. All those teams that were in Quarry, nobody's in the circle no more. It's a hard shift right circle. And that includes the team that we can see here on screen, JD Gaming. They're quite far away from the circle, and there are so many teams in front of them that they need to fight through. It's not going to be the easiest of tasks, but they still have to fight as they might. As Suzy takes damage from afar, takes a bit of time to heal up. He still has that time though. But 25 more seconds will beat that timer before the zone closes.
Exactly. The T1, they have to go through JD just to get into the circle. They have to take this fight. There is no other option. Vitality on the other side, they are comfortable. They are hopeful that nobody rushes them. And this team, MITH Myth, they are on the nice edge on the northern side as well, but they are just maybe a 50 or 100 meters away from the circle, so they have to rush in, or they have to just take it slowly. But I think nothing concerning for them, as the most of the teams, as you mentioned, were in Quarry, and they are fighting it out to decide which team will rotate in. So I think we'll lose at least one or two teams before we get the next circle.
Oh, definitely, definitely. And we're already seeing like Made in Thailand might lose Jacob here. But I think he can still be saved. I can't say the same for the teams inside the Quarry, including Twisted Minds. Look at this, Virtus Pro. They have an elevation against Twisted Minds. It's not easy for Twisted Minds to break through. The good news for Twisted Minds is that they're all clumped up inside the sniper tower, so they only have one direction to focus on. And this blue grenade used to try to flush them out, but they did not connect enough.
Exactly. The other nade coming up as well did a bit of damage to Beam, but couldn't seal the job. The only good news for Team R8 is, as you mentioned, they are holed up in a single sniper tower. A good nade, a good shots can actually get them out, but they have to be careful of the Twisted Mind on the right side. One player gets knocked down, he'll be revived up, so I don't think so that will be an issue at all.
But this is going to be a big issue here for Twisted Minds. Look at this, the blue is right behind them, and we're talking about phase 5 blue. You don't want to spend time inside of it. And the smoke is still active. They're trying to siege down this sniper tower. They're going to take it step by step right now. And Virtus Pro, they're spread out. But Lucarus gets tagged. And one more to go for Virtus Pro. He's on the 2nd floor at this moment. And he will be sieged down. And looks like he's still there. Oh no, he has been eliminated. Okay. And Twisted Minds, so far so good. The next challenge is waiting in front of them. It's going to be R8 Esports.
Oh no, exactly. They're able to get VP out. One player is still there in the blue zone. He's taking a lot of damage, so it's at least of their concern. But as they move on to the circle, Made in Thailand, right, is next to them, waiting for them to come in and take those points. And this is going to be difficult for Twisted Minds. Obviously, the tap takes a lot of damage. 1 or 2 shots will bait. Oh, he's able to put on some healing. What a time for this team. I mean, if they're able to survive this position, which is the most difficult position in the circle, everybody can easily look up to Twisted Mind. R8 is right next to them. Made in Thailand is also right there. I think this might be just over for Twisted Minds, but I hope I can be proven wrong.
You know what? I'm already looking up to Twisted Minds. The fact that they could survive this long, clearing off Virtus Pro, but now the next challenge is going to be Suzy from JD Gaming, the final player, from the side. And Twisted Minds, they didn't know what hit them.
Absolutely. I think one player goes down, the other tab takes a bit of damage, but this compound in the center is going to be it. Made in Thailand also takes a bit of damage. Nades coming in, the car goes out, and one player gets knocked down.
Starting to be a big mess here, but they're still able to revive their teammate. It's still going to be okay. And Twisted Minds, they're still in the game on the left side, but now the zone is again closing on the Twisted Minds. This time, I'm not sure if they can survive this one. So many teams right in front of them. The tab will be eliminated by Scappy, and that is going to be Twisted Minds eliminator number 8.
They did put up a hell of a fight. They were absolutely great, and unfortunately, Circles was again and again moving away from them. But when we come to this fight, we have Team Tiga coming in, using their numbers to take players from 1-7 out. One gets knocked down and eliminated. We have Tian Tian right here, surrounded. Tiga gets knocked down by a third party, FLC. But Team Falcons, they have their eyes set up on everybody from the north of the circle. So they are just having fun right now with this mini 14.
Oh yeah, just trying to secure those elimination points. And of course, if they're able to secure any, it's definitely a fun time for them. And inside the warehouse is still Team Vitality, but now R8 Esports with the 2 players, I don't think they'll be a big threat because they know that they don't have the numbers. And R8 Esports, I believe that they will just stay quiet here and hold on for positioning points instead. But here we have Diga Esports, Kursan just got one for himself. It's going to be 17 gaming, losing a player.
Absolutely. Team Falcons still doing the job they were doing a bit 1 minute before, 2 minutes before. North of the circle. The circle will be closing in and they are trying to deal as much damage as they can. But unfortunately for them, in number of points, they're able to get only 1 kill. But the good news is, Cloud, they have 4 players alive, which is very, very important when you come to the last part of the game. 6 teams alive, 19 players, and 4 of those belongs to Team Falcon. R8, they're hanging by a thread, hoping for a luck out there that some teams, but look at the circle. It shifted towards the north, a bit towards the north. Team Vitality is still secure.
Oh, man. Team Vitality, they're okay there with the warehouse at the circle, but I can't say the same for DGE. Look at this, at the south, so much open space in front of them and so many teams that can shoot them from afar. Oh man, the best you could do right now is to create a smoke bridge and try to cut across, but it seems like they don't have vehicles. That's going to be the tough part.
DNS right below them. Oh, he's trying to get himself a bit of a cover. It's a very difficult position to be in. That fight could be prolonged as well because both of them are, I think, in the circle or the edge of the circle, so there's nothing that can push them out of these covers. On the other side, we have R8 and Made in Thailand going up against one another. Jacob goes down, but he's still in the game. Somebody can revive him up. The circle will be also pushing in. Vitality just putting a defensive perimeter, and they have been here for a long time. So Cloud, I think it will take a lot of effort, a lot of gameplay, and a lot of skills to get them eliminated from this warehouse.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's going to be hard for teams to seize this one down, especially when teams will need to take out their back as well, including R8 Esports, with the fact that Made in Thailand is right behind them. Interesting enough, Diga is still alive for DGE. But for how long, that's going to be the question. It looks like not for long. He's been taken up on his own, and here's TD spraying in, and TD gets traded back. One more to go for R8 Esports inside the building. And it's going to be empty, eliminated now. Top 4 teams it is.
Absolutely. Team Falcon and DNS taking a fight on the north or the east side of the circle. For one of the players from the DNS goes down and it gets eliminated. Team Falcons, they have a nice start to the fight, but one of the Gustav is also knocked on. He's being revived. Smokes are being left and right, try to create cover. Rex also takes a bit of damage, but I think he just got revived as well. Team Falcons, I think they're looking to move into the circle. Nice armored vehicle. This provides nice cover in this difficult time, in this phase of the game.
Oh man, it is a difficult time right now because if you look at this, right, RZ, 2 teams, 3 teams with 3 players, 1 team with 4 players, so there's still a lot of numbers here on the map. Oh, look at the circle shift.
Yeah,
Team Vitality, they still are part of the circle.
Made in Thailand, I think that's going to be a difficult job, as we discussed earlier, Sir Cloud. This feat is going to be the most difficult one for you to cross this broken wall, get into the warehouse, get an opening, go against 2v3. I think this is going to be a very, very difficult job. What you can hope for is a third party from Team Falcons, as they are doing a lot of damage to Team DNS. But that is the hope you're going for. Otherwise, Team Vitality, they're in a strong control of this game right now.
Well, for like what you say, right? Team Falcons, they're busy with DNS, so they won't be taking part of this warehouse fight. So it looks like this fight will be split between 2 different sides. Right down the left side, made in Thailand. They're not truly in the circle yet, but they do have some space to play with though. But here's DNS. Oh, look at the position all the way on the lower ground. This is going to be a tough one against Team Falcons. But they managed to get one though. Oh wait, Team Falcons, Shrimsy, Nader, Kickstart, they naded their own teammate.
Oh, another nade coming up from the Falcon side. They did lose a player, but a wonderful nade coming up from the Gustav side. Gets Rex down. Gustav is the one who was able to seal the deal for Team Falcon as they take TNS out of the game. 3 teams alive. We have Team Falcon with 2 players. One is knocked down. He is revived. We have 4 teams alive. Made in Thailand, still proving to be a wonderful team despite the fact they were on the edge of the circle again and again, and now they're giving the fight back to Team Vitality. Oh, and I never thought that Team Vitality will be put on the back spot, but with the Team Falcon coming in from the other side, putting Team Vitality right in the center is going to be a difficult spot for them.
But look at this, right? We talked about how Team Vitality had that warehouse, which is their fortress. But now, Team Falcons, they have the high ground advantage against the 2 teams below them, including Team Vitality and Main in Thailand. It's looking good for Team Falcons right now. The bad news is that they're kind of near the blue and they'll be forced to move forward, but they can still create that smoke bridge. They have enough utilities.
Absolutely. I think the only thing for Team Vitality is to wait the storm out, is to wait the circle out as well. They are in the center. They have the most area to play with. This area, unfortunately, is in the center of 2 teams. Queasy on the right side tries to get a knock on the team made in Thailand, but obviously a lot of smoke cover coming up and blocking his vision. Need to be careful from the Team Falcon as well, because one step wrong and they will be found out. But as we talked about, made in Thailand, didn't realize Team Falcon on the top side. Oh, charges is coming in. One player down on the team made in Thailand as Falcon and taking a fight. Team Vitality is right there. Team Falcon gets eliminated. Vitality really on the charge now. They have the advantage. They have the manpower as well. And exactly, it's a 3v2, Sir Cloud.
Oh, one more to go. One more to go. Made in Thailand, can he pull up a big clutch here? He managed to get one. Now it's a 1v2 situation, but the blue is right behind him. Team Vitality, they're just waiting for the blue to do its work. It's cooking up the stun grenade, but there will not be enough time. He might deny away himself to the blue. Nevertheless, nothing will stop Team Vitality from locking in this chicken dinner. Great stuff there by Team Vitality, holding down that warehouse. And it's not like they played super safe. They went up for action and they got a good amount of eliminations together with it.
I think the key strategy was they found a warehouse they thought was crucial, that was going to be in the circle for the longest amount of time, and they went ahead and they took it and the fight in the start of the game, and that was the crucial part. And obviously they kept it till the end of the game, until the last fight they come up and took that chicken dinner. I think this was great from their side.
Oh yeah, it was superb, But to break down it further, we gotta give it to our analysts, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be heading back onto the desk in a little bit more, so stay tuned for the results of this round.
Өлкөмүздөр әр кадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
And we are down 2 games on day 2, and what a game. Third chicken dinner for Team Vitality. What do you feel?
100% deserved, and this feels very similar, Heidi, to the last win that Team Vitality got.
Yeah.
In a warehouse, final zone, 3 other teams left, let them fight each other, and then Vitality ambushes both of them, gets the most of the placement and kill points. Honestly, an incredibly well thought out performance.
Of course. Let's take it back to the early game. What really happened in the early game? Because we lost GK early on.
Yeah.
We lost Twisted Minds early on. What was happening? Because these were the teams that showed actually really stable performances in the last games. But in the previous game, I think they, I don't know, something happened, but they went out pretty quick, I would say.
I think that's because the teams that really a lot of us haven't seen turn up so far did turn up. Teams such as Diga Esports, props to them for this performance.
Oh, yes.
They made it really high onto the top 7 teams, which is honestly a big step up comparatively. And they got a lot of kills while doing it, so props to them.
Yeah, I think the way we have watched, Diga is coming up, and up, right? They are slowly moving up, and they got a huge, we are telling you, we are reporting from Beeline Arena. We are seeing the fans for Diga Esports. They got a huge fan base right here in the arena. I mean, that's really commendable. And also, they are feeding off that energy.
Yeah,
right? They
100%.
are like, okay, this is our people, this is our place, we're gonna get it. So every single game that they move forward, they're actually improving, or what do you call it? They're moving up. Like, even if it's 1 inch or even if it's 1 position, doesn't matter. As long as it's going up, it's all good.
Definitely, that team spirit that they get from the crowd, the feeling, the emotions, the vibes like we were talking about earlier, just lifting them up constantly. And we can see that slowly but surely, they're starting to let us know why they are here. Let's not, of course, forget they are one of the best in the world. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here.
Exactly. And also, let's look at the final stages of the game, the final 4. I mean, the fantastic 4, we can say.
Yeah.
We got Vitality, Falcons, DN Supers, and Made in Thailand. I mean, we have to talk about Made in Thailand. They've been making their way to top 5 almost all of the games, I would say.
Very consistent.
Very rarely they didn't come to top 5, but most of the games, at least in the top a few positions, they were there. They made their way through all the fights, all the map, the zones, and they are there at the end among whoever is left, right? I mean, that's really good. It's not actually about completely winning, but, you know, I mean, it's PUBG.
100%.
And that's the Battle Royale. You know, big shout out to Alatau Citibank for bringing PUBG for us at the Games of the Future, Astana 2026. And Made in Thailand, man, they're really killing it. I really would see more chances for Made in Thailand to go ahead and grab a dinner pretty soon. What do you think?
100%, yeah. But here's the thing, Heidi. Although they have been making the top 4 a lot, they haven't been getting that many kills to reach the top 4. So, of course, they could be consistently making it, and those are guaranteed points that they need.
Yes.
But it's not the only metric that we're using to place them on the leaderboard. Of course, that does give them a bit of advantage. But instead of talking about it, let's now see the highlights. You can see the players are really enjoying themselves a bit more. They're definitely feeling the energy in the crowd and stuff.
We see more vibes today, I believe. I think it's all goes to the fans as well. And this is how the game started, how it all went down, and everybody is facing each other. And as we said, initially we lost Gike and Twisted as well. And Shadows, they have been putting up a fight. I mean,
Bang
early
from
on.
the Shadows.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was just 10 minutes into the game and they already start fighting. Virtus Pro, they as well. I think the first 10 minutes been chaotic on this game, right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
We see a lot of the teams, just like Shadow Esports, are now actually putting in performances. Although they were eliminated early, that instant pressure that they got ambushing teams within buildings is definitely a standout for them.
Yeah. I think around the almost more than half after halftime, let's say more after past 15 minutes time, we are already on top 10. I mean, come on. Everybody's been having a high trouble keeping up with the timing and staying up to the last final teams as well. And the forest fights, I mean, the only cover you've got are trees. I mean, what can you do there? Except for the rocks and the trees, all the vehicles that you bring into the fight has been crazy. I mean, we can see the frustrations of the teams going out. Here we have the 4 teams, as we said, the final 4. And the only team that had 4 players full squad was Falcons. We need to talk about that pretty soon, right? I mean, as soon as we finish the highlights. But Falcons really did put up a fight. I had a bit of hope for Falcons because they had the high ground. At the same time, they had the smoke pushing them down from the high ground as well. Whereas the Vitality and Made in Thailand were like side to side, basically just tore them apart by those little the cylinders in the middle of them. But I mean, ultimately they had to fight with each other. They didn't have another choice.
100%, yeah. It's always closing in last second, and these things happen. Now let's take a look at the map ranking for this game. Team Vitality with a crucial 21 points.
Wow.
Now, we learned last time that on the overall ranking, they did drop down to second, but it was only a 2-point lead. With Gam the Expendables out around 12th place and not getting any placement or and barely any kill points, Team Vitality definitely made a jump in the lead.
Yeah, and that's a 9 points lead in one game.
Oh, yeah.
You're talking about 10 placement points and kill points, 11. Whereas if you look at the second team, Made in Thailand, that's 6 kills. And you're talking about a 5 kill difference between the first and the second. And let's go to the second half of the ranking. But let's say R8 made it to the first half. I mean, R8's been really doing good, I would say. I mean, for their performances, when we look at how they were initially, but they actually moved into the first half in the last game. And we got T1, Geeke, there you go, as you said, like they had to go out early on, and anyone's Legends as well. I mean, the winners of the first map of the first day, the Erangel, I mean, they've been having a hard time today, I believe. But regardless, I mean, we still got 3 more games to go. We still got 2 more maps that are untouched. We haven't touched Rondo. We haven't touched Miramar. That's going to be a challenge. Rondo's going to be interesting. It's going to be colorful.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, just like we saw in the last game, it's definitely going to be eventful. And talking of events, if you have anywhere you need to go for any and all of your conveniences while here in Kazakhstan, make sure to download Yandex Go. QR code is on the screen. It really is the app for life in a big city.
Indeed, indeed. Making life a lot easier. But life is not really that easy when it comes to 16 teams sitting right there on the desks.
Oh, yeah.
They're having a hard time, but they're having a lot of fun as well. We can't deny that one. Let's look at the overall rankings we've been waiting for. Team Vitality is back at first. I mean, they're not leaving. They're just going and taking a visit and coming back to the first place again. And we got Gam, the Expandables, pushed onto the second. 17 Gaming hanging on to the third because they were third after the last game.
Yeah.
Team Falcons, they are right there at the fourth. I mean, let's just face the fact that Team Falcons started today from 12th position. And now they are at the fourth from the last win, plus they are here at the top 3 as well for this game as well. Twisted Minds on the first 8. We got Made in Thailand, of course. They've been having a great mileage during the game, right, towards the end. And we got the second half of the rank list as well. Geeke is right there on 10th. We got JD Gaming 9th, and then the others, Anyone's Legend on 11th. Do you see any of these hiking back up to the first half? I'm
really shocked. Geeke and Anyone's Legend down this low when they were both very high up just a couple matches ago.
Yeah.
I see possibly I see Digit Esports climbing up.
Okay.
Slowly but surely, maybe not into the top half, but maybe the top half of the bottom half. For a lack of a better explanation.
Yeah.
And I don't think from now on, like I said, there's going to be many turnarounds.
Right.
The main switches in the top part of the leaderboard have been with teams that are already in the top 8.
Yeah, that's true.
So I don't really see much happening, but again,
We can't say, right?
Can't
We
expect it
say.
anymore.
I think the first game actually shifted the whole perspective, the whole condition of the leaderboard a bit. I mean, it actually shook the leaderboard a bit and shuffle and bring everybody to different positions. But I see a few things that I really look forward to is Made in Thailand, because they've been trying their hard to get to that top position, but they could not manage to get it there. But yeah, as always, let's give a big shout out to the sponsor Lancaster Group for being an official partner. But Made in Thailand, I think that's one team that I'm really looking forward to personally. And plus, and the Diga Esports, they've been moving. I would say they've been making their way up. And I would say that R8 has been doing good today. I mean, today especially. Yesterday, even though they were lying a bit low, but I think today they kicked off really well in the first game as well. And then the second game's been not too bad, I would say.
100%.
Any other teams that you see running up? What goes with the Virtus Pro?
I don't really have much to explain about Virtus Pro. They haven't had a stand-up performance yet. They haven't really had any notable moments throughout these games. They've just kind of been existing in a way. That's not to say that they aren't getting kills or placement. They are, but it's not the standard, like we said, that we expect of reigning world champions in the EWC Championship. So it's a bit confusing, but at the same time, we still have teams like Made in Thailand who have the same amount of placement points as they do kill points, which is kind of going back to what I was saying about the lack of aggressiveness coming from Made in Thailand. We always see them end up in the top 4 somehow. But like I said, that's not really going to make a difference if they truly want to win this competition. You need a mix of both. You can't go to one extreme. And then we have teams like T1 who have 17 placement points and 40 kill points. So they love to go super aggressive, but again, they're not that high up the leaderboard.
That's true. That's very true. And we still got 3 more games to go. There are 2 maps untouched today, and then we're going to circle back to Taigo for the last one. Let's look at the other 2 maps. We got Miramar, not going to be easy as Erangel.
Never.
We got Rondo, which is going to be a different vibe overall. I mean, the atmosphere itself is completely different when it comes to Rondo. Like, when I was watching Rondo yesterday, we felt like, I mean, it looks a lot different than what we are used to seeing, right? I mean, that's a different map. And that actually affects, it's not just the terrain, not just the buildings, not just the forest. It actually happens how they feel, the players feel when they jump into a game. So it's going to be interesting to see. There we go. We got MVP of the last game in the screen. What do you think? We got Team Vitality, of course.
Of course, yeah, really a stand-up performance from him. Again, so commanding. They love to ambush. He did a lot of stuff, a lot of good stuff. QWZYYY really put up a really good performance in the last phase. The zone was closing in, and he told his teammates the exact moment when to ambush, when to eliminate them all. He got 700 damage and 4 kills. That proves how much of a team player he is, because he's not selfish. He's not going for the kills alone. Not only that, he is also managing to damage a lot of the players for a lot of damage.
Indeed, indeed. I think, are we seeing a pattern where the games that we are seeing today on day 2, we've been getting more damages as the game goes forward, right?
100%,
I mean, that shows the attempt of every player to just attack, cause more damage rather than staying back. So, and also just to mention that all these teams, all the details, schedules, all the games, all the disciplines, you can get all the details on our official website. Log into www.astana2026.gofuture.game and check out all the details. Everything is right there. We're going to make it everything easy for you to understand the games, to understand the schedule. So check that out. But of course, let's talk about how the games went. I think damages are coming up, right?
100%, yeah.
Values.
Yeah, it's becoming more of a team play. A little bit of damage from here, a little bit from there. Chipping slowly but surely away at the health of enemy players to make it a little bit easier for them to push. Because it's less of a risk when your enemy has less HP. And this is true for almost any FPS. And PUBG is definitely no exception to that.
Indeed, indeed. Chrissy did great in the last game. I mean, almost 700 damage and 4 kills. And they took the win, the Vitality. I mean, 3rd chicken dinner.
The most so far.
We are only at game 7 now. Let's say out of the 7 games, 3 are taken by Vitality. I don't know. we might see more.
Maybe.
We might not. We cannot predict actually. Let's look at the upcoming two maps that we have, which are Rondo and Miramar. Miramar is going to be a bit more terrain heavy, as in the difference in the altitudes, whatever you have. So more, we are demanding more covers. At the same time, we are demanding more of agility in between the rotations, right? What do you think about Miramar?
Miramar is one of those complicated maps. It is a general esports map, but the thing is, it's a little bit complicated due to the terrain and the nature of teams doing rotation. They like it to be simple. Taking the simpler route for rotation in Miramar is a very big mistake. Just like we saw with many teams getting ambushed on the rotation. So there needs to be an optimal plan on how to deal with it, communication and trust between the teammates to split and scout before rotating.
Right.
Like there needs to be some research done. You can't just go in blindly and think that you can circumnavigate your way through.
Yeah, that's true. And also, I would love to see some action from Shadow Gaming as well going forward, because we haven't been able to talk more about Shadow Gaming in the previous games. So it would be nice to see more teams causing more damages, making more movements, and getting to the top, because now we are kind of getting into a pattern where how the teams are performing. And also, let's talk about Falcons as well. They took the win last time. I was really thinking that they're going to take a second one in a row, because we were talking about win. They took the win after staying like calm and very structured last day. And the game 6 and game 7, the game 6 they took out the win and out of nowhere, and they were thrived from the position 12 when we started the day 2 all the way to the first half. And after the second game, they placed on the top 4, and that was coming to, because, and also they had the advantage of having 4 players when it comes to the top 4 in the last game, right? All the other teams had 3 each, and they had 4.
I think Falcons was going to win it. We were both expecting that.
Yeah, exactly.
But the fact that Made in Thailand threw a grenade and caught one of their players off guard and knocked them is, I think, the reason for their demise in the last few seconds of the game. It's very crucial in numbers to have, a great number of players available in your team. But they had the high ground. They were going to lose it to the zone, pushing them onto 2 teams with good cover already. So honestly, I believe either way, Team Falcons wasn't really going to be winning that game. But Made in Thailand just made it 1,000 times more difficult for them to even have a chance of doing anything.
True that. I think Falcons were in a tough position right there.
Definitely.
I mean, on one side, you can say they had the advantage of the high ground, but on the other side, they had 1 or 2 rocks, and that's all they had right there on the high ground, where the other ones, they had a lot of cover. And also, it was more like a triangle fight where Team Falcons were right there at the top. And then we had the other 2 teams, Made in Thailand and Vitality, staying down there. But it was easy kills, I believe, for Vitality and the Made in Thailand. And now the teams are getting ready for the next map. This is going to be getting more and more exciting as we go forward. 3 more games to go, and it's going to be back-to-back. We are going to go with a full swing, and all the teams are getting ready. I mean, we are moving towards the end of the day. Let's say, 3 more games, which means we are almost halfway with the games.
The tournament,
almost, yeah. So we still have to see how it goes. Things can flip around, right? What do you think?
100%, yeah. But like we said before, in my personal opinion, I really believe that it's harder for the lower half teams, regardless of the performances that they put up, because to make it into the top half of the table, due to the consistency of the ones that are already at the top. Now, of course, bar game the Expendables, because I'm not really sure where they went this game.
Right.
A lot of the teams at the top maintain their placements, even if they can't get kills. But then you have teams doing the opposite.
Yes.
And that's not really working out for them. The ones that are truly progressing through the table from the bottom half to the top half are the ones that are managing to do both successfully, consistently, and very smartly.
Yes, true. And I'm really looking forward to seeing Diga Esports advancing more ahead in the upcoming games, because, I mean, we need challenges, right? We need challenges. We have powerful teams who's been reigning for a long time. We have top teams that's been doing consistently good for a long time. But at the same time, we need other teams to challenge them. And that's where the fun is for us who are sitting down and watching, and also for the audience. All of us are in the same boat where it comes to we need more fights. we need more challengers. We need that moments of high. So it's going to be interesting to see how it goes. Now, we are going to be moving to the next game pretty soon. Do you have any predictions or anything how it might go down for the next one?
I cannot wait to see what Team Vitality have in store for this time. I honestly believe that there is going to be a different winner for this game. A new winner, chicken dinner, one that we have not seen yet. So definitely excited to see that. We'll pass it over to the casters now, Skinny and Andrew, and we'll see you guys later. It's game time.
Thank you so much to our analysts. Yes, it is game time here, and it is game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Man, like what the analyst just said, things are starting to heat up. Are you feeling the heat here, RZ?
Absolutely, absolutely. So, Cloud, it is absolutely amazing. We have Team Vitality going crazy and crazy again and again, and trying to secure that top spot and maintaining it. And then other teams coming up like Team Falcon, DNS, they are trying to give some bit of a competition as well. Even the team made in Thailand recently. So I think I'm getting very excited, especially when we are almost done with half a day. So the real action is about to start, Sir Cloud.
Oh yeah, the games are really running quick here today, and the teams are definitely up for the challenge here. As we can see how they played, their strategies, well thought of, their movements. We're starting to see clutches here and there. So teams are really, really into the game right here. And speaking about the game, there's going to be Rondo with the flat path from the south to the north. And it looks like it's going to be quite a good split here for the teams. I don't see any team overlapping each other, so we might not see an early fight. So that means that we might see more fights and maybe phase 3 onwards.
Absolutely. When we look towards the circle, it is a bit toward the southwestern side, but still favoring most of the teams, as there is a lot of play area. We have the factory as well within it. So any team that want to play and want to enter into the circle is not a difficult position to be in. As we see, a lot of teams will choose to enter from north and west side, but I think if a bigger rotation coming in from the east side as well, from the right side of the map, also gives you a lot of play area. I think it's going to be a nice and decent game with a lot of things in your control. What do you think, Sir Cloud?
Oh yeah, especially if you have a lot of land, right? So you can control a lot of things as compared to like if you have like 50% water, then you can only control like very little part of the map. But if with like this kind of map and this kind of circle, you can take control of certain spots that can give you vision of teams rotating around, and then you can decide easier on what you're going to do next. So I would say that this kind of circle, it's a kind circle to the teams. After getting an insane circle from the map that we got before, I'm sure the teams wouldn't mind a bit of a breather of a kind circle.
Exactly. You are absolutely right. They would need a bit of a breather. They would need a bit of a calmness as well. You need to plan into the game. The circle is right in front of you. You want to rotate early. You want to rotate late. Whatever is your strategy, whatever you think the best. This map is going to offer you. It's a big map as well. So you don't need to be up and all like, hey, there might be a team right next to each other. The plane path was also very nice, splitting the map into 2. So all the teams are dispersed very nicely. I think it's going to give you a lot of play time as well for each player. So as you mentioned, the best team will win. The only thing that you have to do in the early first 2 phases of the game is to predict where the circle will go, or just prepare yourself for any kind of anomaly. If the circle shifts hard, right to left, what are you able to do? And I think that planning is what will separate what team number 1, team number 2, team number 3 as well. That better information as well.
Yeah, absolutely right. Absolutely. You have to be very adaptable. And adapting is the key to winning this game, because before you even drop into the map, you don't know what kind of circle you're going to get. So that itself will give a good variety of things that the teams will need to adapt to. And that's one circle. And then what kind of loot you're going to get, what kind of vehicles are you going to get? Are you going to even get vehicles in the first place? Is there a team that's going to hard drop you? So many things might happen, and that's the beauty of PUBG Battlegrounds, right? Is that every round, although you might repeat a map, but it's a very different game every time.
Absolutely, I think there are a lot of variables that make each game very unique. Is the fact that what is your position relative to the other teams? Are you surrounded? Are you in the corner? Are you in the center? Are you just a team that is on the edge and nobody cares about? Do you have the cars, as you mentioned? Do you have the utility? What kind of utility do you have? Do you have enough smokes, flash, whatever is going for? And again, I think as for this particular map, you have a lot of those things. You have the vehicles, you have the time. Look at right now, 5 minutes have passed almost. There's shots being fired, like long range fights happening from left and right. Nothing harmful, nothing concerning. But you can control all of these things. So it will come down to that circle and how do you position yourself and how quickly can you adapt to any changes, as you mentioned a bit earlier as well. So I think we're looking for more of an action game right after 12th or maybe 15th minute of the game. And you have to realize that's when it will get really crazy. 16 teams in a small circle. Oh, it's gonna be very, very interesting for all of us.
Yeah, and at this point, no player has been eliminated yet. And as the game goes further, the circle shrinks even more. That's where it will get messier. Of course, that's not good for the teams, but that's good entertainment for us because we can expect like fights to happen all across the map, just like what is happening right now with the Expendables opening up their account by taking out Gilmin and Rex, and that will be 2 points secured by the Expendables just like that. But the fight's not over yet. They even got one player from Team Vitality.
Oh, that's a good knock coming up, even dealing a bit of damage and putting Team Vitality on the back foot. That is going to be great for all the teams out there. Team Expendables, this is exactly something they needed in order to compete for the #1 position. But unfortunately, one of their players gets spot out and gets knocked down. He's still in the game, so it depends whether he can be revived by his teammates or not.
Yeah, and we're still waiting for that moment. Okay, they're on their way. Okay, so he will be up again. That means for the Expendables, they'll be back as a full squad. And in fact, one of their players, they're going for a wraparound around Team Vitality. So Team Vitality, they don't have a full squad. They have to leave now.
Even Team Vitality, they have positioned themselves up nicely, coming in on the left and right, and the Molotov was wonderful from Dark. He was able to seal the job, get the player out of the cover into the open, and he will be eliminated as he is nowhere near his other teammates. And what a wonderful game from the Expendables. They have really upped their game in the start of this map of Rondo, and as I thought it might not happen, this is very exciting.
Oh yeah, the excitement started earlier than I thought as well. And Team Vitality, they will lose Levante. Oh man. Right now, Team Vitality from scoring a winner, potentially they'll be down to only one player.
That's bad news for Team Vitality and great news for everybody else, especially for the team that are right behind Vitality, looking to secure that first position. And obviously, it matters a lot. I cannot emphasize it enough. If you end the day on the #1 spot, you bring that kind of energy into the day #3. So this is gonna be good news. And obviously, the player who was knocked down will be eliminated from the team Expendables as well. Great start for them. Good kill points in their backpack.
Yeah, I mean, like what? Phase 1, 9 elimination points. That is insane. And not only that, they still have a full team. So this is a perfect scenario for the Expendables. Okay, and I don't want to jinx them even further, right? We still have like 15 other teams and still far away from scoring the chicken dinner, but not going to take it away for the fact that they are doing very, very well this round.
Absolutely. I think if you think of a unique scenario, a very nice scenario, what would work for Team Expendables really nicely? In the game of Rondo, let's just eliminate Team Vitality and get those kill points. I think exactly what they would hope for the best did happen in this game. But look at the circle and the rotations coming in from the north and west side as well. There are going to be a lot of teams moving in. The teams are already settled, needs to be careful and maybe look for those easy kill points coming in. Obviously, the bit of an action will also be coming in as well. Team Falcon still trying to scout out the place. They are comfortable in the position they are. They have a bit of a high ground. Kickstart, just enjoying the view.
Oh yeah, nice view there. As especially if he's able to get a view of where the other teams position themselves. That will be even better for him. He can relay back the information to the team and they can make better decisions from there. But Raining hoped that he made a better decision. Unfortunately, he's taken out by Delwyn with a Mini 14, and I believe that's one of those long-range shots. But good for Delwyn. With a Mini 14, he's able to secure the elimination point before anyone else.
Exactly. We have Team R8 on the rotation as well. They had a bit of a decent game in the game number 2. They got some of the points as well. Not exactly what they were hoping for. As along with the Twisted Mind, they had a decent game, a bit of a difficult game nonetheless. But they weren't able to secure as much points as they would have hoped for. So our eyes are on this team, even in the Made in Thailand as well. As our analyst pointed out a bit earlier, we will be looking towards other teams as well, because we are at a part of a place where there will be no coming back from these teams. So if you want to make sure that, hey, we want to get a good position in this tournament, we want to get a good position generally, this is the time where you need to start improving. And I'm talking about the teams on the page number 2. We have seen a go-to competition coming up for the page number 1. Team Expendable, they are trying to get that position, as we mentioned, Team Falcons. But if you don't do much in this day, it will be very difficult for you to do a lot on the day number 3. And this is for the teams on the page number 2.
Yeah, you never really want to leave it to the very last day, right? If not, lots of pressure onto you. So this is where they really need to bring their A game here in this round. Well, we still have this game and 2 more other games to go today. So there's still a lot of opportunity for the teams to really claw back. But if they're just too far away, I read that day 3 would have been like just a serious scrim for them.
Exactly, absolutely, exactly. Made in Thailand, they are trying to scout out teams on the left and right. Shots are being fired, as is the case for a lot of other teams out there. Converting those shots into knocks or kills is the difficult spot. You have a bit of a distance of like 300, 400 maybe meters, but the circle just shrunk in on the bit of the left side, and Dunching, it will be out of the circle. Team Falcon has to move in, Twisted Mind has to move in as well. A team rotating in from the south, they will be comfortable because there's nothing between them and the circle's edge.
Yeah, and that's the advantage of this map, right? Like, you have a lot of land mass. Almost in any circle, you will get like a lot of land. So that will give a lot of options for teams to rotate. They can rotate away from teams, especially if they're not feeling like the Expendables. They're feeling like, okay, let's see more teams in the final circle. They can choose to avoid those teams. But if they want to feel like the Expendables, well, I mean, they can still play from the outside in, try to find those unusual entry spots and try to take teams out, just like how they did previously. And that's how they scored their 9 elimination points so far.
Absolutely. But what happened there? The Tab was just able to knock his own player, Battlegrounds, down. But I think that will not be a bit of a concern. He will be revived there and then. Smokes are being deployed. Made in Thailand. Oh no, I am very wrong. I am very wrong. Sorry guys. Jacob is right there to make things difficult for Twisted Minds.
Okay. Yeah, and Jacob, together with Made in Thailand, they've always been this team that's like, okay, we'll show up from behind another team, and then we will be that party pooper team, I call it, right? Like the team in front of them thought that, okay, we're clear, we just need to focus in front, and all of a sudden you see Made in Thailand from behind. And they seem to be doing it again. And now they're sending out Jacob just to scout things out, and they could be looking at that kind of opportunity.
And even for the other teammates as well, you look at team Made in Thailand, this is a very unorthodox kind of play that they're doing. In this cycle, when other teams are very close by, 2 of their players are scouting their position. They have the armored vehicle, so that's good for them. They have 2 of their players on the back foot, and they're supporting them as well if any unfortunate situation arises. But other than that, they are trying to scout out even in this circle. Good for them. That clearly shows their mind is in the game. They are comfortable, they're confident, and that is what you need in these games. A lot of the people they take the pressure to themselves. But this is going to be very interesting for team Made in Thailand.
We'll see how far they can go from here. But right now, JD Gaming in the fight, and let's see how they can win this fight as well. 2 players currently down. Not a good start to this fight for them. But the good news is that at least they got a DNS. But behind them, another team's coming by as a third party, and they want to pick up those points. It's only Cole, the final player for JD Gaming, and he will be eliminated. It's a back-to-back elimination.
What a good game from DNS Heaven side as well. He just stepped up in this crucial spot, getting some kills point for his team. And that back-to-back point will definitely set his mood for the rest of the game. Team Falcons, they're able to find a ditch, dealing some damage to the Twisted Minds. As for Team Falcons, I have learned this very nicely, that they are able to secure those numbers. They are able to keep those 4 players alive to the last part of the game, and they're really good at that. Look at their position. They are together, they are holed up, they have the nice cover as well, and good information on their side as well. They know where the other teams are. So I can look forward to this team being in the last part of the game, which is the main goal.
Well, we look forward to Shadow Esports though, being the last part of the game. Right now they're on the outside of the circle, and now they know that R8 Esports is in front of them. And they're going to take this fight, but if they rotate up north, there'll be another team waiting. We'll check on them later, because right now, your boys, RZ, Team Falcons on screen. And so far, they're okay with the position that they're at. They're staying away from fights.
Oh, that is going to be so bad for Team 1-7. Himas launcher just took 2 players down, and that's for other teams. Light Ghost is coming up, deals damage done, and Light Ghost is also hanging by a thread. He's choosing to go out. One more shot and he will be done. Team Falcon coming up, taking the reins of whatever is left. But look at that, Himas coming up and dealing more damage for Team Falcon. That was not a good idea for themselves as well. And look, oh my god, it is going to be a massacre out there.
Oh! My goodness, the mortar attack, and it's going to be AL securing those elimination points. My goodness, RZ. But the fight's not over yet. Here comes the Expendables, and they're going to be in a fight with 17 Gaming, and the Expendables will eliminate the final player of 17 Gaming. Lil goes out. Solozi goes down to the ground. The Expendables, they're not stopping yet, but here comes the rest of AL. And AL, they will secure 10 elimination points by eliminating Glorious from the Expendables.
What a game, what a shot, what a player. What just happened in front of us within a 30 seconds gap? 8 or 10 vehicles, launches, nades coming up as well, multiple players going down, and this will be a massacre for all of these teams. And I don't know what just happened, why. I think all of them got a bit hasty with the fact that they wanted this spot and didn't realize that this was a difficult spot to be in. As for Royale, they have done a wonderful job. Team the Expendables, who had a great start to the game, a most wonderful start to the game, just got eliminated.
Oh man, this is a sign of desperation, my friend. It's like you're desperate for the points and you just want to go at it. You don't think too much. And then all that just happened. It became really messy. Oh, but Virtus Pro, they got 2 players from Shadow Esports. Beamy with a single nade getting 2. And now they have a big advantage against Shadow Esports. Virtus Pro, they're going to pick up those points. They're going to charge into the compound, and Shadow Esports eliminated.
Oh god, that was a wonderful swift action coming in from Virtus Pro. Came in, did the job, get the kill as well from 2 and 3 points, and then coming in to get the job done, and 5 kills in their backpack without losing a single player. Virtus Pro on the good charge. Anyone Legends, they have done a wonderful job, and obviously Jacob right in the dish, and he's in a difficult position as well. We have Anyone Legends right next to them, and I want to know how many kills Anyone Legends has gotten in total, because I think it's going to be a lot. I did not expect that to happen at this part of the game.
Yeah, man. Like, in the blink of an eye, like last we checked, there was 10 elimination points. So they're doing really well, my goodness. And they still have a good part of the circle. Like, they're playing on the inside. They can gate Team T-Sport coming in, especially Full Sense that's just right in front of them. And Full Sense right now will need to decide whether they want to take this fight or they want to move away. But on the left side of the circle, we have Team Vitality, R8 Esports, Virtus Pro up here as well. So we have 4 different teams, including GK Esports on this side. And R8 Esports, they can still move into the circle, but at the same time, they're keeping Team Vitality at bay.
more like the only one player from Team Vitality that is being left. I think he's just trying to make sure he survives R8. They're having a very different game, I think, as compared to the last one. They did survive to this part. They were lost 2 of their players in the go, but for now there are 4 of them alive and on the edge of the circle. As for Team Full Sense as well, they are on the east part of the circle, 4 of them alive as well, and for them it will be a bit difficult getting into the circle. They have Team Animal Legends guarding the circle. They have Made in Thailand right next to them guarding that part of the circle as well, so they might have to go the longer way or take the fight. But the longer way, I'm sorry, wrong, there's Virtuous Pro on the longer way as well. It will take a bit of a struggle, and this is what's going to happen. Team Full Sense going to charge in on Team Animal Legends, and Made in Thailand, they can take the advantage from this third party.
Oh yeah, and looks like they're going to try to do that right now. We can see them moving forward. While Virtus Pro is managing Full Sense from a long range, and we can see the elimination feed running wild right now. Full Sense, one of the players pretty low on health, and he's in between 2 different teams. Here comes Made in Thailand from behind, as usual, like how they like to play it. And they want to collect those elimination points. Made in Thailand, Jacob will get flash from Full Sense. That's going to be point number 3 secured.
Absolutely. We talked about this. Made in Thailand, they're in a wonderful position. They have the cover, they have the information. Their players are very nicely scattered out to get all the view. Jacob is right in the front, and they are supposed to get 5 or 6 kills in there. Virtuous Pro is in the center, getting their hands dirty and getting those kills one by one. Animal Legends, who did a wonderful job in the center part of the game, also gets eliminated. And now we're down to 7 teams. Tiger, he is a strong and brave man with team player with him right behind his back, and as soon as he gets out of the game, he's just gonna charge out. The nades just coming up, but unfortunate for Team Full Sense, Tiger, he was in the center of a lot of players.
Man, and there goes Tiger eliminated just like that. Unfortunate position for him to be in. But Made in Thailand right now, they will lose a player thanks to the Molly. Lose 2, in fact. Jacob is out as well. And Made in Thailand down to the last player, and he still has Virtus Pro to deal with. Virtus Pro, they want to push into the circle, and they see their target. They see Kiss right in front of him. It's going to be Kiss against the wall, sending this nade across. This nade does connect, but not enough to get any knocks. But still, he'll make himself known.
Absolutely. Scappy and Kes, they are the 2 players left behind for the team Made in Thailand, and somewhat this is the difficult part. These kind of fights, they are not exactly too difficult. They are somewhat tricky to navigate on what kind of commitment that you want to these fights, as they have a lot of third parties. We have seen a lot of teams getting eliminated right in this spot as well. So you don't commit 100%, but you don't not commit as well to make sure that your players stay alive in these kind of situations. That's the difficult part. And Team Made in Thailand was unfortunate that they lost 2 of their players. As for the other team, Team Virtuous Pro, BB got knocked down, but nothing concerning from his side. He can get revived right there and then.
But look at the amount of teams on the left side of the circle. Look at this. We have GK here. We have R8 next to each other. And we have DGE as well, shooting from afar. And GK Esports managing them. But GK Esports on screen right here. We have Seonjan lobbing a nade onto R8. It does connect. He almost got that 1 knock. 1 more nade should do the trick. But looks like it's still going to be R8. Eliminated just like that. Oh man. Team Vitality, GK, they banned up to a certain extent indirectly to take out R8.
That's an unfortunate end to a very nice campaign that they had going. GK coming in out of nowhere with those nades, just removing R8 from the map. And even they had this nice part of the game map. They had the cover as well. Didn't realize and didn't account for the nades coming in. And I think I was hoping a bit more from Team Made in Thailand and Team R8 as well. They were wonderful. They were decent in the last game. I thought they could keep that going and make it a bit better on that. But as for going into the last circle, we have very few teams left. GK, we have 4 of the players left. We have Diga Esports in the circle with 3 players and the compounds. This is a wonderful game for them. Top 4 remaining. And with the Diga, with the most, I think, cover, the most advantage in this map, can they convert this into a winner-winner chicken dinner?
Yeah, like what our analysts say, right? Diga Esports, they're a team that we all need to watch out for, and so far so good for them. But who else is going to be able to make it into the circle? That will be the next question here. Will it be GK Esports? They're making the rotation up north. Virtus Pro is still there together with Made in Thailand as well. Not too far away from the circle. And Virtus Pro, now they're in between two different teams. This is a position that is very, very difficult to breathe through. And plus, they're on the lower ground, so they don't have as much information as they would have liked.
Absolutely. I think Diga's main goal is to catch players out into the rotation of that 100 meters rotation into the circle. They have the cover, they know the information, they have the high ground, as well as for GK, they didn't realize got backstabbed by Virtus Pro, who was on their left side, one player down. Akan, what is the goal? The goal is just to leave the player dying and go into the circle. They can't do much for the player knockdown. They have to be careful for the Diga and Virtus Pro on the both sides. And Diga, they are having the fun of their life in the cover, scouting everybody out, testing their skills, testing their match.
And they managed to use a Panzer to get Kiss. And the point will still be secured by Koyan. But on the northern side, starting to be really tight right now. Diga Esports, like what you say, having the top of their life. Long range. And if they are able to get a good angle, they will be able to secure elimination points. Now they get correctly from Virtus Pro. It came from I Am Sancho. And Diga himself trying to get elimination points out of the hands of GK Esports. They're currently in the smoke, and this nade could do him good. Lobbing a nade into the smoke, and he's able to get one. It's Ejoy now down on the ground. And Koya will secure one out of Beanie. And Diga gets Ejoy. Now 8 elimination points already for Diga Esports, just like that.
All thanks to their position and Diga's charge as well. Look at the rest of 3 players. The only one player pinning down whole of GK Esports, and with those wonderful nades coming up, he was able to take 2 players, gets eliminated, get them out of the game, and now the rest of the team is just charging up out, because obviously the circle has taken most of the compounds out. The red circle is in the center, so they need to be a bit more careful. Prasad, he's out in the open, but he knows where the other players are. Scrappy using that armored vehicle just to get in. GK and Made in Thailand right next to each other, and this will all work wonderfully for Team Diga as they're able to get Team Made in Thailand as well at number 3. It's a 2v4 with Diga and their chicken dinner right in their hand.
Oh, they have to secure this chicken dinner. Nothing can stop them at this moment. They have the numbers, they have the position, they have the circle on their side as well. Looks like our analyst that called out Diga Esports might get it right this time.
Absolutely. One player get knocked down from the nade, the other one comes up and gets the job done. Diga Esports with a wonderful winner chicken dinner. Calm, calculated, composed. They had everything that you could thought of. They didn't sweat a bit. All thanks to a great master plan. And obviously you could see them leaving the compound right when it was necessary. Otherwise, I think the prediction of the circle was on point for them, and they would be very happy with that performance.
As well as the prediction from our analyst Ness as well, who called out Diga Esports. And let's head back to our analyst to break things down.
Үлкеністер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
And we are back after game number 8 of our Battle Royale, brought to you by Alatau, Citibank. And this has been an incredible game. We got Diga Esports finally securing a chicken dinner. How good that feels.
That felt amazing, Heidi, especially with the crowd going absolutely wild. You can even hear the players celebrating from all the way over here at the analyst desk. That's just the passion that they were talking about. The feeling of a local team being successful is always the best feeling.
Indeed, indeed. We literally was saying that in the last game, right? After the last game, like, we want to see Diga Esports going ahead and making their way up top. And the very next game, they go with a chicken dinner. How cool is that? I mean, they did really well, I should say. I mean, overall, if you look at how the game actually went, we saw that the game, it went at least until the half time, or more like half of the total time. Around 14 minutes, there was no team eliminator. All the 16 teams in the map, everybody played it very cautious right this time.
Yeah, 100%, especially when the first blood came, like you said, really later on in comparison to other games. And it's not like the map that they just played is an unfamiliar map.
Exactly.
Like, this is a map that there is well known in the competitive game. So it's really surprising that they took this approach, but still it paid off for so many of the teams on the bottom half of the leaderboard. And yeah, it's incredible.
I mean, it all started with, I believe, DN Supers. Yeah, DN Supers got eliminated first. That was around the mark, let's say, between 14 minutes and 15 minutes. And then it started. It just went on like a train. Let's watch the highlights that's coming up on the screen. These were the teams that getting ready before the last game. And these teams did not know what was about to go down in the next game. There we go. We can see the teams playing. And, I mean, everybody played cautious, as we say, in the first half of the game. And Jedi Gaming really put up a fight with the high ground right there. As you can see in the front. I think once it started reaching around 15-minute mark, I think everybody started, okay, it's time to fight, right? What do you think, Yusuf?
This part especially was really hype when they started throwing grenades. Anyone's Legends absolutely obliterated Falcons. It seemed like Falcons might really have to rethink their tactics. I think every other team figured it out now at this point.
Yeah, Anyone's Legends did really great in this game, but they had to go out at some point after around 17th minute or 16th minute. But still, they're really good, whatever. Virtus Pro, as you see on the screen, I mean, we were talking about Virtus Pro, like what really happened to them. They made it to the top 4 this time.
Yeah, they definitely played a lot better. Now seeing shadows slowly but surely. Shadows of the previous team that won the EWC Championship in 2025. They definitely got it in them. I think this is the game that's really going to bring it out of them for the upcoming games, as long as they carry this with them and not leave it behind.
Of course. I mean, Virtus Pro made it to the top 4, and I mean, they couldn't hold off, but Diga took out all of them. And when we talk about the top 4 teams, we had Diga Esports, we had Geek, Made in Thailand, always there, and Virtus Pro. We have the map ranking right here in front of us. How does that feel, Yusuf?
Incredible. Look, we have Diga Esports in first place for the map ranking. 10 placement points, 11 kill points. Now they are playing extremely aggressive, and it definitely paid off this game. In second place, we have Anyone's Legends, only securing 1 placement point, but getting the most kills in the game with 12 points.
Indeed. Indeed. I mean, Anyone's Legends really played great. I mean, if they would have somehow pushed towards the end of the game, it was definitely a win, or at least most points, to be honest. If you look at the points, even if they didn't get the chicken dinner, most likely they're going to be very competing with the top rankings for the map ranking for last game on Rondo. But that's going to be very interesting as we go, again, talk about the final stages of the map. We had 4 players, I mean, we had 4 teams fighting against each other, the final 4, as we call it. We had the Diga Esports with a full squad. And that was, I think, a really good plus point for them. And of course, the much awaited overall ranking right there.
Wow.
Come on, Vitality is still up there. 79 points in total. That's an 11 points lead again. They always have a great lead, don't they?
100%, they always do. And it seems really hard for other teams to catch up. Like we mentioned before, it's going to be hard for teams that are already in the top part to catch up to the top 3 on the podium because of the point difference between them. But then still, teams are still racking up the points slowly but surely.
Yeah, and as you see, the second half of the thing, Virtus were actually bumped up to 9th place. And Diga, right there on 13th, but last game was commendable. And what's really cool is that, if you notice the first half of the phase, we had 17 still on 3rd. They're not leaving. I mean, they've been on 3rd since last game as well. From the previous game, they were 2nd before we started the day 2, and then they moved to position 3, and they've been there since then. I mean, whatever happens during the other games, the game 6 went down, the game 7, game 8, now the game 9 is about to come up, but they're still on the 3rd. They're really competing, but at the same time, I mean, we need to give a huge shout out to Anyone's Legends, what they did during the game. I mean, they racked up kills, right?
100%, and even though they did not get the placement points that they needed, racking up those kills definitely helped raise them up the leaderboard. And when you check at the comparisons, but before that, before we get to the comparisons, huge shout out to one of the general partners, Halik. Thank you so much for helping making this event possible. Now, as we were saying from before, for teams to be racking up kills like this, such as 17 Gaming, if you look at the placement point, the kill point ratio, kill points are 2 times, almost 3 times more than the placement points, which is again an extreme that is kind of working in their favor in this current moment in time.
Indeed. If they somehow got into the top positions, I mean, they would have killed with their total points from the last game. And talking about Made in Thailand, they are still up there in the top 4. I mean, they are keeping themselves in the top position. They've been there in the top 5 most of the times. But it's a good sign as well. At the same time, I think that's a different way of playing when it comes to the end game, right? I mean, it takes a certain play style to get to the end, but it also takes a slightly different approach if you want to just get across the finish line. So, do you see Made in Thailand getting a chicken dinner today, as we only have 2 more games left?
Well, to be honest, Heidi, I don't really think that they're going to make it today because they haven't been at the level that they were yesterday, where they won a game almost right off the bat and then proceeded to dominate a little bit. But then in the last game yesterday, Heidi, and match day 1, the last game, they got eliminated early on. The last game that we played, they got eliminated relatively early on. A similar thing is happening now again. So it's this consistency that they don't want to maintain, and they need to get out of it because it's pulling them down slowly but surely, even though they are quite high up on the leaderboard. But it will definitely come back to bite them soon.
Of course, and we got the MVP right now on the screen. Anyone's Legend Himas, I'm pretty sure, 8 kills.
Wow.
That's massive. 8 kills awarded. We had 12 kills for Anyone's Legends, out of which 8 was by Himas. I think he really deserves the MVP for this one, for sure. And of course, we still are seeing the damage now above 600 these days, right? I mean, these for the last few games. Because yesterday, the damage was around, let's say, 400 to 500 or around that area, but second has been really aggressive, I would say. Everybody's been going for fights, everybody's been trying to push, and that actually is evident in the damage points that we are seeing in the last few games. And of course, overall making this happen, of course, it wouldn't be possible without the Alatau Citibank, who is the general partner for making Battle Royale possible here in Games of the Future 2026 here in Astana. But if you look at the overall gaming or the last game, how it actually went down, initially, as we said, around the 14th minute, all the teams were there, 16 teams still on the map. And then from 14th to around 17, they were like a kill streak, like elimination streak, I would say, especially around those ridges where there were a few the cars and where exactly the anyone's legends got eliminated. That was a kill streak or elimination streak, like teams were going back to back, getting eliminated. And then let's say by 17th, we are almost past that chaos.
Yeah.
And then we could see most of the teams always rotating around the edges. I mean, this game, I don't think many teams prefer to be in the middle. It could be possible the way I think, because there are a lot of teams. If you ever get stuck in the middle, you have a bunch of teams around. I mean, you're going to be surrounded by teams. I think it's possible reason. There could be other reasons too, but I think it was much needed, right, to stick to the edges when there are a lot of teams around.
100%, yeah, especially in these kind of late game moments. It's like you're in a hole in the ground and you're trying to dig yourself out. It's a lot harder than trying to dig in. So starting from the outskirts in these late moments where pressure is necessary, internalizing the pressure instead of pushing it out is a lot easier for teams to continue. That way they also rack up more kills, because there are more kills the more that you go into the circle. You can't just stay outside and expect them to be there, and you can't go from the center and expect them to be there.
Yes.
It's all about balance.
That's true. I mean, balance really, it's really necessary to balance the aggression and also to take it slow at some points. And as we say about the teams not getting eliminated in the early stage, but what we noticed is that 14 minutes was all the teams, 16 teams on the map. But around 7th minute, what we noticed, we had Vitality lost 2 players.
Yeah.
GAM the Expendables, they lost 2 players. D and Supers, they lost 2 players. But they sailed their way through up at least until 14th minute. I think the first team that went out was D and Supers.
Yeah.
And you get all these details and you can watch all these cool games. Do not miss, because you are missing real action if you're not watching it. Make sure you watch all these games. You can access that on our official platform, phygitalplus.com. Make sure you log into www.phygitalplus.com and watch the games live as it happens here right in the Beeline Arena. But as we said, even though they lost a few players early on, the Vitality, GAM, the Expendables, and of course D and Supers, they made their way through at least till 14th minute when D and Supers actually went out first. But still, I think this specific game was very cautious. Or is it that about the map? Because Rondo, even the last time when we watched yesterday's Rondo map was a bit slow, right?
Well, yeah, that's also just been the theme throughout every single match today.
Right.
They need to be taking it a little bit slow in the beginning, organize themselves, gather all the materials that they need, all the ammo, all the frags, everything that they need to be able to play the later game. So I feel like all the teams now are aiming to maybe rely more on ambushes and third parties and flanks. And speaking of flanks, Diga Esports, I noticed in the last moment, they had one player set out to flank behind just in case something went wrong. And that little bit of security and trust in that player to go alone and around to try and kill him, the last player standing, is a commendable feat.
Of course. We got the top fraggers back on the screen again. TDLTN actually topped this time. I mean, he actually made his way through. When he was not even on the list, he made his way through from the last game where Falcons won the game, and now he's at the top. And then we got Nance in the second position with 14 kills, Quizzy 14, XMPL 14, and Beam 13. Sadly, Solos,
he's not here anymore.
No.
Oh,
I
man.
mean, he couldn't get the chance to stay on this. But let's just talk about the next match, Miramar. We got Miramar coming up next. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out for Miramar, because it's going to be a bit tough, let's face it.
100%, yeah, especially with the terrain advantages and disadvantages that each team will, of course, take into consideration, I am sure.
Yep.
Professionals, of course, they know what they're doing, just like us.
Yeah.
Because a lot of things that we predicted earlier before this game has actually happened. We called for an underdog team like Diga Esports to come out and win this game.
Yeah.
Surprise, surprise, they have.
Yeah, they have.
Make sure to tune in for more accurate analysis just like these guys.
Yes, of course. And when we talk about Miramar, we are talking about steep ridges, open valleys, sparse compound clusters, and extreme elevation variance. I mean, there's going to be a lot of high grounds and low grounds playing with each other. And I mean, you need to. I mean, the last time when the Falcons ended up in the situation with Diga Esports, I think that's a perfect example of not overestimating the power of high grounds, but also making sure how do you escape from the high ground? How do you get down from the high ground? Like, you need to be aware of both the sides, how that goes. But that's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out for Miramar, where we have a lot of steep valleys, open valleys, compound clusters, everything going on in one single map. But this is, again, a map I'm pretty sure all the teams are very used to playing, so that's there too, right?
100%, yeah. And I think a lot of the teams are going to continue utilizing, well, actually not going to continue utilizing cars in this map specifically. In other maps, a lot of the teams have been getting as many cars as they can, placing them around themselves, using them as both a cover and a way to escape if necessary. But in Miramar, the terrain is a little bit more complex, so it's really hard for teams to be able to use cars and traverse with them in a way that benefits them much. So I feel we're going to be seeing a lot more smokes utilized and a lot more emergency shields being utilized here, which is 100% necessary.
Indeed, indeed. I think Miramar is going to be one of those maps that 17 Gaming's they're going to look forward to, because they'll be able to jump right into the chaos, because the contest chances for 17 Gaming, or the possibility of context on 17 Gaming, if you look at the past games, has been high for 17 Gaming, and they love to jump down at Picado or San Martin outskirts. So we never know, but at the end of the day, I mean, we cannot predict anything. I mean, it's Miramar, it's PUBG.
It's really hard to predict that,
it's very hard.
Last time in Miramar, a lot of the teams were landing in a more central kind of area. But today, in general, with all of the maps, and I think Miramar is not going to be an exception here, Heidi, a lot of the teams are going to be spreading out their positioning more. Because, like I said, they're going to be aiming for the end game rather than trying to aim to get kills from the beginning and from the get-go.
Of course, and we are talking about Miramar, the next map. And we are almost ready for the next map. Everybody, fasten your seatbelts, because we never know what's going to go down up next. So we're going to pass it over to the casters, RZ and Andrew. Take it over, gentlemen. It's showtime.
So amazing analysts who got everything right. Wow, wow, wow. After that chicken dinner, they can definitely claim that one. But it's going to be a brand new map, same lobby. Will we see a repeat of a chicken dinner? What do you think, RZ?
I think this is a time where our analysts pointed out very nicely as well, that underdog teams will be looking forward to step up and get a winner chicken dinner to give that competition to Vitality and the Expendables. And I think this might be one of those times. I am looking forward to Team R8 or Made in Thailand, because they have what they need. They get to a good position in the game, somewhat cannot convert it to a great game into a winner chicken dinner, or at least 15 to 16 points. So might be going towards that, and obviously a bit of biasness towards Diga Esports, as they got a winner chicken dinner. So they really might be looking to climb on that momentum. But all in all, it's going to be exciting for the game number 4.
Oh yeah, can't wait to see game number 4, especially the level of action like what we saw earlier. At first we thought that, okay, this is gonna be a chill game, okay, fights are gonna happen maybe like a phase 3 onwards and all that, but no, we were wrong. Phase 1, guns blazing, especially the Expendables. Within that phase itself, they scored 9 elimination points. That is a new record here in this tournament. I mean, the level of aggression, it's not okay. You can say that, okay, yeah, they happen to bump into the teams, but you still have to win those fights, and they just show that why they are one of the best teams in the world. So looking at the kind of performance that they can pull out next game, I would expect more from them.
Absolutely, and on the top, taking that fight to Vitality, that was, I think, the game changer for me. You can have a good fight, good start as well, but competing with the top team in the lobby, that was real challenge. But coming to Miramar, the game number 4 of the day, number 2 is going to be a very interesting match. We have the plane path cutting the map into 2 again. The circle is going to be a bit not just a bit, I think it's very much favored towards the east side, toward the right side of the map, with a bit of a water area, but that will not be concerning, as still we have a lot of play area of the land. A lot of the teams are in the circle, but majority are outside the circle. That will also prompt a lot of early rotations coming in, but I think this is a nice circle. This is a very interesting circle.
Yep, it's nice if it fully pulls towards the land, but There's still a small chance they will pull towards the shoreline. And if it goes there, well, that's one of my favorite parts of a circle, if it were to shift towards that side. But whether it will or not, well, we'll need to find out later on. But right now, what we're seeing here is that DN Supers, right, we're facing up against Team Vitality. And one of the players from Team Vitality actually landed, and the fact that he's holding a nade, he knows that somebody is across.
And the other two teammates, they were able to take the car out, and I think Vitality, they have no idea Heaven is right there. He's waiting for the moment, and I think that's the key part. He was able to get a good kill out there, starting point, and yes, he's get out, finds the player, knocks him down, and will be able to secure the kill. Team Vitality, they might come back for the revenge, which is a bit unlikely. And Heaven doesn't want to take that chance. Just starts to go away. And he's just like, I'm going to get out of this situation now.
Interesting, right? I thought that the fact that he was holding a nade, he knows that somebody is there. So it's either that he gets prepared, or his teammates will back him up, but his teammates didn't. So that was kind of funny for me. But anyway, moving on, it's going to be Virtus Pro now against AL. And we have Delwyn on the other side. So it's now a 1v1, but the rest of them coming in to back Delwyn up. And now Beamy will be surrounded, and he will easily be knocked down.
Absolutely. A pass by from him as just coming and taking the player down and gets him eliminated, which is for the rest of the players are right next to that compound, but it was difficult position. You had to have a full-fledged fight to save that player or get anyone out, as all of the anyone legends was able to connect quickly and to support his teammate in that 1v1. I think that's what's important in this early part of the game, that you're looting, you're a bit away from your team, and which is obviously very important. You need the loot in the map like Miramar, but you need to understand that in a situation where somebody can be ambushed, somebody can be third party, you need to be there to support his teammate, and anyone legends did that wonderfully. Good start for them. Team Falcons on the go, got the guns, got the loot as well. A decent loot, nothing much. I think a bit of utility, a bit of healing, and they wanted to just move before the cluster. I think because I think the cluster would be coming in the center of the circle as well, and they wanted to get a good position.
Yeah, that is tutorial how to support your teammate, ladies and gentlemen. Well explained there by my buddy RZ. And moving on, we're starting to see a lot of teams already making their rotation. A lot of teams already in the circle. We have a good amount of teams still on the outside as well, but this is also a very big map, right? So as long as you're able to get in early, I believe that you're able to secure a good spots within the circle.
Absolutely, but this is a very interesting match. I think out of all the maps that I have commentated over course of my career, I think this is one of my most interesting matches. You see the long range fights, you have nice ridges as well, you have some open cover, so it really brings out that kind of gameplay that requires a team to win. You need to have a very nice understanding of the area that you're playing in. Game knowledge is very important in this one, because you need to know which ridge to choose for, which rotations to take for, which plays. Obviously, if you are taking a wrong rotation, if you think, oh, I'm just gonna go straight into the circle, that might be the worst idea you can ever have, because that could put you open in front in a valley with two teams right on the top of that valley as well. So you need to be careful in those rotations as well. And obviously, being a fan on like long range fights, I think I love Miramar for that particular reason.
I hear you there, right? Work with the high grounds, and having that knowledge of which high ground is the best to use within a particular circle is going to be important inside of Miramar. Not all high grounds are great. Some high grounds will block your vision, and you don't really want to be in that kind of high ground. You want to use a high ground like what Susie is using right now. Look at this. He will have a good 360 view of his area, and with that, he spotted out T1 passing by. And even if he doesn't get the knock, at least the information is relayed back to his team. And that is as valuable as getting a knock itself.
Definitely, I think sometimes it is even more valuable. You need to know which teams are in which position for you to make a better judgment of the next plan. Hey, I need to rotate. I saw a team going into that direction. They're probably in these two compounds. I saw another team going into that direction. They're probably in those two compounds. How about we just avoid that situation, or we go into a third compound maybe? So obviously, the information is, I think, in these kind of maps are important and very, very necessary. You don't know where the other teams are. T1, they are on the road in the center. We have anyone legends right next to them. They're trying to find a good spot. This is a decent cover on the both sides of the road. You have a ridge that's covering you, but 17 Gaming with that mini 14 Tian tries to get them shot across. Obviously a difficult one. The distance is just too much and he will go back into the cover.
And that's just more of a warning shot here. And Team Falcons are looking to do a lot better than the previous round. And because we're still in phase 1, so there's decent amount of space for all the teams to play. And when you have space, you can do those warning shots. And because of those warning shots, teams will not want to come near and they have to pick somewhere else. And if they're late into the circle, picking somewhere else, sometimes it's going to be really, really difficult. I noticed that the Expendables are really taking their time. They will rotate from the south to come in. So it looks like they're not really in the mood to take those early fights.
I understand. I think these type of fights, even in Miramar, long-range fights are fine. You get a knock, maybe you're lucky, you get a kill. But the next thing is you have to realize if you're going to go for a fight, that's going to take a lot out of you. Your vehicles, your utility, you have to commit to the fight, and you have to leave your place as well. You have to go into a risky terrain. So this kind of decision is a very difficult one. Erangel is like, hey, I'm right next to a team. This is the ridge. This is the cover we have. Let's just rush. You can't do that easily in the first two games of the phases of the game. So everybody's like being a bit careful, obviously. Diga Esports, looking forward to them as well. All of the eyes will be on Diga Esports, that can they convert this day into a good one for them. They have the momentum right now. They had a wonderful game, all to the calmness, composure that they showed in the map of Erangel, and also in the map of Erangel as well. And I hope, let's see whether they can convert this as well. Virtus Pro, bit of a tricky situation. Shots being fired from left and right.
Okay, all right, they managed to land on top of this mountain and they can reset here. Oof, that was so close. Look at both of them. Their health super duper low, and they're the final two players of Virtus Pro. If they got taken out during that moment, Virtus Pro will be out with 0 points. So they're counting their lucky stars here. Oh, another emergency pickup. You can see multiple teams actually utilizing that one to get into the circle. And now it's time for Virtus Pro for them to did what other teams did to them, trying to shoot down teams or players while they were airborne.
And I think that's going to be one of the easier kills as well, getting them when they're airborne. Nice cover from his side. He wanted to cover his back team. Shadow Gaming, Shadow Esports, they are in the center as well. 1-7 also coming off from the air. Shots are being fired. So a lot of information on the other team that, hey, this is where the teams are. But I think at this phase, you know that there are teams right next to you within a distance of 100, 400 meters, 500, very close to you. So you have to be careful in those, hey, I just don't want to peek out. I just don't want to leave that cover as well. You have to be careful. Team Vitality got a nice compound to themselves as well, and I think they would be looking forward to not do what they did in the last game, which is had a bad fight against the Team Expendables. And I think a lot of teams are looking to rectify their mistakes, even Team Falcons, as we mentioned a bit earlier, Team Virtus Pro, Team Made in Thailand. They will be looking to do things better, other as opposed to Diga Esports. I think they were like, hey, we want a repetition of the map of Rondo. We want to win a chicken dinner.
Yeah, and if they can do that, they'll be the first team to score not only a back-to-back chicken dinner, but potentially even getting the #1 spot. But there's still a lot more teams left. We still have 16 teams at phase number 2, and we're about to end phase number 2. And in about 5 more seconds, we'll check out where the zone will shift. We still have about 40% of water here. I'm hoping for that water. Okay, now 10% of water. Okay, that's pretty decent there. But 10% water means 90% of playable land for these teams. We can expect a lot of fights from here onwards, RZ.
Absolutely. I think the teams that are already within the circle, this is a calmer phase for them. But the teams that are coming in from the north or the north part of the map, we will see a bit, like a lot of fight going out there. Obviously, the north part of the map is going to be the contested part. And as you mentioned, Sir Cloud, you were amazing. JGG, they are right next to T1. The fight is going to start. The fight coming up. T1 gets 1, 2, 3, and okay, this is just. Wow. I could not complete my sentence before they got they were done with the team JDG.
I know, right? That's like one of those you blink and you miss it moment. Like I was just like, okay, even the camera was like about to zoom in to ground to look at the action, and they're done. Oh man, that was so quick. But we're gonna get another fight here. R8 Esports or Blind. That made a bit of a boo-boo there. And Hansi, he received damage because of his own nade, so that's not the ideal situation. Now he has to take his time to heal. Lucky for him, this is just a smoke.
I mean, one more nade or one more job could have done it. Oh, he just jumped off. I think he might have an idea that he came out as well. Sanzi, he was able to heal back as well, but Hansi with that EMP kind of a nade gets I am bought down. He has to go out and get that kill, and obviously it is just right next to him as well. Didn't need to do much. Good start for Shadow Esports. 2 kills in the backpack.
Not bad of a start for them, but now, okay, Sandstorm's here, so this will slow things down a bit for them. And it will also give them the space to kind of reset their minds at the same time. We not only have R8 here, we have Virtus Pro on the next door as well. But Shadow Esports, they're just going to focus on the R8 for now. And they have R8 surrounded. Setsuna, beautiful nade onto the second floor to get TD. Empty down as well thanks to the blue grenade. And that's 2 down from R8. And now R8, they have that one player on the 3rd floor. But then again, he's just too far away from his teammates. And there goes R8, eliminated by Shadow Esports.
And how to eliminate a whole team without using a single bullet. That tutorial by Shadow Esports, what a wonderful use of utility. And they were able to get the job done without getting their hands dirty. And that gives them a lot of control within this compound as well. Only the contest will be between Vitality and Virtus Pro. Shadow Esports need to decide very soon, obviously, which compounds they're going to hold. They don't have the capacity to hold this much of a compound because everybody will be looking to rush in. And you can't defend 3 or 4 buildings, maybe 5 buildings. So you need to, I think, maybe 2 would be a good idea, and you can have a division of 2 or 2, and that could do them a lot better.
I like how the teams are giving us tutorials here through their amazing gameplays. Oh, we might see another tutorial how to shoot somebody who's airborne. And Virtus Pro is going to demo this for us. Spraying by Corexi, he's hitting his shots. He just needs one more chance. Oh, but they're going to straight up challenge him. And here we go. Lucaris is now correctly eliminated, and just like that, DS Supers. That is a tutorial on how to take over the mountain.
That was amazing. That was really what happened. I don't know there was a tutorial how to defend that from Virtus Pro. You have people in the air, you need to shoot them as well. I don't think so. Okay, like, hey, that was it. But DNS, they did a wonderful job. They took a lot of risk to contest that mountain, to contest that cliff, and they were able to get that. And Tian is in a difficult position, goes underwater. FS, they were hoping to get out to secure that kill, but obviously there are a lot of teams right next to them as well, and the rest of 1-7 is on that ridge, providing a lot of cover to Tian as well.
Man, too bad for Virtus Pro, I must say. They didn't have enough guns. They only had 2 players there. So I guess the other tutorial is that make sure you have more players. But you can't do much if your teammates were eliminated early, and that's the disadvantage there. But okay, now, from the high grounds, we're gonna see what's happening here on the lower ground. We have Tigger here tapping away, and he will easily get his target. And Tian Hao Fu surely will not be able to survive this one. It's a matter of who will lock in his point, and it will go to full sense.
What a very difficult spot for Tian to be in. I don't know exactly how he got himself into that position away from his team. Maybe he was out there scouting, but Full Sense will take full advantage of that position. Shadow Esports in a comfortable position. They have to be obviously careful. The concept of rush or utility from the team right next to them is always there, as they were able to take a team R8 out exactly in that way, but they're hoping to get some knocks or kills from this comfortable position. Good start, great start for them. Great mid part of the game as well. 6 kills, 4 players alive. I think they can convert this into a wonderful game for themselves. Have to be careful about Vitality right next to them.
And look at this place, it's so crowded. Like so many teams here, with T1 on the other side as well. It will be interesting if the next phase of the circle actually moves away. If it moves away from this area, imagine the chaos that could happen.
I think the rotations will kill will be really crazy, and to figure out what to do will be even crazier for the in-game captains. I think these are the very tough situations to navigate. There are a lot of wrong things that you can do, and very few things, maybe 1 or 2 that are right, and as a captain that are very difficult to decide. And obviously DNS, they are very happy with their feet. They are able to take a high ground as well, but coming off from that position, if the circle moves away, that will be even more difficult for them.
Yeah man, I wouldn't want to be the IGL at this point to decide on what to do, especially with limited information. But DN Supers, they know what to do. They have a good spot here. Look at this, they're by the edge of the circle. All they need to do right now is just to take their chances and tap away onto opponents while gathering information. Now the elimination fee is starting to light up with Twisted Minds. 2 players down. They will lose the tap. They lose Holy My Bad. And more players eliminated, including from Team Vitality. And speaking about Team Vitality, they are out.
What a game from the GK Esports as well. They're coming in, especially from the Twisted Minds. They were able to take them out, but the someone who has been the most happy has been the team Shadow Esports. Geeky AK coming in, 2 players down, 1 of them left behind, everybody in front of them charging in. Will be he able to revive 2 of his players, or will be their third party to the third party? Only 1 kill up to their backtrack. The only team that was victorious in all of that 3 teams clash was Team Shadow Esports, who was able to take advantage.
And they were really active in this round, right? They eliminated R8 and now they're bringing in more elimination points for themselves. And let's see how many points can GK Esports bring in this time, because guess who? Shadow Esports on the outside. We can see a name being cooked up and trying to aim it into the shack.
Oh,
not able to get it, but it's okay. It's still put pressure on the GK Esports, and Shadow Esports is still in the game.
Absolutely. We have Full Sense, TM17 and GTE on the east side of the map, right next to water, and they are holding their position. Obviously, they can't do much in that position, so waiting out the circle is the right one. Team Falcon in a difficult spot, in a very low ridge. They have a bit of a cover, but could be a bit more careful. Heather gets a bit out, didn't realize there were Team Shadow Esports as well, who were looking from left and right, and they will be eliminated. Diga also goes out. So we have 10 teams left behind, and I was hoping for a wonderful game from them. They could have built on that momentum, but as for them, they were able to only secure 0 points in terms of kills as well.
Well, we're not going to get a double chicken dinner back to back. We're going to get someone else this time, and who could it be though? But we still have 10 more teams to go, and we're going to get the next phase of the circle. Oh, it's going to be really tight here, RZ. Look at this. Circle goes towards the middle. All those teams on the left side will need to move. There's so many teams there. It's going to be a big mess.
Made in Thailand, DNS, GK Esports, Animal Legends, 4 of these teams, they have to move back. Falcon giving a bit of a contest, but they have to move slightly into the circle with team Made in Thailand right on top of them. The only team that is going to be very happy is going to be Shadow Esports. They have the edge of the circle, still the compound, and I think it's a bit early to call it, but they are the strongest team right now in terms of chicken dinner, in terms of contender for chicken dinner. And I think if they're able to get the winner chicken dinner, they all have a lot of kill points right now. They will be able to convert this into a really good game for them.
Well, can this high ground convert into a really good game for DN Supers? We'll get a tutorial next on how to get down from the high ground without the circle soon. But while we wait for that tutorial to start, we're going to see Made in Thailand. They're trying to hold off teams from their position. And this is the circle update. Look at this. Look at this, RZ. It goes towards a road. It goes towards almost no man's land.
Oh wow, DNS, they are still surviving. Jumps off, gets off the parachute, shots are being fired. Made in Thailand, Case was right there and then was able to take them out. DNS gets eliminated. Obviously getting on the ridge is one thing, getting off the ridge is another thing. Let's see, Falcon Esports, they're coming in from the eastern side. Let's see if they're able to pull it off. 4 players still alive. They're really good at that. They're really good at keeping their players alive, making a small, compact, like a players or like a team, and able to secure the good position as well. Nade's coming in and 1 player down, but I think he will be able to get revived.
Yeah, shouldn't be a problem for him to get back up again, as long as they have this high ground. A T1 on the lower ground. Oh, but look who's at 10 elimination points. Shadow Esports. Man, this team is our highlight team for this round. So far, so good. And now we're in our top 8. I really want to see whether Shadow Esports can lock in this chicken dinner now.
I think it will be a game changer for the whole table. And having a winner chicken dinner with 10 kill points, up to this point, they will have probably more. I think it's going to be crazy for them, but it's going to be difficult as team Made in Thailand will be looking forward to convert this game into a good one for them. So does Falcon. All of these teams are really hungry for a good game.
Oh man, absolutely right. Absolutely hungry right now. We can see the amount of eliminations got by these teams, especially at the top. T1 with 9 eliminations as well. Let's not forget about them. But let's not forget about the fact that the next phase of the circle is going to show itself soon in about 5 more seconds. Oh, it's going to be super tight. It'll probably go towards the road. And yes, it goes all the way down to the road. A lot of open space for these teams to manage.
Team Falcon hitting the teams on the east side of the circle. 1-7. They were comfortable as well when they were right next to the shore, but the circle is moving away. Falcon, they have to make sure as well to hit team Made in Thailand. They have the advantage. Made in Thailand has to cover out as well. Shrimsy just making sure of everyone out there, and obviously this is a comfortable position to be in. They have the cover on the both sides, and they have a lot of information in front of them and the players moving in, so they might be able to get 2 or 3 wonderful kills for them without putting themselves in a lot of danger.
Yeah, this is probably the best spot to be in right now. And look at this, right? Team Falcons, they're able to look at teams on the other side as well while having cover of their own. But that also means that they need to manage 2 different angles at the same time. But the good news is that it's not easy to take over this area where Team Falcons is at. This is a perfect spot in this circle. But here we have Made in Thailand showing themselves up against the Expendables. The Expendables, 1 player is currently down. That's going to be Glorious on his knees. And Made in Thailand in a decent spot as well. Almost similar to Team Falcons. But Team Falcons is on the inside of the circle, so they can play that spot a little bit longer. Now on the other side of the circle, we have Shadow Esports, our highlight team here. Just right below Team Falcons.
Oh, this is going to be a difficult one. Team Made in Thailand slowly and steadily charging away towards in. Team Falcon gets it with those utility coming in. Case on the top. He needs to be a bit more careful. There's no other option as well. Covers being dropped. Nades being thrown left and right. Team Falcon still holding their ground. It has to be getting very messy very soon. Oh, 1 player goes down. Gets eliminated right there, and then Jacob gets out. But takes a bit of damage. Has to go back. Molotov being thrown. Gets Shimsy out of the cover. He's also down to very low of an HP.
Oh.
Made in Thailand getting the better. Team Falcon kickstart, the only one left behind. The Molotov was the game changer, but Scappy, he's just not caring about Team Falcon, he's caring about the other teams as well out there. GTE lose 2 of their players to Scappy, and Team Made in Thailand just converted this into a wonderful game for themselves, but 1 gets knocked down and will be revived then.
Oh man, again RZ, it is Made in Thailand being the party pooper to the other teams. When Team Falcons had a good spot, Made in Thailand had to show up Meantime, now 5 elimination points, and they can still recover Baron. They still have a little bit more time. Zoe will close in about 30 more seconds, but Team Falcons are not out already yet. Kickstart, he's in the smoke. With the smoke, he's gonna go in. Kickstart, he's gonna show up. Kickstart, can he actually take out the members of Made in Thailand? And Kickstart will get one, but from behind, Made in Thailand. That is a tutorial how to cover your teammate.
Coming in from the top, taking the position, getting Team Falcons out, securing that, and most importantly, keeping those players alive, securing those kill points, and not being just aware, not just having less information, even punishing the other teams out there like the Expendables, like Team FS, and like 1-7. These players are out there, and Team Made in Thailand, they are getting those kills as well. But the main competition has come towards Team Shadow Gaming, Shadow Esports, and Made in Thailand, as they both have a very nice area to themselves. One is on the high ground, the other one has the compounds to themselves. So in those comfort zones, they will look to eliminate the other two teams, which is going to be FS and GTE. As I was mentioning out, FS gets eliminated by the hand of the Expendables.
And now the Expendables, they are showing up, cutting across the road. But that was a big risk taken, but they managed to make it through. And that's also because Shadow Esports is behind Made in Thailand, so they're slightly distracted there. But Made in Thailand, they have to pick up Jacob. Shadow Esports might show up anytime soon. Then Jaxi will get Jacob. He's not able to get the elimination point yet. Setsuna gets Kiss. Oh man, Shadow Esports. It's just that they don't have all their players together. They're still spread out. And now it's time for them to get together to make this big push against Made in Thailand.
Oh, this is going to be very difficult. All these three teams on the edge of the circle. Team Shadow Esports playing it a bit better, moving in a bit early. GTE also punishing. Scappy Kiss goes down by the hand of Setsuna. Setsuna goes crazy, gets Jacob as well. Gets out, gets GTE. And look at Setsuna. He is having a wonderful game so far. Look at the confidence, getting one team on the left, getting one team on the right, throwing the utility as well. It's Shadow Esports all over with 15 kills. Made in Thailand gets eliminated. Shadow Esports get a wonderful winner chicken dinner. And look at that, not just a good game, great game from them. If you thought about, hey, this is a good game for them, we can get a winner chicken dinner. Not just that, they were able to get great kill points for them, and they will be very happy with that performance.
Absolutely, absolutely. This is a tutorial how to get a chicken dinner with a lot of elimination points by Shadow Esports, a team that really show up from the start to the end. And at some point I was like, I want to see how they're going to get this chicken dinner. They had this momentum and they brought it throughout the entire game towards the end to lock in the chicken dinner. This is their first chicken dinner in this competition. Shadow Esports, ladies and gentlemen, they show up.
Absolutely wonderful game from their side. I think they had the momentum, they had the cover as well, and they got it going as well, and they were able, and they look happy with themselves as well.
Welcome aboard Air Astana. Our airplane flies into the realm of dreams. Relax as if at home, with satisfied reflection throughout your flight. You will rest and regain curiosity for new discoveries and encounters. After all, dreams are also part of the journey.
Get home internet and a smartphone for free with a premium family plan.
Get ready for school with WB. WB, all you need for classes and breaks with try-on and payment on delivery.
welcome back after the game 9th. We got Shadow Esports dominating the last match. What do you think?
I think that was the unexpected bit that we needed today in this tournament. They showed up when nobody expected them to. They came from the shadows. It's literally in their name. We should have expected it.
Indeed. And a bunch of kills as well this time. I mean, they didn't come with just an easy win. I mean, they actually played for it. They did their work. They got around 14 or 15 kills. We are just about to see the scoreboard on the screen. But that was an incredible game. I mean, we saw fights, we saw rotations, and towards the end, that was stressful because there was a high ground and there was low ground. That was a proper play because initially, as you remember, when during what happened during the rondo, when Falcons took the high ground, the same thing happened on this Miramar map where the big rock was taken by Virtus Pro at first, and then they had to jump off where the other team was waiting for them, and then Falcons took it again. And then along with that, and then Made in Thailand joined them, and then it was a chaos right there. And then they had Made in Thailand and Falcons were shooting right at T1 down there in the low ground. But at the end, the fight was actually concentrated around that area, right? And then they took it down to Shadow Esports. And at the top 4, Shadow had 4 full squad, right?
100%, yeah. It's not only that, though. Falcon was really in a good position, but I'm not exactly sure why they gave it away by throwing those grenades. Like, it's kind of like alerting the other teams, like, hey, I'm over here. Come get me. I don't really know exactly what was going on there, but now let's check the highlights here for a second. We got the players here before the game. They looked really focused. They're definitely in the zone now. Don't you think so, Heidi?
Yes, of course. That was a chaos at the start, and it was a great game, to be honest, the last one in Miramar. And Miramar is not an easy game map at all. DN Supers did really well, it has to be said. And but initially they had to go out very soon enough. And these buildings actually played a very big role, and this is where all the chaos went down. Like it started with Virtus Pro getting on top, and then DN Supers, and then one by one there we saw the 17 Gaming sailing away in the water initially, and this house was a pure chaos. Do you remember the car jumping in for that fight? That was really interesting to see. And then we lost Vitality around the 18th minute as well. I mean, they made sure Vitality doesn't get to the end game, and that was interesting to see how that went down. And it was nice to see where the whole game went. And of course, this is the area that you see on the screen where most of the end game actually revolved around. As you see, Made in Thailand had slightly bit of high ground where Team Falcons were slightly on the, let's say, the balcony of that of the map. And this is where they had to fight. They didn't have a choice, right? I mean, Team Falcons had to look up and then make sure the Made in Thailand doesn't jump up on them unexpectedly. And there you see it on the screen, Shadow Esports with 15 kills. And this was almost the end of the game towards the end, as you saw. And we had Made in Thailand again towards the top side, the end side of the game, right? There he is, Shadow Esports celebrating, and you can see the joy on their faces right there on their desks. How do you feel, Shadow Esports finally coming out and grabbing that dinner?
They definitely took advantage of the situation that they were in and made the best of it. We could also notice that their positioning, rather than going to the high ground, they stayed in the open field where they had a view of the high ground and the low ground, able to take control of both. And of course, if you guys want to buy the tickets at home, please make sure to visit Freedom at ticketon.com. Don't forget they're also the sponsors of other digital games, so please make sure to check them out.
Of course, I mean, you gotta get the tickets. You don't want to miss this one because day 2 has been really great. I mean, I can see, we saw that on the screens. We saw that with the points. We saw that with everything that's going on around, because day 1, even the damages, as we discussed before, day 1, it was more of 300, 400 and 500, nothing much more than 500. But today we are seeing way more than 600 going on top, and we even had more than 800 at one point. So it's more like teams are actually getting into fight and trying to get the kills. At the same time, on the other side, we also saw teams moving at slow and being cautious towards the early games as well. First game, everyone was really cautious. Falcon took it away. And then second game, very slow. It went towards even until the 15th minute mark. And then I think this one also we saw the initial cautiousness that everybody's doing. Do you feel like teams are being a bit more careful when it comes to throwing in themselves to the fight as the game passes forward?
I think it's a bit beyond being careful here, Heidi. I think it's just a tactic that all of the teams, in a way, kind of non-verbally agreed upon with each other, because everybody is sorting out their tactics from the beginning, sorting out their placement, and they'd rather secure the current place that they're in rather than chase after a player, as we've seen many times.
Yes.
But if they're able to, of course, they will get them from afar, but that hasn't really been able to happen so far. Usually it's just been the domino effect of one team going out, everybody coming in. You got the cars from the left, you got players from the right, you got people parachuting from above.
Yes.
It's absolute chaos
That
for
was
sure.
pure chaos towards the end. I mean, that area, I think that's where most of the fights and most of the whatever events happened in this map happened in Miramar. We know Miramar is a chaos. I mean, we know what the map is like.
Yeah.
It's not easy. You're either high or low. There is no mid ground. You either have to take care of yourself, somebody jumping on top of you, or you have to make sure somebody shoots you down when you jump away from the high ground, when the zone pushes you out. And we saw that again in today's game when they had to do that. And making all this possible, here's huge shout out to Alatau, Citibank, the sponsors of this game, Battle Royale, at Games of the Future 2026 Astana. But again, we are at game 9 mark for the tournament from a total of 15 games, which means we only got one more game to go. We are circling back to Teigo again. What are your thoughts? One final game.
One final game. I think we're all looking for one final underdog story. So far, we got Shadow Esports coming out of the shadows, dominating this game, getting the most kills out of any team in any game this tournament so far.
True.
Game before that, we had Digga Esports, the local team, with a kind of surprise win.
Yes.
But beyond all of that, let's take a look at the leaderboard here. Oh my goodness.
Map rankings for this game, Shadow Esports right there. Look at the difference in the points, man. That's 10 points for the placements, of course. Look at the kills, 17 kills.
17 kills.
That's a lot of kills because I think the 15 kill mark was achieved almost at the end, and that's a 2 again immediately. I mean, of course, it's an end game. There's going to be a lot of kills for sure, but that's 27 points, the first position for Shadow. And look at Made in Thailand, that's 14, and you're looking at around 13 points difference in this one game. That's huge. And the 17 Gaming, I think they're going to have to defend themselves a lot more if they want to keep the 3rd position 100%. After this game for sure. And Team Falcons is right there at 10th position. And after that, I think it's mostly they're going to have to really work hard to get on top, because we are talking about 10th or 12th point. After that, it's more like either 0 or 1 point. And of course, if you like to watch any of these games, buy your tickets from ticketon.com. You can scan the QR code that's right in front of your screen. We have made it easy. Ticketon has made it easy for all of us to watch the game, so make sure you check that out. You don't want to miss the action. You really don't want to, because we are hyped up. You have no idea the energy that we have here in the Beeline Arena. Every game goes forward. Every day goes forward. We are getting more and more excited because things are flipping. Things are changing. Scripts are being changed every single game. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens towards the end of the day, because we only got one single game left, and we're still gonna see if they are gonna defend their positions or they're gonna change it. And we have the overall rankings at the end of game 9. What are your thoughts, Yusuf?
Well, Team Vitality still holding on to that lead, but just barely. They had a much bigger lead going into this game on Game the Expendables, but sadly they did catch up.
Right.
However, Team Vitality still has a chance to make a statement. If they win this next game, the last game of the day, then they will be in a very comfortable position going into the final match day. We got T1 again. Look at their placement points to kill points. 9 placement points to 43 kill points. What is some of the most kills in this game in general, which is really impressive.
And that's the same as the first place. Vitality 43 kill points.
Yeah.
T1's got 43 kill points as well. Interesting. And then we got EDK Esports right there at the 9th spot. And if you really pay attention for the first one, the 17 actually got pushed to the 4th place. They've been holding on to the 3rd place for so long.
Yeah.
But now they got pushed to the 4th. And we got R8 down there, Diga moving as well. I mean, everybody's stepping up their performances this time. Virtus Pro at 13, Full Sense 12, Twisted Minds at 11, and Shadow Esports at 10. I mean, the last game's been a great help for them to move ahead in the point list of the leaderboard. But again, we still got one more game, but that's not the end. I mean, this is only 10th game that's coming up, which means we still got 5 more games to go tomorrow, and that's going to be the final day. I mean, there is no more sleep after this one, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. So it's going to be interesting to see, because as the days go forward, everything's getting more stressful, at the same time more exciting, I would say. How excited are you for the final game? And we're really looking forward.
I've had adrenaline pumping the whole time, but not as much adrenaline as the MVP of this game. We have from Shadow Esports with 7 kills and 612 damage, Setsuna. What a performance from him.
Of course, 7 kills, that's a lot. I mean, in the last MVP we saw 8 kills, now we got 7. Everyone's on fire, I would say. Everyone's just going full on. And if you look at the damage, no damage is going below 600 today for some reason, right?
100%.
Everyone's in their fight. And Shadow Esports, of course, Setsuna made his mark in the team, and he contributed whatever he can towards a win for Shadow Esports, the first chicken dinner in the whole tournament for Shadow Esports. I mean, there are a lot more teams to still get the first dinners, but at the same time, there are teams who has to get more dinners as well. Everybody's hungry, let's face it.
Oh, I know I am, for sure.
Everybody wants to get that chicken dinner for sure. Everybody's scrambling for that chicken dinner. But it's going to be really interesting how we go forward with that, how the teams actually go forward and look at how they plan their upcoming games and see. And we talk about Taego because we have already jumped on to Taego for one time today and one time yesterday. So this is the 3rd time the teams are going to be playing on Taego up next. What are your thoughts? Are we going to have any existing strategies taken to the new maps? I mean, it's totally unpredictable for sure. But what do you think about Taego?
Before we get into that, shout out to an official partner who made this tournament possible, TTC. And yeah, I think that because we saw them play in Erangel. Yeah. This is the 3rd time that they've played today. And teams stuck to their first game tactics with a little bit of evolution to it, which is spread out wide and kind of secure my position first before I consider going after others.
Right.
So I think that it should be a really similar idea here because you can't go into the unknown without any information whatsoever.
Exactly.
So you can't just go in blindly. There needs to be some groundwork done first.
Right. And also, I mean, commendable again, after every single game we keep talking about Made in Thailand. Because they are up there. Do you think they are more focused on the placement points? I mean, all we can do is look at their performances and think and guess things, right? None of us know what's in their minds, and we'll never know. I mean, it's their strategies. We cannot say. But still, seeing from what's been happening, do you think they are focusing more on the placement points? Because let's face it, I mean, getting kills, 1 point each. And that comes with the risk of their existence, their survival as well. But when they are playing it very safe, make it to the top 5 or top 3, they're getting multiple points compared to the equivalent kills that they're going to get. So do you think that could be a strategy they're using at the moment?
I'm not sure if it's a strategy, more so maybe they're just not as prepared as we might have thought they were. Because if you notice the placement points to kill point ratio, they're in the top 8, yes, but they have the lowest kills out of the top 8, even though they're higher than the 8th and 7th position.
Right.
So it's a bit confusing. They're not engaging in fights, they're only replying to fights. And I'm not really sure how that's gonna work out for them, if that's gonna help them move up the table. Maybe they're looking to secure their position, but securing it isn't gonna win them the $1 million prize. So I think something's gonna have to change with them. Of course, they do keep on reaching the top 4. They've reached the top 4 in every single game that we've played today so far, and many of them as well yesterday. So
Of
who's
course.
to say?
I mean, it's a game of balancing what do you want to do and how do you want to balance between making sure you survive to get those placement points, and also if you want to get into the fights and get those kills and get those kill points. And that's what we noticed in the previous when we showed the overall rankings. Like, we are seeing the first position where there are 43 kill points for the first position, whereas the T1 is actually in the 4th or 5th position where they have 43 kill points as well. But the position difference is a lot more different. So that's where actually I believe either you go for kills or you go for the placement points, but at the same time, you need both. I mean, you cannot rely on one alone, because that's going to be a very tricky situation if you're just relying on one single point system, right?
100%, yeah, and that's a motto for life. If there's no balance, it's really hard to continue doing generally anything. So teams need to strive to find that balance, such as Virtus, who have actually started to find their balance a little bit more. They got back on a little bit. They're getting some kills in. They're getting their placement points back in. They're slowly rising up the table. And of course, a big thanks once more to Freedom for sponsoring this event.
And also, let's talk about underdogs that we have already seen today. I mean, today's been great. I have to say that. But again, one more team that I would really love getting ahead to see them, because we need new faces. We need everybody to come up there and enjoy that podium's place, right? There is R8, which I would really love, because they actually got very close in the first game, I believe. They came to top 4.
Yeah.
But that was with that's 2 players, but still they made it that far. So that means they can actually get out there if they really are focused, if they really want to get there, if they make sure there are no mistakes. Everything's fair in this game. So I mean, mistakes happen, carelessness happens, because it's a very stressful game. We cannot deny that fact.
100%, yeah, and I feel like they should be using to their advantage the information that, it's not information to them, it's information to others, that R8 is a newer competitive esports team in comparison to the others. So other teams can't really have much information on them, that they are unable to counteract their ideas and stuff. So I feel like R8 should be maybe developing a kind of tactic that nobody could really expect, because nobody's really seen them do it in that way before, which is, in what my opinion is, they did in the first game, which is how they were able to reach the top 4. But there's not really a balance of kill points and placement points here, so it was a bit of a struggle for them to come back after that.
Yes.
They thought if they could maintain the first tactic, it'll work in the others. We'll get the placement points and rise up, but sadly, it's not that easy.
Of course, and we have the top fraggers overall at this point. I mean, TGLTN's still there. Of course, Falcon's been doing great today compared to yesterday. Yeah, TGLTN's right there at the top with 16 kills. Heather just moved to the 2nd position with 15, along with Kiss, along with XMPL. So we got 3 sharing the 2nd place, and we got Nance as well at the 14th place. So we're going to be going to Tago pretty soon, and that's going to be an interesting one to see. I think the teams are getting ready. They are analyzing, they are thinking about what should be doing next, because this is the last one. After this, they can take a well-deserved rest. What do you think? One final game today?
It's definitely going to be excited, but I might need to see a bit more energy from these players. They look absolutely exhausted. Of course, understandable. They've played for a really long time today. A lot of mental pressure is needed. And like we said before, endurance is key to continue carrying on in a successful manner throughout any competition. And of course, Battle Royale, brought to you by Astana, brought to you by Alatau Citibank, is definitely no exception.
Of course, if you look at, I mean, we've been seeing the faces of Falcons, because they've got some confidence today from what's been happening in the past games, plus a chicken dinner as well. So we cannot deny the fact they are really in a good mood today, for sure. And they're ready for the one final game as well on Taigo, where let's talk about the map topology, where we have expansive flat farmlands, grass hills, dense forest, and also we got porter trucks as well. So it's going to be interesting map, which they have already played. I mean, it's not new to them, especially today. Within the last couple of hours, they've already jumped into Taigo. So we still need to see, but it's more, I believe the Taigo is more of a fast and aggressive kind of map. And also there are wide roads as well. I mean, we possess some threat, open lands.
Definitely, yeah. I think also in comparison to Miramar, we're going to be seeing a lot more cars. In Miramar, almost no team was using the cars to traverse through the map and rotate because, like we mentioned before, the terrain is difficult. Any open area to travel in with a car is literally a trap.
Right.
Inadvertently set by every other team because it's so easy to jump to that position.
Right.
In Taego, however, those open areas are everywhere.
Yeah.
Even with the high ground that is available in some areas on the map, a lot of the teams are going to be utilizing shelter, cars, and smokes to definitely traverse their way through and get out on top.
Of course, and talking about the cars, I mean, the unique stuff when it comes to Taego is where the presence of porter vehicle stash, which actually allows them to take, let's say, 15 to 20 extra smoke grenades because there are open fields. They're gonna have to have more extra grenades. So it's going to be a competition of who gets hold of the vehicle stash to store more some extra smoke grenades, which always comes in handy, whichever map this is, and especially for Taego, that's going to be very important to see how that's going to play out. But we still have to figure out what strategies they're going to go, because this is all we can say watching their previous games, but we actually cannot see what's going on in their minds, because they could be thinking the same thing, right? We never know. This is what they'll be thinking about us, so let's just give them a surprise. Let's give them a flip strategy facing them and catch them off guard. So possible that's going to happen as well. I mean, the trophy is smiling at everyone right in front of the desk.
Stunning trophy, stunning.
Yeah, indeed. One more game and everyone can just relax for today. And then after that, they are all going to come back tomorrow. But the speciality for tomorrow is they're going to be coming back here onto the desk, and somebody's going to walk away with that trophy. But today, it's just another gaming day, just like yesterday. Tomorrow is going to be special because they're going to be going back. Someone's not going to be going back empty-handed, and that's going to be interesting to see who that's going to be. So we still have to find out. I think the teams are relaxing, right?
They seem very laid back. It's like this is well thought out. I don't think they're putting too much pressure on themselves because they already played this map today. Like, okay, they played it yesterday, but it's very fresh because they just recently played it a couple hours ago. So I'm sure there's not going to be too many discussions because, like I said, it should be them sticking to the original tactics that they played in the first game today with some additions to it, which is how you kind of confuse the other players because, like you said, maybe they'll be expecting a surprise. But what if they expected you expecting the surprise?
Exactly.
And then it kind of goes like a paradox a little bit. Like it could keep going on, but I don't think they have the mental capability to think that far ahead.
That's true. And also, I think since it's going to be the last game for today, I don't think they just really want to take a risk of changing the strategies at this point of time, today for today. If it was some game 1, 2 or something, they have the chances, they have the time to maybe shift something here and there and then go to a different strategy. But we're still going to have to see how that plays out for the teams. Let's look at a few favorite drop spots for the teams that are going to be jumping on. Let's say contest chances for Taego. We have seen GAM the Expendables like to have some context, and they love the terminal and urban hubs to jump into. I mean, high chances of contest right there. And then when it comes to Shadow Gaming, who dominated the last one, I mean, their drop spots are kindly different. They like to jump on Army Base or Ohang, but we're still yet to see. I mean, these are all just calculations and analysis and stuff. I mean, we never know what's going to happen. But a few things that we actually wanted to see, it's not predictions, but something we wanted to see actually happened, where we saw Shadow Gaming getting a dinner. Diga Esports, fan favorites right here in Beeline Arena, they got a chicken dinner. So we are yet to see if we are going to run into more surprises along the way. What are your thoughts on one final map? Taego?
Like we said before, Heidi, it's really going into this map not fully blindly that is going to give those players a little bit of the confidence boost, which is why we can see them here on the screen, looking pretty laid back, not overthinking everything too much. But then you got a couple of them there laying down. They really seem to be enjoying themselves.
They're so relaxed. They're so relaxed. They really don't want to mess up their head right now, I believe, from what we have seen on the screen. Everyone's just grooving onto the music and then having a good time, I think. I mean, at the end of the day, you have to be calm and concise and also have to be structured as well. You cannot go overboard with the emotions when it comes to competitive gaming. So that's really important, and I think they're doing it great. Right.
100%, yeah. Also, we haven't really talked about the music choices in the stadium. I've been loving it here, to be honest. It's really laid back, chill. You got some rock kind of vibes. You got some pop. A little bit of everything.
And more of electronic music as well. Very futuristic. I mean, as we said in the first day, I mean, the whole thing is futuristic. They actually stuck. They are actually sticking onto the whole theme. There is nothing you can find here which goes out of the theme. There is nothing odd that you can find in the whole concept of what we have going around here in Beeline Arena and the other places as well. The whole Games of the Future has been incredible in how they themed the event. Everything all over. I think they are just relaxing to see what's going to happen, and they're not even discussing anything, right?
No, they're just sitting in silence.
Silence. They're very chill, and they are ready for the next fight. They're just getting ready mentally for the next fight. I think we're going to be starting the last one pretty soon, and the circle rotations. In the last, we didn't talk about the circle, how they went. I mean, they pushed it towards the edge, right?
Once more we noticed that they were always pushing around the edges to try and dig into the circle. Because like we already agreed upon, digging into a hole is better than digging out of a hole.
Yeah.
It's a lot simpler, plus you get more done that way and out of the way, which is what a lot of these teams seem to be loving to do.
Yeah.
Which is why I think that we've been noticing a lack of aggression in the first 13 minutes of almost every game.
Right.
Because they need to recoup, they need to recalibrate, they need to think about, oh, am I going to approach it from the high ground of the outer circle?
Yeah.
Or am I going to go straight into it? But what if there's a team on the high, like there's a lot of thinking that needs to go into these decisions that they are making in real time, which is a lot harder than people think it is.
That's true. For the general public like us who are really into the game, but not as competitive as who we have here right here on the desk, for us, general idea is getting the high ground is a huge bonus. But actually, this tournament actually questioned that argument. I mean, it could be a huge bonus, but not entirely. That we saw that in many times where many teams post challenges when it came they holding the high ground in many matches. At the same time, in the last match, Shadow didn't really have the high ground.
Not ever. I don't think they've ever had the high ground last game until maybe the last few seconds, where it was barely a hill.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but then we have teams like Team Falcon who had the high ground, the two other teams under.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, they decided to pressure the one above. So that had them under fire by the one above. People under throwing grenades up to them. And then they're trying to throw smokes everywhere. It was really big confusion. I think there was some miscommunication there. But that's why, like you said, high ground isn't always necessarily the advantage.
Yeah.
It's an advantage, but other teams can take parts to, or take maybe bits and pieces from the other team's game style and game plan to kind of like, not like, what's the word that I'm looking for here? Neutralize the advantage, for lack of a better word. Yeah,
that's true. That's true. I think literally what you said about about Falcon Gaming getting sandwiched basically from a team above and the free team below them. That's a tough spot to be, because you have 4 and then you got 4 above you and then you got 4 below you. You don't know where to shoot, you don't know where to throw the grenade. You have to be alert on both the sides. So that's a tricky situation to be in. But Shadow Gaming in the last games, they played that low grounds or whatever they have got in their disposal really well into getting that chicken dinner at the end. And we are still yet to see, because as we looked at the overall rankings, the point difference between the first, second, or the third and fourth, everything's very small now. I mean, we used to have 10, 13 minutes, 13-point differences between positions. But now we are talking about 3-point differences. We are talking about 4-point differences. And this is going to be very, very interesting to see, because a good move can actually lead one team a couple of points or a couple of positions above. A bad move can pull somebody down from the top positions into a couple of positions below. That's a very tricky situation to be in, but also that shows how the tournament is going, how the games are proceeding, because it's getting tighter and tighter. The gap is closing down, and the gap is going very, very small, getting to very, very small. So let's give a huge shout out to the main title sponsor, Samro Casino, for making the 2026 Games of the Future Astana right here happen. And we are reporting live from the Beeline Arena for the Battle Royale PUBG tournament, and we are way past halfway of the tournament, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we are on game 9 to finish, and game 10, we are almost there, like 2/3 of the whole tournament. And one more game to go. We are yet to find out who is going to be the MVP for the day. And we never know, we might have a surprise. We might bring him in for some chat. We never know. Maybe we might not. But we are yet to see. Hang on tight, because this is going to be an interesting day. And we have one more day to go. 5 more matches to happen tomorrow. And that's going to be interesting. And that's going to be really, really exciting to see. And what I really love about what we are seeing on the screen is that everything's futuristic. I mean, this is not what we are living at the moment, but we are seeing the future right in front of us. And this is more going to be the future, possibly Astana going forward. How well do you like Astana by now? Because we've been a couple of days here already.
We have been, yeah. So far, I'm really enjoying it. Like I said before, definitely deserving of hosting the games of the future, because it is the city of the future. A lot of monuments. Have I mentioned the architecture here?
Oh,
to be honest, it really does look beautiful here. It's modern, simplistic at the same time. Like, I'm not really sure how to describe it. It looks like it could be old, but at the same time could be new.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is kind of the vibe that I'm getting going out through everything here, because we're in the present now. They're not far-reaching into the future, and they're not trying to go back and savor what's left of the past. They're just living in the now, and I think that's really beautiful, and it's really projected by a lot of the areas here, a lot of the buildings, a lot of the monuments, the malls, the arena, the beautiful Beeline Arena.
Yes, so true, because I'm not a person who actually who does a lot of walking outdoors generally. I mean, I do my walking on treadmills inside the gym, but today I took a really, really good walk outside because I was really having a great time with the weather, with the place, with whatever I'm seeing, exploring the place. I took a walk more than an hour. Astana is stunning. I mean, you got everything you need in the city. Like, you want modern, futuristic vibes, you got it. You got it in Astana. You want classic, really vintage style areas, you got that too. I mean, you got everything in Astana. You cannot deny the fact that this city is indeed stunning, and we are having all of these disciplines. We got 8 disciplines in total, by the way, for Phygital Games of the Future. Just to give you an idea before we jump into the final game of the day, we got 8 disciplines where we have Phygital Football, Phygital Basketball, Phygital Fighting, Phygital Dancing. If anyone's into dancing, I mean, we know some of our friends are into dancing.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, we have them coming in very soon from Dubai. We have Deepra and Yusuf. Definitely make sure to check them out. It's going to be really fun.
It's going to be so much fun. And then, of course, for the MOBA lovers, we got MOBA PC and also MOBA Mobile. We got MOBA PC Dota 2 happening. We got MOBA MLBB happening as well, which is coming up very soon in the coming days. So hang on tight for that. And of course, we got the Phygital Shooter happening right here in the same arena that we are having CS2, along with its physical side of laser tag, which is going to be interesting. I'm really looking forward for that. I mean, we are all into shooters. We are what's a PUBG, of course. I mean, we have the shooters coming up. Everybody loves some gunfights, right?
Definitely. FPS games make up a large part of the gaming life that I have, you have, and a lot of other people have. It's a very common share that we have between us. I think another competition that I'm really excited for, another discipline that is really promising so far, and it's actually an ongoing event, the Phygital Basketball.
Oh yeah.
Hosted by some really good friends, Steve and Coach H, Hernando, doing an incredible job. Definitely make sure to check their stuff out as well.
Indeed. A lot of stuff for everyone to watch. You got everything that you need right here in the Phygital Games of the Future 2026. And something cool about that we talked about yesterday was what's cool about PUBG is you are witnessing history here, because this is the first ever time that we have PUBG in the Phygital Games of the Future tournament. So we never know who's gonna win, but whoever is gonna win, they are making history, because they are literally going to be the first winners of PUBG tournament at Games of the Future. The next time it's going to be the second time, but this is history right here happening right here in Beeline Arena with all these people. Every time we have a new game, every time we have a new day of gaming, we are seeing more and more turnarounds. So this is going to be a fun one. And also the broadcasting, we have to talk about that, because you are all watching this on the stream, but you are not alone. I'm pretty sure you might be watching on the mobiles, on the website, on YouTube, wherever you like to watch, maybe on your couches at home, but you're watching along with the millions watching with you. The same games, the same tournament, the same visuals that you're seeing right here in front of us. I mean, look at the size, the scale of what we have, right? What do you think?
I definitely think another big part of everything here is definitely the diversity that we have between viewership internationally. We have channels in Brazil, we have channels in Mexico, we have local channels, we have streams on YouTube, we have the official Digital Plus website where you can watch all of the games on the website. We have the physical people in attendance here at the, for example, at the Beeline Arena. Of course, there are other arenas where other events will be held. And let's also not forget the players' diversity. They come from 80 plus countries. There's more than 80 countries being represented just by the players alone here in Battle Royale. So let's, of course, imagine the other games. Imagine basketball, football, especially dancing. There are incredible dancers all around the world.
Of course, and we are talking about all these nationalities because think about the size of the fan base. Like, let's leave alone the players, or leave alone the teams. We are talking about different countries, and also this fan base actually comes in different directions, I would say. Player base, I mean, the fans of the players, the fans of the team overall. They've been long-time fans of the teams overall. From the nationalities, of course, and from the game itself, the lovers of PUBG game, even though if they are not aware or if they are not keeping a track of what teams are playing, what players are playing, but the game has in itself its audience, which is massive. We saw for 2025, we saw around more than 40,000 in-person visits for Games of the Future. That's massive, that's huge. And also when it comes to broadcasting, which you are watching now, 1 year ago we had more than 460 million people watching the streams, and that's not something small. And this year we are expecting way more, and it's already running, it's already happening. We are just waiting to find out what happens at the end of the tournament. And just so that if you don't know, this has been going on from July 29th. We started on July 29th, and this is going on for a couple more days until August 9th. So, which means we still got a lot more games, a lot more things, a lot more events and prizes to give away.
I think definitely another thing to talk about is how gaming unites people. Gaming definitely brings a lot of people together, because when mentioning diversity, we cannot negate the fact that with 80 plus countries being represented by the players alone, like Heidi said, imagine the fan bases available internationally supporting all people from different backgrounds, traditions, religions, every part, in every aspect. Everybody's different, yet we're all here to watch the same thing. And isn't that just really heartwarming, Heidi?
Yeah, of course. And all these maps, all these competitions, all the games, this is going to be very interesting to see how the fans take it forward, because it's not just about enjoying the game, right? Even if you are not that competitive, you're watching all these games on the screen or in the arena, and then you are leaving. I'm pretty sure most of the people are leaving with some inspirations with them. Like, they are like, oh, this is cool. I really want to give it a try. Like, I really want to jump in. For me, one person, I just want to go back and play Rondo. Right, it's colorful, it's vibrant, it's got a lot of stuff. I just want to go there, get down there, drop somewhere and play it. This is going to be really interesting to see. And then up next we have the Taigo coming back again for one more time. So let's see how that's going to turn out. Let's look at the some classic circle scenarios when it comes to Taigo, which we have seen so far. It doesn't necessarily mean this is what we're going to be seeing in the next one. Usually we got an open farmland finish, which usually comes when it comes to circle rotations. Circle usually pulls to flat wheat fields near Yongcheon. Flat wheat fields, that means less cover. That means more challenges. You need more smokes, you need more vehicles, and make sure you do not blast those vehicles before the end game.
Definitely not, yeah.
You gotta be good drivers, of course, but at the same time, it's gonna be more easy if you got vehicles which are not nearing its end. So you gotta make sure you have enough cover, or make the cover using smokes and vehicles as well. And of course, again, when we said smoke grenades, gonna be huge in this game, and teams with 15 plus smokes we can really construct artificial corridors, right? They can have the ground, they can have the wheat fields, they can dominate the cover game when it comes to that. So, but do you think it's gonna go, or what do you feel? What would you prefer? Let's say personally, which kind of end game do you prefer watching? Let's say as a normal audience who is watching a tournament, do you like more of covers or stuff, or do you want to see a flatland and see how the teams are going to navigate?
Well, honestly, Heidi, from an audience point of view, I'm sure that they would love the Highlands because it's just non-stop chaos from that point on, especially in the end game. But me personally, I would much prefer there to be a building fight because it really becomes intense, and you get to see the tactics. You get to see players calculating, oh, I'm going to throw the grenade at this strength through this window to get at this angle. If a person's maybe hiding behind something, or there's like a lot of parts and thoughts that go into it, which I personally really love. Like, I enjoy researching, looking into and watching, and even playing it myself and putting in I'm learning something and then I'm implementing it in game.
Right.
Complex mechanics because it really shows the level of a player by how well they know their mechanics. Of course, mechanics are everything. But these players already have incredible game sense because they're here.
Exactly.
So it really comes down to the mechanics for me that makes it so enjoyable. I just find it really intense. I get a lot of adrenaline from it.
Right. I mean, having tools, having the utilities, having all the things that's disposal with you is one thing. At the same time, having them and using them properly is another thing. I mean, even if you have all the smoke, even if you have all the vehicles, even if you have everything at your disposal, that's just not gonna win the game. You need to be able to use them when and whenever that's necessary and at the right time, because that's what decides where it goes. And also, just hang on tight as we are gonna go to the final game. There is some anticipation, of course, running in the air for the final game before we say goodnight today, because there's one final game. This is gonna be a smasher. It's gonna be a banger of a game that's coming ahead. Let's look at the rule book for a while, because there are unforeseen circumstances that comes in when it comes to gaming, because this is a lot more tech-oriented sports. I mean, it's esports technically. I mean, literally, it's esports. The internet, the tech, everything. It's not completely under our control. So we also need to account for how things and when, if things go wrong, how do we manage that? So we have the point system, we have the rules, we get the placement points, we got the kill points, everything's there. But what if something goes wrong? And we are actually prepared for that too. And we have possible intentional disconnection, which rarely happens. Nobody actually intentionally disconnects and run away from the game unless they're really frustrated, which I don't think we have never seen that.
Never seen a rage quit in a tournament.
No, and we don't want to see that too. But there are unintentional disconnections as well. It could be caused by server crashes or hardware failure, which we cannot completely control. So it's going to be interesting to see if that happens and how we manage that. And that's where the compensation points come into effect. And those are awarded to team when any of these unexpected technical disconnection causes an early elimination, because that's going to be a tough spot to be in for any player or any team, because they might have fought all their way to the end game, to the last 5 or to the top 3, and then suddenly something goes wrong and they're suddenly eliminated. That's a very bad spot to be in, and that's where the compensation points that exist and that comes into effect on top of what we have. And it's usually calculated. We have everything laid out right there, and you can check our websites as well for more details. For our official website, check them out. But just to give you an idea how this works, if and when a disconnection happens, the disconnected players' average kills per round multiplied by 1, and that's how the compensation point is calculated. And there is a special case too when it comes to special compensation point. If it can be avoided if simultaneous server crashes happen with fewer than 8 teams remaining. So we got different scenarios. We got different scenarios when things go wrong. We would love to have everything go right all throughout the game and all throughout the tournament. So it's gonna be very interesting and very exciting all throughout the game as well. Let's look at the feature of the game, other disciplines. Which other discipline are you excited about, Yusuf?
I think definitely it will 100% be digital basketball, because me personally, I love playing basketball. Of course, my mom is a coach. Shout out Coach Jay. She is an incredible person.
Yep.
And yeah, she reignited my love for basketball a lot. It's encouraging. It's a team sport. I like team sports to an extent, of course. It depends on who you're playing with, but nobody's all that. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So again, any team sport I really enjoy playing, whether it's let's just say digital to make it a lot simpler.
Yes.
Thanks to the idea from Digital International, And also football. I'm an avid FIFA player. I love playing FIFA all the time, regardless of how angry it may make me be.
Right.
That's a part of gaming, I suppose. Especially when you're playing competitive. There's bound to be some moments where you're angry and losing control a little bit, which these players, by the way, over here at the Beeline Arena have not really shown any anger. Of course, frustration is imminent here and there. Well, like, obviously, but I feel like they've been really cool, calm, and collected most of the time, because we haven't really seen any rage quits yet either, which is definitely a good sign, but I don't think those should be happening regardless, as you said.
Yeah.
Sorry for the really roundabout answer, of course, but
it is going to be interesting to see how the next map plays out for Taigo, and we're jumping in for the second time today. And let's look at the a few teams which are familiar with Taigo and how they be playing before. And this is never a prediction, or this is never how they are going to be playing, because anything can happen going forward. But from what we have seen, the teams like T1 and DN Supers, they are familiar with Taigo. They have deep familiarity with Taigo, and both of the squads possess massive experience on Taigo as well. They know the microfolds in the farmland terrain that offer more of a safe prawn cover without actually needing the building. So even if worst case they end up in the open farmlands, I really think T1 and DN Supers can actually come up with something that they're gonna last there towards the end game. And also when it comes to Twisted Minds, they are actually really good in stacking porter utility. As we have already said, the porter trucks, you are able to carry extra utility, as in smoke grenades, maybe 15 to 20 extra smoke grenades right there. And Twisted Minds are really good in that, but we are yet to see if they are really gonna go for it this time, because you never know. Every single time when they play on Taigo, it could be different teams, and it's not necessarily you stick to the same strategy against any team that you face, because that's not how the game works. Because you have to be familiar with the map, at the same time you need to know how you're gonna play with certain teams, because they might force you to change the whole tactic as well. And Twister Mind uses porter track to hold up to, let's say, 25 plus smoke grenades for phase 6 open field pushes, which we are yet to see if that's even gonna happen. So let's move to Taigo. What do you think, Yusuf?
100%. I think we're definitely ready. There's been a lot of anticipation in the crowd, and it's definitely time to get into it. Passing it over to RZ and Andrew. Do your thing, guys. It's game time.
Take it away, gentlemen.
All right, thank you so much to our analysts for breaking all that down and even explaining some of the rules to us. That's actually good information, you know, and those rules are normally made to the teams, but not in general public, but that's good education there.
Absolutely. I think thank you for the analysts for taking us through that time as well, and great job, guys. And as they have discussed almost everything out there, they have discussed the teams, the potential of those teams, and coming up which of the teams has a chance to win this tournament as well. And obviously this Games of the Future 2026 is going, it's absolutely crazy. I'm quite sure I would have loved to be in the arena. The atmosphere sounds absolutely fantastic, and obviously it's a crazy tournament out there, and I'm quite sure all the teams in this tournament in this PUBG tournament as well. They are looking to make sure that they take the biggest amount of chunk of prize pool for themselves, and each team is giving their best. So Cloud, what do you think?
Yeah, I think this tournament is just amazing, right? Like what the panelists just mentioned, it's a mix between like esports and also physical sports. So you have a good mix all around, and teams are able to show their skills, whether it's in physical sports or esports. And this is very unique. Like, you don't get to see this all the time, like this sort of mix here. And I do hope that this sort of model can be replicated across because, yeah, I mean, it also reaches a wider audience, right? If you have like physical sports, like dancing, like basketball, like even football all together, like you can draw different crowd interest together. And once they see one, they can see another, and everybody grows together.
I think absolutely. Most importantly, the kind of blend that some people don't understand the esports or the concept of esports very well, and a lot of people do. I think in my maybe country we still have that gap to cover, where we want people to understand that esports is somewhat like a sports as well. You have professional players who are highly trained, highly great at and they are highly skilled as well. So all in all, I think in generally this combination is one of the perfect idea out there, so that you get every kind of a person watching this tournament, these kind of player matches as well, and they realize this is kind of fire, this is like really interesting. And obviously, as an esports player myself, have been playing for a long time now, all of this sounds really fascinating. And I think the last game, so Cloud, if we're right, I think it's going to start very soon.
Oh yeah, we just got the cue that the game is going to start really soon, and really pumped up for it. And after today, after this last game, tomorrow will be the final day. That means it will be the final last 5 games before we determine who will lift the trophy. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to jump into our final game here with a beautiful flight path cutting across the map.
Exactly, it's going to cut the map beautifully into 2 sections, very nicely, 50-50 split coming up. You have almost all the areas of map that you can reach very comfortably. We have teams splitting up, going into right and left. The circle going to be a very interesting one. I think this might just define. I want to know whether it will be covering the main island, or it will be going towards all 3 different part of the maps. Right now, Vitality has already just taken a drop and gone to the Ho Yang, and Geek Esports already dropped as well, going for the loot. And obviously, I think 4 minutes or 4 minutes 30 seconds is the sweet spot time till when teams want to loot as soon as they can, and they don't want to take a lot of time with it on the plane as well. So you see a lot of teams dropping right as soon as the plane takes off, or as the plane goes over the map. But looking at the circle, I hope the circle shows us nicely, and hoping for a good circle as well.
I'm hoping for an interesting, challenging circle. Maybe something tucked at the corner. I think that would be pretty nice. But I like your explanation about the whole timing, right? On when they should rotate, how much time they should spend to loot and all that. And that's one of the reasons why these teams, when they drop from the plane, they drop quickly. It's not like, okay, they slow glide to somewhere, unless they want to go to somewhere really, really far. That's a bit of an exception. But for the most part, teams will want to drop as quickly as possible because of timing, like what you said. You don't want to spend too much time looting, and then by the time you want to rotate, a lot of the good spots have been taken away by teams. So you want to make it as quickly as possible because you want to get to a really good position, especially if it's a circle where you can block teams from coming in, you can play the gatekeeping role. That will be, those will be the kind of good positions that teams will want to take, and they want to take it quickly.
Absolutely, and if you are within the circle, then everything is fine. You take your time, you go for the loot, you find the position, you send a scout or 2. But if you're away from the circle, the early rotation is coming, and then that's when you realize, hey, I want to move early. 4 minutes is the time. The circle is starting to move in very soon, and I need to move into a comfortable position. There are a couple of teams on the move, and this has been a strategy for some time as well. There are a lot of the teams that I've seen avoid the big compounds, go for the small compounds, gets the loot on the way, gets the car, and it's an old strategy as well. I think I saw it in maybe 2019 2021 or some along that line. But it has always been a fascinating one as well. Kind of gives you a lot of adaptability, a lot of control as well. But DNS is also on the move. Looking at the circle, we talked about an interesting one, and I think this definitely qualifies as an interesting one. There's a lot of play area, but what really fascinates me is the number of rotation that will be coming in.
Yeah, with this kind of circle, we can get the rotations coming in from all different angles, right? So teams can pretty much pick how they want to rotate. Even if they arrive into the circle at the early phases and they see a team in front of them and they don't feel like it's a good time for them to take that fight, they can still rotate away. You have a little bit of water, maybe about 10%, 15% of water in it, but that's going to be fine. It's not going to affect the rotation of teams that much. And we are having our highlight team here from the previous round, Shadow Esports. Looks like they're not too worried about their rotations. They will take the emergency pickup straight into the circle.
And that kind of thing is very nice in the start. Obviously, you have a lot of players that you can drop off. And there's not a lot of contest on the ground as well. So, yeah, this is a good place for them as well. I think they were really far away from the circle. On the other side, there's teams, very expendables right next to team full scene. And I might say not the full team. We have just Huang right next to the team full scene. I think his choice will be not to create any kind of a sound, as he do not want to be discovered. He might be just getting rushed down as well. Important game for them as well. They were looking to contest Vitality. Obviously, as for other teams as well, each of them has an incentive to end this day on a good note.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because tomorrow will be the last sprint, right? So even if they're at last place as of now, right? If they do well this round, can still keep their hopes up for a better finale tomorrow. And even if it's not about lifting the trophy, finishing as high as possible to grab as much of the prize pool, it's also a very good incentive as well. So we can expect that this round teams will still play it very seriously. Just like how Team Vitality now, will take it seriously against this player from the Expendables.
And it could be a great loss for them. The Expendable, they needed a lot of time to they needed to get together as well. Vitality coming up, taking him down and getting him eliminated. He was the first player to get eliminated from the game. But the more important thing is that you have the 5 minutes. You know for a fact that teams will be coming in, teams will be rotating in. You need to reconvene very, very soon. And obviously, we talked about the fact that one of their players was right next to full scene. So these kind of split up positions can put you into risk, especially when teams are rotating. So they will be looking for a compound, as Team Vitality was looking for this compound exactly. And unfortunately, Expendables paid the price by losing one of their players.
That's a early elimination that nobody wants to happen. But it is a fact. But Made in Thailand might lose Scappy as well early. No confirm of elimination yet, but we can see the Expendables, they're rushing in, they want to lock in that elimination point, and Scappy is still bleeding out. So it's very likely that he will be eliminated, and yes, that's a confirmation there coming from Floris.
Good start for them as well. As for Made in Thailand, they lost one of their players. Small fights happening left and right, but this position, every team is looking to secure this position. We have Full Saint, Made in Thailand. We have the Expendables right next there. Oh, Calories goes down by the nade. Jacob also goes down by the nade of Calories. So it's like a 1v1 going on, but obviously the teammates are helping. He's in a difficult position. Not sure exactly how he can be helped. The other player can be revived very easily. Can't leave the cover. The player can't come out to you as well. Oh, he's just might barely make it.
Just keep an eye on the Full Sense as well. They might come in as a third party, or maybe Team Vitality from the south. But look at the elimination feed. It's really lighting up this round. Shadow Esports just took out Cole from JDG. So another fight's happening elsewhere, involving our highlight team from the previous round. And this is still in phase number 1, and we're already getting like 2 different fights.
I think the circle is just made everyone kind of worried. All towards one part of the map, including a bit of a play area, water area, as you mentioned. I think teams want to be in a comfortable position for the last game, and that kind of early rotations put everybody in a part of contest. And a lot of teams have started losing their players. Vitality, Expendables, a team made in Thailand. Even JDG lost one of their players. So yeah, hopefully any team that is in this position, the goal is to survive, and the goal is to get out of this fight and secure the position that you're in. Because even if you lose one or two players right at the start, this phase of the game, it will be very difficult for you to do any good in the last part of the day.
Yeah, especially if you're the Expendables, when you have only one player, and if you expect this player to hold up for positioning points, you have 15 other teams still that's still in the game. So it's still quite far for him to start gaining placement points. He has to be an absolute ninja at this moment. But with more teams coming in, and now we are in phase number 2, teams are starting to get closer to each other. The mission to collect placement points, if you're the last player, gets even more harder.
That is true. That is very true. Shot is being fired from Made in Thailand's out towards Vitality. Damage being done, but nothing of fruitful point, or maybe in a kill point as well. And Vitality will retreat safely into the cover. And obviously they are reconvening with their teammates. Made in Thailand, they are happy with their kill, but obviously the loss of Scrappy will never be replaced. Full Sail on the move as well. Every team is looking to rotate into a better position. Now 16 teams alive, 5 players in total have lost their lives and are being eliminated from the lobby. Made in Thailand, I think they're going to start moving as well. My eyes will be especially on Shadow Esports. Can they obviously, as for a fact that different teams have converted good games, have gotten good games, they're going to win with a chicken dinner. We have Digo Esports, we have obviously Shadow, which actually done good, Team Falcon as well, but nothing consistent throughout the day. Different ones showed up, and no one had back-to-back great performances. So maybe this is the game where Shadow Esports gets this edge and get this advantage as well of like getting back-to-back winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, it's almost like a bit of a curse, right? Like you score the chicken dinner the next round, you kind of struggle a little bit here and there. So hopefully that doesn't happen to Shadow Esports. And that's one of the reasons why we have not got a back-to-back chicken dinner yet from any of these teams. But realistically, this is a tough lobby, right? You have some of the best teams in the world. You want to score a back-to-back, it's going to be really hard. If you got it, well, I mean, it's a big pat on the back for sure. Even teams that score chicken dinners before, like it doesn't guarantee them like, oh, in the next few games they'll be able to score again, because again, this lobby is so tough. Remember that round, RZ, that the Expendables scored 9 elimination points at phase 1? And look at them right now. There's only one player left. And this is how tough this lobby is.
Absolutely. This is one of the toughest lobbies out there. The stakes are really high. The prize pool is crazy. You got one of the best teams in the world here. And the map is also a bit difficult map out there. You have to, the circle is not making it easy for you. And I think the pressure is really high. And being second, like the last match of the day too, before just one match before the final day, everybody, as I said, is like, hey, let's just get good points in this. Even if we're not getting winner chicken dinner, I would want 10 or 11 points from this game. And that is why you will see every team trying really hard to get good points.
Yeah, it's really, really hard. And that's one of the reasons also why the overall chart is still pretty tight until now. So it's still very hard for us to tell like who's going to be that winner by the end of tomorrow. There's no runaway team. One game can switch the overall charts. One game can shoot a team at number 1. So it's still anyone's game here. It's still very hard to predict. Even our analyst desk is having a headache on like, who's going to get it? And they've been mentioning it time and time again that the overall charts has been switching positions every game.
Team Vitality, they are in a bit of a danger right now with 2 players down. Anyone Legends rushing them up might be able to secure good kills, full sense from the long range, and this MK12 also making it difficult for any Legends to secure any kind of points. This is not going to be an easy game for them. I thought Team Vitality might be able to get a good one, but no, they will be the first team to get eliminated from the game. And that is going to be very fortunate for the other teams. I thought the Expendables could capitalize on the fact, but there are also 3 players down.
A bit of a fall for grace for Team Vitality. They scored the chicken dinner earlier today, and they have been kind of struggling throughout after their chicken dinner. So I don't know if there's kind of like a curse here running around. But with that being said, maybe we're going to see a new team scoring a chicken dinner. But so far, no big standouts here from this round. We got a lot of ones in terms of eliminations for the teams at the top, as you can see on the chart. We still have a lot of zeros. And we're in phase 3, but we still have 15 teams, so there's still quite a bunch. But I believe that with this current scenario, once we move on to phase number 4, it's going to be everything breaking loose at one point, at one moment.
I mean, true, that is true. R8 on the other side, I think that's the team, even our analysts mentioned that they have the capacity. They're right now, I think, at the bottom of the chart. And this is the team that got to 4th position in the game number 1, the 5th in the game number 2, the 6th in the game number 3. So they have the capacity. They even if they're not going to be the number 1 or number 2, you can see that they have the capacity to be at the top or on the page number 1. The only issue that they have is that they are not able to convert that mid game into a great game as well, or get to survive to the last part of the game as well. They are there. They are making themselves relevant in each game, but unfortunately, as we say, we see Team Falcon, see even Team Made in Thailand doing something towards the end of the game. Team R8 really fails at that particular point.
The moment you mentioned about Made in Thailand, they lost Jacob here. Wow, they are big scouters. And the rest of Made in Thailand, they are on the other side of the road. We can see a smoke bridge here. And maybe DN's supers, they're looking like they're interested to take this fight head on, but they also have to remember that the circle has shifted away. So if they want to take this fight, they have to do it fast.
Yeah, they have to do it fast. Obviously, the more time you sort of stay in this position, the more difficult it will be for you to get out of this one. DN in a difficult situation, smokes left and right, Made in Thailand throwing utility as well. Shots are being fired. Rex on a very low HP. Kiss also used a bit of a nade, but DNS, how can you get out of this one? You can't go ahead, you can't go back, you're out in the open. You need some bit of a miracle, a lot of luck to get yourself out of this one. Nades are being thrown, damage is still being done.
Okay, but they're looking at the clock as how we are as well. With 5 more seconds left before the zone starts to close, they have to win this fight quickly. Made in Thailand will not make it easy for them. They still have 3 active players, which is not too bad. So they will try as they might. With Kiss here, just peeking out, waiting for Heaven to make his move. But Heaven's not really showing himself. They are aware of the presence of Kiss. And as much as he wanted to scope out, he's not able to get his target. Instead, it's going to be Scappy, burned out by the Molly.
Oh, this fight will be the end of both of these teams. I know they're trying to do really good out here, but in terms of the bigger perspective, in terms of the circle, in terms of the late game, these teams are almost done for. The circle is right next to them. It's moving in. They have lost their players, and the commitment to this fight has cost both of those teams a good game or a good spot in the charts as well. And right now, I think it's a 2v2. And there's no other option other than the fact to wait for them.
Yeah, I totally agree with what you say. It could be a lose-lose situation for these 2 teams here. And now as we speak, the zone is on top of them. And yeah, Super's, the moment he wants to step out, he gets tagged. And it came from Kiss. Oh man, it's really going to be a lose-lose situation. Both teams might just be eliminated here.
And exactly, Made in Thailand, they are almost eliminated. 1 player left, and he wants to make sure he gets many points as he can. He got 4 kills. He has 1 player in front of him as well, Snow Deal. And he has some amount of healing for himself, but on the other side, I think Made in Thailand's player has nothing in his backpack. And even if DNS gets out of this fight, it will be the only 1 player left. So this is what we discussed earlier. But coming back to the main part, coming back to the circle, Cloud, we have some interesting things going on. On the north side, we have T1 FNS going for FS going at it again, trying to get that position. It's going to be a very close fight. Nades being thrown very closely, shots are being fired, launchers being thrown as well. Heather goes down, Flash is also down. Oh, no, Heather, he was able to survive.
How was Heather able to survive that one? My goodness. That was Lady Luck smiling on top of him. And oh man, no more luck for him. His luck is out. The circle shifted away. R8 Esports, they choose to join the fight as a third party, and now they're trying to bring in those points for themselves. On top, the northern side of this circle, we have 3 different teams all fighting to get in.
Shadow Esports again in a very comfortable position, right? Holding the compounds in the circle, in this circle. And the circle which is in the phase 5 is going to be a very difficult circle for a lot of the teams out there, but not for Shadow Esports. D and Snoopers, the team we were discussing earlier, also gets eliminated along with the Made in Thailand. 3 teams has eaten the dust, leaving Falcon on the 13th position right now with 0 kill points. Even DG and GK has not been able to find even 1 kill point after 18 minutes of the game. On the other side, R8 slowly and steadily moving in. They have 4 of their players alive, and again, as I said, they are a good team. They have got great potential. I hope they are. This is the team that can get a chicken dinner in this one.
Well, there's still a lot more teams that they need to take out. 12 to be exact. And I'm still looking at Full Sense, that one last player. I think they know his position. That's why he's having a hard time moving forward. But on the other side, we still have a part of circle here. So Lozy, one of our top eliminators at some point, he's on the outside of the circle still. Anyone's Legends, they still have 3 players, but on the elimination feed, looks like R8, they lost another player. AJ has been eliminated. JD Gaming, they lost Susie to the hands of Hansi from Shadow Esports. So Shadow Esports looks like they're starting to show up this round.
T1 in a difficult position right now. Obviously, the end also taking a lot of damage. Heather goes down, Raining goes down. He's trying to heal while staying in the car. Can he pull it off? GK in front of him. Damage being done. It's just a matter of seconds before he gets eliminated. And at the same time, while I was being like I was talking about R8, whether they had a good game, unfortunately, on the other side of the map, they also gets eliminated from the game without securing only 1 point. The end. He's still surviving. GK, they need to get this kill without losing anything at all. That will be a good thing. But as I mentioned, that nades are being thrown, and it will be the end of that player.
Wow, Ian is still able to get Arkan. That's amazing there. But now he has to deal with his teammates. 2 of them on the inside of this building. The good news is that they still have the circle, so they can still buy a little bit more time. As for Team Falcons, they're by the edge of the circle. Right now, they're calculating their move. When they're going to go in, how they're going to go in. The smoke bridge being created. Circle shifts away from Team Falcon, so they're making a long rotation down south. But if they go down south, they will meet up with DGE.
At this point, finding a way into the circle is going to be extremely difficult, maybe practically impossible, as obviously Falcon gets out of the ground. DGE tries to shoot towards Falcon, damaging them a lot, and Team Falcon, I think they might need of luck to get into this circle as well. GK has gotten those compounds on the left side, DGE on the right side. Even DGE needs to move a bit into the circle as well, whereas Team Shadow Esports is sitting comfortably. I don't know what changed for them in these last 2 games. You look at Shadow Esports and they are a whole new team. The first 3 games, I thought Vitality has really good game sense, and that is very, very true. But when it comes to these last 2 games, Shadow Esports has really outdone themselves.
Yeah, and to top that off, they still have a full team. So Shadow Esports, they're bringing the momentum from the previous game to this game. And it's not always that we get to see in this competition that teams are able to bring their momentum from the last round to the current round. Looking good so far for Shadow Esports. But then again, there's still 7 other teams that they need to eliminate now. We're at phase number 6. Mortar attack onto 17 Gaming. Trying to be as cautious as possible here, taking a lot of damage. Lots of pressure onto them. Nate sent across onto Wenbo's position. They know that Wenbo is inside of this little shack here. But none of those nades are able to connect.
Oh, on the opposite side, 1-7 nades are definitely able to connect, dealing a lot of damage. One player goes down, Lu goes down. The tab takes a bit of damage as well. Team 1-7, they are at the advantage of getting Team Twisted Minds eliminated from the game. The second one goes down as well, leaving only 1-1 behind. Gives all the incentives for 1-7 to leave their cover, get out and get that kill. Yes. And for the spot, the last player as well, he's in the smoke. It's going to be Meto seconds. Oh, the nade comes in, a bit of retaliation from it, but it's going to be met with his end, with the other players coming from 17 Gaming and eliminating Team Twisted Minds from the game. Good game from, this was a great game from their side.
Oh, absolutely. That was directly into the face, man. As we're watching this on our screens, it's like, it's into my face there. But now, we're down to 7 teams. Last we checked, the latest team to be eliminated is Twisted Minds. And we're getting closer and closer to this chicken dinner. But look at the open space in the middle of this circle. There's a chance that the circle will go towards the middle, and if it goes there, it's going to be all-out warfare for the teams because there's not much cover in this kind of circle.
And the good thing is, I thought Shadow Esports was the only team with a great cover, but no. We have Team 17 playing towards the north. They have found themselves in a comfortable position. GK on the east side. We have Team Shadow Esports on the south side. And that is the only place where the rest of the cluster resides right now. You have to fight with or like Legends team as well. You have to fight with other teams as well. And to secure that point, it's going to be very, very difficult for Shadow Esports. On the other side, I think 1-7 has the most comfortable position. They have the cover, they have the circle right now in the phase 7, and nothing is going to push them right now. Even if they are trying to extend their territory all the way towards GK to push them into that blue zone. And obviously GK needs to get out. GK needs to get themselves in a comfortable position. Otherwise 1-7 will really pin them down.
And look at the circle update. Hardship towards the north, and this is the circle with a lot of open space and a amount of teams at the south, including DGE. What I notice is that DGE, they like to play from the south. For the most part, we always see them coming from the south in, but this time, the circle is furthest away from them.
What has really surprised me is Team Falcons. This is a team that was furthest away from the circle, was on the outskirts. DGE got locked in on Team Falcons, and right now they are in the center trying to survive. One player goes down, obviously, but Shadow Esports and DGE, this is going to be a great fight between them. Both of these teams are fighting their position within the circle. As we mentioned earlier, damage is being done. Jexy goes down by the hand of Sancho, and obviously he needs to survive. It's going to getting very, very difficult for him. The nades coming in from the outside makes it difficult for him to survive.
Oh, and this blue grenade also Chanso at the side, and now he can move. But he has to be aware of the fact that there are a couple of enemies on the left side there. The smoke is slightly blinding him though. Another blue grenade to try to force him to move. His teammate Krusan is bleeding out, but there's nothing much he can do about this situation. He has to focus into the front, try to get into this warehouse. But while all that was happening, JD Gaming becomes the next team to be eliminated.
Team Shadow Esports still holding that perimeter, still trying to survive as much as they can. DG is still not able to find a spot. Karais to come in from the left side, gets punished by Jack Z. On the other side, FLC gets eliminated from the game, and now leaving all 5 teams behind. Shadow Esports really great at defense, really good at holding their ground as well. DGE still lacking entry point into the circle. Diga goes ahead. Diga, the man himself, finds a knock, but can he convert it into a good kill? Can he convert it into a compound hole as well, or taking the compound as well? But it's getting difficult. No. Whoa. And Diga Esports get eliminated within a blink of an eye as Jexy goes on the left, takes them out, and Team Shadow Esports further strengthening their position within this last game of the day.
They are on a roll. 10 eliminations already for Shadow Esports, and they still maintain a full squad. Next to them is going to be 17 Gaming with 9 elimination points. And Shadow Esports, they rise from the shadows right now to haunt all these other teams. And now we're in our top 4, the Fantastic Four, like how our panelists like to call it.
1-7, the main contender for this winner chicken dinner against Shadow Esports. Look at the amount of utility right now team Shadow Esports have. They have good amount of health, not a lot of smokes out there as well. GK right in the center hoping for nothing, but obviously Park Pro gets spotted, takes a lot of damage, matter of seconds before he gets eliminated as well. Shadow Esports tries to move into the circle, also takes a bit of damage, but nothing concerning for their side. They have a lot of cover in front of them, also have a bit of vehicles in their hand. I am really concerned about GK right now. They are not in a good position.
Oh man, and plus they only have 2 players left. And here comes the spray from Shadow Esports. A vehicle blown up, but the point is not secure yet. Now 17 Gaming joins Shadow Esports with 10 elimination points at the top. Park Pro becomes the next player to be eliminated. X-Wood is being picked up right now. 17 Gaming can still reset. But we are coming to phase number 9. And phase number 9, no circle left. The zone will close entirely.
Anyone Legends right there and then, they have not made themselves very much visible in front of the other team. It's a team fight between 17 and Shadow Esports. They are trying to get a kill as well. It's a difficult one. It's a long range fight. One player gets out, takes a bit of damage before he could get knocked down. He gets into the cover, and a bit of cover from the light coming as well. But the only thing from Anyone Legends, they are trying to be very calm in this situation. They want this team to fight. They want to get whatever remain is left. And as for GK Esports, he might just could have done a lot of damage to Shadow Esports, but gets eliminated by the hand of Setsuna. A very nice player, a very capable player.
Oof, what a nade from across by X-Wood to get Hansi. He's still within the smoke. He can still be picked up, but then again, right now, 17 Gaming is putting pressure on the remaining members of Shadow Esports. It's going to be a 3v3, but Anyone's Legends is looking at this fight. They're looking to come in the right timing as the third party. The zone is closing as well.
This is going to be difficult for all of them out there. And oh, look at that. He is hiding in that cover. Lil Ghost is definitely like a ghost. Gets 5 kills for himself, getting 1 and 2 players down. Shadow Esports down to their last players. And I think he will want to survive. Anyone Legends, they have come in. They want to get whatever is left of these 2 teams. Oh no, but look at them. They're also pinned down. It's a difficult game out there. 1-7 really got the hand on themselves. They have get everyone out. They moved slowly and steadily. Use that farm, use that fields very nicely to get those kills. I thought Anyone Legends would come in, get those extra kills for themselves, but no, they were just there for as a spectator. And Team 17 Gaming came back and got a winner chicken dinner.
And they came with a chicken dinner with at least 17 eliminations to their name as well. Man, we need to get a confirmation later with our panelists, but 17 Gaming, they showed up well this round. But also have to give credit to Shadow Esports. Still a consistent game for them. But not going to take away the spotlight for 17 Gaming. Congratulations on locking in the last chicken dinner for today. This will put them in a good spot for their last sprint tomorrow for the trophy.
Үлкіміздер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
And we are back 10 games down. Day 2 is finished and we've got 17 Gaming came up with a chicken dinner for the last game for day 2. What do you feel, Yusuf?
Absolutely immense game from 17 Gaming. This is so far their best game that they've played yet. And their complex structure really came into play here, and their aggressiveness, Heidi. They just kept on going, pushing, trying to find a team to get those kills, to rack up those points, and that's exactly what they accomplished today, getting them that winner chicken dinner.
Oh, that was amazing, because we were talking about, before we started the day 2, we had 17 Gaming actually on 2nd position, and they were moved to 3rd, and then they stayed on 3rd even after 2 more games, and they moved to 4th, and we were actually talking about that they keep moving below 1 step, but not too drastic. But actually the last win really got them back up into the 1st now. So they got a really nice chicken dinner. I mean, the end game was really cool, and I had a bit of hope for Shadow Esports as well. We got the highlights on the screen. These are the team getting ready for the game before the whole thing started. So we're still gonna see how this went down. We can see how the game started in front of us. See a bit of highlights right there. And that was an incredible game towards the end where it went. And when the Shadow had 4 teams on their squad, I really thought they were gonna pull it off at some point towards the end.
100%, yeah. They had a really well-structured team going into the final little bit of the game. And it was really interesting to see that it kind of fell apart, their structure did, towards... Well, I'm pretty sure that's also because of the constant pressure being applied by 17 Gaming throughout the last quarter of the map and anyone's Legends, constantly throwing those grenades out, causing a lot of confusion and distractions between other teams.
Yes, and also 17 racked up a bit of kills as well on this game. As you can see on the screen, this was a chaotic one happening right there next to that. And the Giga, I really thought they're gonna pull it for this one, but somewhere they lost it, but it's okay. I mean, they got 1 chicken dinner today.
Yeah, which is already a pretty big surprise, to be honest. Yes. Not to put them down or anything, but they haven't really had the best tournament so far. Right. And last game, which they won in, really gave us a little bit of an insight into their actual ability.
Of course,
and
great
obviously,
game.
Congrats to everybody. Congrats to 17 Gaming for winning today's last game.
That was an amazing game, and we have somebody here right here with us from Falcons. How are you?
Good, thank you. Nice to have you. Well, nice to be here, rather.
Of course, nice to have you too. What actually went down? Let's talk about the first game, because yesterday we were looking at you playing it a bit cautious, I would say. I don't know what was really going on inside your mind. All we see is what you're playing. But today you just went full on with the first game and then smashed it, we would say.
Yeah, I mean, the first game today, I popped off. I think I had like 6 kills. We just had a really good line in the zone, and we made a plan to camp a team on edge, so we killed one of them coming in. Had a bit of confidence at the start of the match, getting I got mine early, so yeah, just comfortable, to be honest. Wish we could have kept the momentum. Lots of little mistakes here and there.
Of course. I mean, yesterday when we were looking at the top kills, we did not have TGLTN anywhere on the board, and today suddenly here he is. He's just racking up. I mean, he jumped onto the 2nd spot at first and straight away, and there he goes, and then crossed everyone at the top spot, and that was incredible game. Was it really stressful today, or you were chill?
No, I think we're all chill because we're all in the form coming off Esports World Cup, which was such a competitive event. Everybody is showing up here like in their best form.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think we're pretty good. Like things are flowing.
Right, right.
100%. Yeah, and also we noticed in the first game, comparing to now, you guys were sending out scouts rather than staying together as a team. But today that seemed to have changed a little bit. What's the thought process behind that, do you think?
It depends on the utility that we have. Like in game 1, we had a glider and a tank, so we were able to take a lot of space, carefree without having to worry too much about like getting ratted or someone camping us. That was a big factor in our success. And we had a glider in this last game, which was quite good, but then I don't know where VP came from. They just came out the blue zone or something and killed Kickstart, and that really ruined our game.
Right, right. I mean, today is the first game, and then we went to the second game. There you were in the first 4 as well. I mean, the top 4. And we were like, are they going to do it again for the second one? Were you really looking forward? Were you really confident to get that one? I mean, definitely you are working towards that for sure.
Yeah, that game was a little stressful because we were fighting DNS, and Guman just came out of a hole that none of us even knew about. Like, he was 10 meters in front of us, and his little head just went, whoop, and we were all like, "There's a guy!"
Right.
So that was stressful. The heart rate was definitely higher on that one. I whiffed the spray on Vitality. If I hit it, then, you know, I think we would have won the game. So.
Right, right. And also the fight with Shadow Esports, on the game where the Shadow Esports took the dinner. You were actually kind of sandwiched between Made in Thailand above and the teams below that. What was, were you planning to jump out, or what was it? Because it's tough. Like we were telling about that. It's stressful getting stuck between teams, right?
That was my call to drive up on the rock. I kind of made that up in the moment. I thought it was pretty creative, and it seemed good. And we definitely had the chance to pick up a couple points, but we weren't really hitting our shots. And I do want to say shout out Shadow Esports, because what the hell just happened? Like, we were coming to this tournament, we didn't have high expectations for them, and then they dropped like a 17-kill win, and then whatever that was just then. So those guys are going crazy right now, and that's definitely a dark horse for us.
Of course.
Do you feel like with the mentality that you guys have, because we saw a video on you guys yesterday, and honestly, props to you guys for the mentality going into this. Winning and losing as a team is really important, but how do you see that possibly affecting you in the upcoming games?
Winning and losing as a team? We hang together like brothers, and mentality is like a really big part of PUBG, because it's a game that requires you to be very confident in very select moments. And sometimes it's hard to call the right play if you're not feeling the team chemistry with you and your boys. So it's really important that like the whole team is just running like a machine. You can't be having days where like you're not confident in each other, or you're stressed out, or like anything like that. You just always have to bring your teammates up so that everyone's in the right headspace.
Yeah, team morale is really important.
Of course, of course. When you get on that leaderboard, when with the kills, you jump straight into the second place, and you had only 1 kill to go to the first one, and then you jumped onto the first place as well. When you were on the second, where your mind really focused on, I really want to get there, or it was more like, I just want to get that chicken dinner for the team?
Yeah, I didn't even know. I was like, I don't even know where I am right now. I have no clue. I don't look at the personal stats. All I care about is the team play, how the team is performing, and where we finish at the end of the day, because that's how I get paid.
Wonderful spirit. And also yesterday, indeed, I mean, yesterday we watched the videos of yours. I mean, great spirit, hanging in as brothers, and also being in as a family for the wins and the losers, of course. But great big ups for the team and TZLT, and thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
That was great. Thank you so much. And that was TZLT, and right here with us from Falcons. Incredible performance today, starting with a banger, and even that was a fort for the second game as well. Right here we have the map ranking for the final game of today, 10th game. What do you think, Yusuf?
I think, honestly, it was a really intense game, and again, another 17 bomb dropped by 17 Gaming. 17 bombs, 17 gaming kind of goes hand in hand. Should have seen that one coming, Heidi.
Yes.
And yeah, we can see the bottom of the leaderboard's a little bit interesting here. We have T1 Gaming with 0 placement points, yet they got 6 kills.
Right.
Again, staying true to their aggressiveness, but again, it's still really not helping them climb up the leaderboard, which I'm not really sure if they're trying to help themselves at this point or not.
Yeah.
But again, I feel like a lot of the teams are focused more on the money. Like, it's kind of like seeing, like, there's a rainbow.
Right, right.
And of course, at the end of the rainbow, there's a pot of gold. Their mind is on the pot of gold, Heidi, here.
Of course.
And of course, this event could not have been possible without all of the great general partners and all of the sponsors, such as Kazakh. Great big shout out to you guys. What you guys are doing is amazing.
Great team, great teams, great players. This was incredible what just happened today. Something that I really noticed, we all were actually slightly shocked to see Vitality going out early in the game, right?
This is the second time in a row that they've gone out early in a game, and I feel like teams realized how much of a threat they pose to everybody else, and they need to get them off the grid immediately. Kind of like an unspoken agreement between all of the teams, like, we see Vitality,
Right.
we need to get them out immediately, otherwise they will probably end up winning the game.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the teams that performs better, they have more weight on their shoulders because many other teams will be looking at them to keep them in the bottom, or at least not to have them step on ourselves, right?
Yeah.
Just to make sure we are safe going forward. But 10 games down, 5 more to go. This is interesting because every time we get a new chicken dinner, it's very interesting to see where the team placement gets changed. But again, big shout out to Alatau Citibank for bringing this Battle Royale happen, making this happen and making it incredible at the Games of the Future 2026 here in Astana. But again, big ups to 17 Gaming because they've been fighting their position right there in the top 5 as much as they can. I mean, I really thought if they don't really play well in the last game, they're going to go behind even after they fought. So it's going to be interesting to see how we're going to take it forward, how they're going to take it forward. So, but we have something cool coming up. The fan favorite, our home team, Diga Esports. Let's see what they have to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with Diga. First of all, congratulations. You bring big, I think, holiday yesterday for Kazakhstan, for Beeline Arena. Let's tell me exactly how you feel about your win today.
I feel great. It's a very important win for us today. Thank you for fans who comes.
You are the only team from 16 teams that get qualified to this tournament, and now you won versus Falcons, Twisted Minds, Vitality. How do you feel? Tell me about yourself.
First time was a little fear about the strongest teams. They just come from Paris, EWC. We have champions, Virtus Pro, and our enemies, and we think we can get any top or any kills, but today we show must go on.
What's your expectation from final third day tomorrow? What we can expect from Diga Esports, because crowd will be on your side.
First day for us was be crashed. Second day today is very good for us, for points, for winner chicken dinner, and I think we take tomorrow maybe 1, maybe 2, but some tops we take and we go on top 8 of the best teams.
Thank you very much. Congratulations once again.
And that right there was Diga Esports, the fan favorite. I think they are the ones who got the most applause and the most cheering here in Beeline Arena, don't you think?
Of course, yeah. And then giving us some insight into the team tactics and how they were playing and the feeling of going from match day 1 to today to getting their first ever win here in this tournament. It's really... it's just inspirational, to be honest. That's the least that I can say about it, because Diga has been really instrumental, a really instrumental part of his team, and I can't wait to see more from them tomorrow.
Of course. I mean, you heard from the man himself, Diga. He was talking about today's chicken dinner, but when he was asked about tomorrow, he was saying 1 or 2 chicken dinners. That's a confidence. At the same time, he did not say that we're gonna get to the top of the leaderboard. I think he became more realistic, or thought, or in a different way, where he just want to be in the top 8. But from the performances that they were putting, I mean, they can be at the top of the whole leaderboard.
For sure.
Talking about the whole leaderboard, here we have the overall rankings, and 70 Game is back at the top, Yusuf.
Wow, honestly, really well deserved, especially after the 17 bomb that they dropped in this game. And just like we had our guest up here say right now, this was unexpected. Shadow Esports coming from the bottom half of the leaderboard up to 5th, even above Falcons. I don't think he'd like that one.
Right, just look at the kill points that the 17 has. It was like huge difference. And here we have the second half of the leaderboard. It's great performances overall by all the teams. I mean, it differs from one game to the other.
Yeah.
One game, even if they don't perform as much as how they do the other one, I mean, it's a game. I mean, they are doing their best, and there are many variables that can go wrong, that can go south, that can go right. So it's not actually one single element or something that's going to decide if they're going to get the chicken dinner or not. And let's take the case of Made in Thailand. For example, for the last game, fifth game, they didn't really get to the end of the game, which I think for the most part we have seen today.
They've gotten to the end point every single time, except bar last game, of course.
Yeah.
These things do happen, and honestly, I think we kind of jinxed a couple of teams, like DK Esports. They were really consistent in staying in the top half, and now look what they are. They dropped into the bottom half. Again, going back to the unpredictability, the excitement, even the underdogs, like our guest here was saying a couple minutes ago, where they did not expect Shadow Esports to turn up the way they did in the past couple of games.
Right.
So yeah, tournament's full of surprises, even for the players playing it.
Of course, and also one thing I really caught my attention from what TZLTN said from Falcons while he was here was about the mentality of self-scoring for the player score versus the team score. We're going to get into that, but before that, we got one more day to go, day 3. Tomorrow, one final day before we find who's going to be the winner. We're going to start with Erangel, going to Miramar, Taigo, Rondo, and back to Erangel. This is what day 1 was.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty much, almost, right? So we got a lot of Erangels for the whole tournament, right?
Oh, yeah. I think it's definitely a fan favorite as well as a player favorite because of how neutral it is in all aspects. You get a bit of everything in a simple way, and it's really not hard to try new tactics in this map comparatively because it's not too complex.
Right. I mean, it's an interesting map. I mean, to play with, to watch somebody play. So it is going to be very interesting to see how the final day of the Battle Royale by Alatau Citibank turns out or brings onto the table. Huge shout out to your sponsors and of course rslts.com for making all this happen. I mean, it wouldn't be possible if not for the sponsors, and we wouldn't be having this fun on stage and of course off stage as well, watching and feeling the energy feeding off of it here in the Beeline Arena. So this is the thing. We are 2/3 down in the whole tournament for PUBG. All we got is our 5 matches left, which are tomorrow. Final day. I mean, tomorrow is different in every way, right? Because yesterday everybody's been coming, playing game. They got the leaderboards, they got the points and everything. Move. And tomorrow is going to be different because they're going to be someone's going to be taking home something with them, right? What do you think before we sign off?
Not just something, Heidi.
That's
$1 million US.
And a stunning
just like the player here was saying a little bit ago. All that's on his mind is the money, baby. It's all about them Benjamins. 100%. It's all about that.
He was crazily honest right there. But again, this was the end of day 2. We are down 10 games down, and we still got 5 more games to go, which will be tomorrow. We're going to be starting with Erangel and ending with Erangel. We're going to find out who's going to walk away with $1 million and a stunning trophy from the Digital Games for the Future 2026. It's me, Heidi, and my co-host, Yusuf. We are signing off, but we're going to be back here with Erangel tomorrow at 2 p.m. Astana time. Thank you so much, and have a great evening.